Gorgias. Persons of the dialogue. Callicles. Socrates. Chaerephon. Gorgias. Polus. Scene, the house of Callicles. Callicles, the wise man, as the proverb says, is late for a fray, but not for a feast. Socrates, and are we late for a feast? Callicles, yes, and a delightful feast, for Gorgias has just been exhibiting to us many fine things. Socrates, it is not my fault, Callicles, our friend Chaerephon is to blame, for he would keep us loitering in the agora. Chaerephon, never mind, Socrates, the misfortune of which I have been the cause I will also repair, for Gorgias is a friend of mine, and I will make him give the exhibition again either now, or, if you prefer, at some other time. Callicles, what is the matter, Chaerephon, does Socrates want to hear Gorgias? Chaerephon, yes, that was our intention in coming. Callicles, come into my house, then, for Gorgias is staying with me, and he shall exhibit to you. Socrates, very good, Callicles, but will he answer our questions? For I want to hear from him what is the nature of his art, and what it is which he professes and teaches. He may, as you, Chaerephon, suggest, defer the exhibition to some other time. Callicles, there is nothing like asking him, Socrates. And indeed to answer questions is a part of his exhibition, for he was saying only just now, that anyone in my house might put any question to him, and that he would answer. Socrates, how fortunate! Will you ask him, Chaerephon? Chaerephon, what shall I ask him? Socrates, ask him who he is. Chaerephon, what do you mean? Socrates, I mean such a question as would elicit from him, if he had been a maker of shoes, the answer that he is a cobbler. Do you understand? Chaerephon, I understand, and will ask him, tell me, Gorgias, is our friend Callicles right in saying that you undertake to answer any questions which you are asked? Gorgias, quite right, Chaerephon, I was saying as much only just now. And I may add, that many years have elapsed since anyone has asked me a new one. Chaerephon, then you must be very ready, Gorgias. Gorgias, of that, Chaerephon, you can make trial. Polus, yes, indeed, and if you like, Chaerephon, you may make trial of me too, for I think that Gorgias, who has been talking a long time, is tired. Chaerephon, and do you, Polus, think that you can answer better than Gorgias? Polus, what does that matter if I answer well enough for you? Chaerephon, not at all, and you shall answer if you like. Polus, ask. Chaerephon, my question is this, if Gorgias had the skill of his brother Herodicus, what ought we to call him? Ought he not to have the name which is given to his brother? Polus, certainly. Chaerephon, then we should be right in calling him a physician? Polus, yes. Chaerephon, and if he had the skill of Aristophon the son of Aglaophon, or of his brother Polygnotus, what ought we to call him? Polus, clearly, a painter. Chaerephon, but now what shall we call him, what is the art in which he is skilled? Polus, O Chaerephon, there are many arts among mankind which are experimental, and have their origin in experience, for experience makes the days of men to proceed according to art, and inexperience according to chance. And different persons in different ways are proficient in different arts, and the best persons in the best arts. And our friend Gorgias is one of the best, and the art in which he is a proficient is the noblest. Socrates, Polus has been taught how to make a capital speech, Gorgias, but he is not fulfilling the promise which he made to Chaerephon. Gorgias, what do you mean, Socrates? Socrates, I mean that he has not exactly answered the question which he was asked. Gorgias, then why not ask him yourself? Socrates, but I would much rather ask you, if you are disposed to answer, for I see, from the few words which Polus has uttered, that he has attended more to the art which is called rhetoric than to dialectic. Polus, what makes you say so, Socrates? Socrates, because, Polus, when Chaerephon asked you what was the art which Gorgias knows, you praised it as if you were answering someone who found fault with it, but you never said what the art was. Polus, why, did I not say that it was the noblest of arts? Socrates, yes, indeed, but that was no answer to the question. Nobody asked what was the quality, but what was the nature, of the art, and by what name we were to describe Gorgias. And I would still beg you briefly and clearly, as you answered Chaerephon when he asked you at first, to say what this art is, and what we ought to call Gorgias, or rather, Gorgias, let me turn to you. And ask the same question, what are we to call you, and what is the art which you profess? Gorgias, rhetoric, Socrates, is my art. Socrates, then I am to call you a rhetorician. Gorgias, yes, Socrates, and a good one too, if you would call me that which, in Homeric language, I boast myself to be. Socrates, I should wish to do so. Gorgias, then pray do. Socrates, and are we to say that you are able to make other men rhetoricians? Gorgias, yes, that is exactly what I profess to make them, not only at Athens, but in all places. Socrates, and will you continue to ask and answer questions, Gorgias, as we are at present doing, and reserve for another occasion the longer mode of speech which Polus was attempting? Will you keep your promise, and answer shortly the questions which are asked of you? Gorgias, some answers, Socrates, are of necessity longer, but I will do my best to make them as short as possible. For a part of my profession is that I can be as short as anyone. Socrates, that is what is wanted. Gorgias, exhibit the shorter method now, and the longer one at some other time. Gorgias, well, I will. And you will certainly say, that you never heard a man use fewer words. Socrates, very good then. As you profess to be a rhetorician, and a maker of rhetoricians, let me ask you, with what is rhetoric concerned? I might ask with what is weaving concerned, and you would reply, would you not, with the making of garments? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, and music is concerned with the composition of melodies? Gorgias, it is. Socrates, by here, Gorgias, I admire the surpassing brevity of your answers. Gorgias, yes, Socrates, I do think myself good at that. Socrates, I am glad to hear it. Answer me in like manner about rhetoric, with what is rhetoric concerned? Gorgias, with discourse. Socrates, what sort of discourse, Gorgias? Such discourse as would teach the sick under what treatment they might get well. Gorgias, no. Socrates, then rhetoric does not treat of all kinds of discourse. Gorgias, certainly not. Socrates, and yet rhetoric makes men able to speak? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, and to understand that about which they speak? Gorgias, of course. Socrates, but does not the art of medicine, which we were just now mentioning, also make men able to understand and speak about the sick? Gorgias, certainly. Socrates, then medicine also treats of discourse? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, of discourse concerning diseases? Gorgias, just so. Socrates, and does not gymnastic also treat of discourse concerning the good or evil condition of the body? Gorgias, very true. Socrates, and the same, Gorgias, is true of the other arts, all of them treat of discourse concerning the subjects with which they severally have to do. Gorgias, clearly. Socrates, then why, if you call rhetoric the art which treats of discourse, and all the other arts treat of discourse, do you not call them arts of rhetoric? Gorgias, because, Socrates, the knowledge of the other arts has only to do with some sort of external action, as of the hand, but there is no such action of the hand in rhetoric which works and takes effect only through the medium of discourse. And therefore I am justified in saying that rhetoric treats of discourse. Socrates, I am not sure whether I entirely understand you, but I dare say I shall soon know better. Please to answer me a question. You would allow that there are arts? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, as to the arts generally, they are for the most part concerned with doing, and require little or no speaking. In painting, and statuary, and many other arts, the work may proceed in silence. And of such arts I suppose you would say that they do not come within the province of rhetoric. Gorgias, you perfectly conceive my meaning, Socrates. Socrates, but there are other arts which work wholly through the medium of language, and require either no action or very little, as, for example, the arts of arithmetic, of calculation, of geometry, and of playing draughts. In some of these speech is pretty nearly coextensive with action, but in most of them the verbal element is greater, they depend wholly on words for their efficacy and power, and I take your meaning to be that rhetoric is an art of this latter sort. Gorgias, exactly. Socrates, and yet I do not believe that you really mean to call any of these arts rhetoric. Although the precise expression which you used was, that rhetoric is an art which works and takes effect only through the medium of discourse, and an adversary who wished to be captious might say, and so, Gorgias, you call arithmetic rhetoric. But I do not think that you really call arithmetic rhetoric any more than geometry would be so called by you. Gorgias, you are quite right, Socrates, in your apprehension of my meaning. Socrates, well, then, let me now have the rest of my answer, seeing that rhetoric is one of those arts which works mainly by the use of words, and there are other arts which also use words. Tell me what is that quality in words with which rhetoric is concerned. Suppose that a person asks me about some of the arts which I was mentioning just now. He might say, Socrates, what is arithmetic? And I should reply to him, as you replied to me, that arithmetic is one of those arts which take effect through words. And then he would proceed to ask, words about what? And I should reply, words about odd and even numbers, and how many there are of each. And if he asked again, what is the art of calculation? I should say, that also is one of the arts which is concerned wholly with words. And if he further said, concerned with what? I should say, like the clerks in the assembly, as aforesaid, of arithmetic, but with a difference, the difference being that the art of calculation considers not only the quantities of odd and even numbers, but also their numerical relations to themselves and to one another. And suppose, again, I were to say that astronomy is only words, he would ask, words about what, Socrates, and I should answer, that astronomy tells us about the motions of the stars and sun and moon, and their relative swiftness. Gorgias, you would be quite right, Socrates. Socrates, and now let us have from you, Gorgias, the truth about rhetoric, which you would admit, would you not? To be one of those arts which act always and fulfill all their ends through the medium of words. Gorgias, true. Socrates, words which do what? I should ask. To what class of things do the words which rhetoric uses relate? Gorgias, to the greatest, Socrates, and the best of human things. Socrates, that again, Gorgias is ambiguous, I am still in the dark, for which are the greatest and best of human things? I dare say that you have heard men singing at feasts the old drinking song, in which the singers enumerate the goods of life, first health, beauty next, thirdly, as the writer of the song says, wealth honestly obtained. Gorgias, yes, I know the song, but what is your drift? Socrates, I mean to say, that the producers of those things which the author of the song praises, that is to say, the physician, the trainer, the moneymaker, will at once come to you, and first the physician will say, O Socrates, Gorgias is deceiving you, for my art is concerned with the greatest good of men and not his. And when I ask, who are you? He will reply, I am a physician. What do you mean? I shall say. Do you mean that your art produces the greatest good? Certainly, he will answer, for is not health the greatest good? What greater good can men have, Socrates? And after him the trainer will come and say, I too, Socrates, shall be greatly surprised if Gorgias can show more good of his art than I can show of mine. To him again I shall say, who are you, honest friend, and what is your business? I am a trainer, he will reply, and my business is to make men beautiful and strong in body. When I have done with the trainer, there arrives the moneymaker, and he, as I expect, will utterly despise them all. Consider Socrates, he will say, whether Gorgias or anyone else can produce any greater good than wealth. Well, you and I say to him, and are you a creator of wealth? Yes, he replies. And who are you? A money-maker. And do you consider wealth to be the greatest good of man? Of course, will be his reply. And we shall rejoin, yes. But our friend Gorgias contends that his art produces a greater good than yours. And then he will be sure to go on and ask, what good? Let Gorgias answer. Now I want you, Gorgias, to imagine that this question is asked of you by them and by me. What is that which, as you say, is the greatest good of man, and of which you are the creator? Answer us. Gorgias, that good, Socrates, which is truly the greatest, being that which gives to men freedom in their own persons, and to individuals the power of ruling over others in their several states. Socrates, and what would you consider this to be? Gorgias, what is there greater than the word which persuades the judges in the courts, or the senators in the council, or the citizens in the assembly, or at any other political meeting? If you have the power of uttering this word, you will have the physician your slave, and the trainer your slave, and the money-maker of whom you talk will be found to gather treasures, not for himself, but for you who are able to speak and to persuade the multitude. Socrates, now I think, Gorgias, that you have very accurately explained what you conceive to be the art of rhetoric. And you mean to say, if I am not mistaken, that rhetoric is the artificer of persuasion, having this and no other business, and that this is her crown and end. Do you know any other effect of rhetoric over and above that of producing persuasion? Gorgias, no, the definition seems to me very fair, Socrates, for persuasion is the chief end of rhetoric. Socrates, then hear me, Gorgias, for I am quite sure that if there ever was a man who entered on the discussion of a matter from a pure love of knowing the truth, I am such a one, and I should say the same of you. Gorgias, what is coming, Socrates? Socrates, I will tell you, I am very well aware that I do not know what, according to you, is the exact nature, or what are the topics of that persuasion of which you speak, and which is given by rhetoric. Although I have a suspicion about both the one and the other. And I am going to ask, what is this power of persuasion which is given by rhetoric, and about what? But why, if I have a suspicion, do I ask instead of telling you? Not for your sake, but in order that the argument may proceed in such a manner as is most likely to set forth the truth. And I would have you observe, that I am right in asking this further question, if I asked, what sort of a painter is Zeuxis? And you said, the painter of figures, should I not be right in asking, what kind of figures, and where do you find them? Gorgias, certainly. Socrates, and the reason for asking this second question would be, that there are other painters besides, who paint many other figures? Gorgias, true. Socrates, but if there had been no one but Zeuxis who painted them, then you would have answered very well. Gorgias, quite so. Socrates, now I want to know about rhetoric in the same way. Is rhetoric the only art which brings persuasion, or do other arts have the same effect? I mean to say, does he who teaches anything persuade men of that which he teaches or not? Gorgias, he persuades, Socrates, there can be no mistake about that. Socrates, again, if we take the arts of which we were just now speaking, do not arithmetic and the arithmeticians teach us the properties of number? Gorgias, certainly. Socrates, and therefore persuade us of them? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, then arithmetic as well as rhetoric is an artificer of persuasion? Gorgias, clearly. Socrates, and if anyone asks us what sort of persuasion, and about what, we shall answer, persuasion which teaches the quantity of odd and even. And we shall be able to show that all the other arts of which we were just now speaking are artificers of persuasion, and of what sort, and about what. Gorgias, very true. Socrates, then rhetoric is not the only artificer of persuasion? Gorgias, true. Socrates, seeing, then, that not only rhetoric works by persuasion, but that other arts do the same, as in the case of the painter, a question has arisen which is a very fair one, of what persuasion is rhetoric the artificer, and about what? Is not that a fair way of putting the question? Gorgias, I think so. Socrates, then, if you approve the question, Gorgias, what is the answer? Gorgias, I answer, Socrates, that rhetoric is the art of persuasion in courts of law and other assemblies, as I was just now saying, and about the just and unjust. Socrates, and that, Gorgias, was what I was suspecting to be your notion. Yet I would not have you wonder if by and by I am found repeating a seemingly plain question. For I ask not in order to confute you, but as I was saying that the argument may proceed consecutively, and that we may not get the habit of anticipating and suspecting the meaning of one another's words. I would have you develop your own views in your own way, whatever may be your hypothesis. Gorgias, I think that you are quite right, Socrates. Socrates, then let me raise another question, there is such a thing as having learned? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, and there is also having believed? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, and is the having learned the same as having believed, and are learning and belief the same things? Gorgias, in my judgment, Socrates, they are not the same. Socrates, and your judgment is right, as you may ascertain in this way, if a person were to say to you, is there, Gorgias, a false belief as well as a true? You would reply, if I am not mistaken, that there is. Gorgias, yes. Socrates, well, but is there a false knowledge as well as a true? Gorgias, no. Socrates, no, indeed, and this again proves that knowledge and belief differ. Gorgias, very true. Socrates, and yet those who have learned as well as those who have believed are persuaded? Gorgias, just so. Socrates, shall we then assume two sorts of persuasion, one which is the source of belief without knowledge, as the other is of knowledge? Gorgias, by all means. Socrates, and which sort of persuasion does rhetoric create in courts of law and other assemblies about the just and unjust, the sort of persuasion which gives belief without knowledge, or that which gives knowledge? Gorgias, clearly, Socrates, that which only gives belief. Socrates, then rhetoric, as would appear, is the artificer of a persuasion which creates belief about the just and unjust, but gives no instruction about them? Gorgias, true. Socrates, and the rhetorician does not instruct the courts of law or other assemblies about things just and unjust, but he creates belief about them. For no one can be supposed to instruct such a vast multitude about such high matters in a short time. Gorgias, certainly not. Socrates, come, then, and let us see what we really mean about rhetoric, for I do not know what my own meaning is as yet. When the assembly meets to elect a physician or a shipwright or any other craftsman, will the rhetorician be taken into counsel? Surely not. For at every election he ought to be chosen who is most skilled. And, again, when walls have to be built or harbors or docks to be constructed, not the rhetorician but the master workman will advise. Or when generals have to be chosen and an order of battle arranged, or a position taken, then the military will advise and not the rhetoricians. What do you say, Gorgias? Since you profess to be a rhetorician and a maker of rhetoricians, I cannot do better than learn the nature of your art from you. And here let me assure you that I have your interest in view as well as my own. For likely enough some one or other of the young men present might desire to become your pupil, and in fact I see some, and a good many too, who have this wish, but they would be too modest to question you. And therefore when you are interrogated by me, I would have you imagine that you are interrogated by them. What is the use of coming to you, Gorgias, they will say, about what will you teach us to advise the state? About the just and unjust only, or about those other things also which Socrates has just mentioned? How will you answer them? Gorgias, I like your way of leading us on, Socrates, and I will endeavor to reveal to you the whole nature of rhetoric. You must have heard, I think, that the docks and the walls of the Athenians and the plan of the harbor were devised in accordance with the counsels, partly of Themistocles, and partly of Pericles, and not at the suggestion of the builders. Socrates, such is the tradition, Gorgias, about Themistocles, and I myself heard the speech of Pericles when he advised us about the middle wall. Gorgias, and you will observe, Socrates, that when a decision has to be given in such matters the rhetoricians are the advisers, they are the men who win their point. Socrates, I had that in my admiring mind, Gorgias, when I asked what is the nature of rhetoric, which always appears to me, when I look at the matter in this way, to be a marvel of greatness. Gorgias, a marvel, indeed, Socrates, if you only knew how rhetoric comprehends and holds under her sway all the inferior arts. Let me offer you a striking example of this. On several occasions I have been with my brother Herodicus or some other physician to see one of his patients, who would not allow the physician to give him medicine, or apply the knife or hot iron to him. And I have persuaded him to do for me what he would not do for the physician just by the use of rhetoric. And I say that if a rhetorician and a physician were to go to any city, and had there to argue in the ecclesia or any other assembly as to which of them should be elected state physician, the physician would have no chance. But he who could speak would be chosen if he wished. And in a contest with a man of any other profession the rhetorician more than anyone would have the power of getting himself chosen, for he can speak more persuasively to the multitude than any of them, and on any subject. Such is the nature and power of the art of rhetoric. And yet, Socrates, rhetoric should be used like any other competitive art, not against everybody. The rhetorician ought not to abuse his strength any more than a pugilist or pancratiast or other master of fence. Because he has powers which are more than a match either for friend or enemy, he ought not therefore to strike, stab, or slay his friends. Suppose a man to have been trained in the palestra and to be a skillful boxer, he in the fullness of his strength goes and strikes his father or mother or one of his familiars or friends. But that is no reason why the trainers or fencing masters should be held in detestation or banished from the city, surely not. For they taught their art for a good purpose, to be used against enemies and evildoers, in self-defense not in aggression, and others have perverted their instructions, and turned to a bad use their own strength and skill. But not on this account are the teachers bad, neither is the art in fault, or bad in itself. I should rather say that those who make a bad use of the art are to blame. And the same argument holds good of rhetoric. For the rhetorician can speak against all men and upon any subject, in short, he can persuade the multitude better than any other man of anything which he pleases. But he should not therefore seek to defraud the physician or any other artist of his reputation merely because he has the power. He ought to use rhetoric fairly, as he would also use his athletic powers. And if after having become a rhetorician he makes a bad use of his strength and skill, his instructor surely ought not on that account to be held in detestation or banished. For he was intended by his teacher to make a good use of his instructions, but he abuses them. And therefore he is the person who ought to be held in detestation, banished, and put to death, and not his instructor. Socrates, you, Gorgias, like myself, have had great experience of disputations, and you must have observed, I think, that they do not always terminate in mutual edification, or in the definition by either party of the subjects which they are discussing. But disagreements are apt to arise. Somebody says that another has not spoken truly or clearly. And then they get into a passion and begin to quarrel, both parties conceiving that their opponents are arguing from personal feeling only in jealousy of themselves, not from any interest in the question at issue. And sometimes they will go on abusing one another until the company at last are quite vexed at themselves for ever listening to such fellows. Why do I say this? Why, because I cannot help feeling that you are now saying what is not quite consistent or accordant with what you were saying at first about rhetoric. And I am afraid to point this out to you, lest you should think that I have some animosity against you, and that I speak, not for the sake of discovering the truth, but from jealousy of you. Now if you are one of my sort, I should like to cross-examine you, but if not I will let you alone. And what is my sort? You will ask. I am one of those who are very willing to be refuted if I say anything which is not true, and very willing to refute anyone else who says what is not true, and quite as ready to be refuted as to refute. For I hold that this is the greater gain of the two, just as the gain is greater of being cured of a very great evil than of curing another. For I imagine that there is no evil which a man can endure so great as an erroneous opinion about the matters of which we are speaking. And if you claim to be one of my sort, let us have the discussion out, but if you would rather have done, no matter, let us make an end of it. Gorgias, I should say, Socrates, that I am quite the man whom you indicate. But, perhaps, we ought to consider the audience, for, before you came, I had already given a long exhibition, and if we proceed the argument may run on to a great length. And therefore I think that we should consider whether we may not be detaining some part of the company when they are wanting to do something else. Chaerephon, you hear the audience cheering, Gorgias and Socrates, which shows their desire to listen to you. And for myself, heaven forbid that I should have any business on hand which would take me away from a discussion so interesting and so ably maintained. Callicles, by the gods, Chaerephon, although I have been present at many discussions, I doubt whether I was ever so much delighted before, and therefore if you go on discoursing all day I shall be the better pleased. Socrates, I may truly say, Callicles, that I am willing, if Gorgias is. Gorgias, after all this, Socrates, I should be disgraced if I refused, especially as I have promised to answer all comers. In accordance with the wishes of the company, then, do you begin, and ask of me any question which you like. Socrates, let me tell you then, Gorgias, what surprises me in your words. Though I dare say that you may be right, and I may have misunderstood your meaning. You say that you can make any man, who will learn of you, a rhetorician. Gorgias, yes. Socrates, do you mean that you will teach him to gain the ears of the multitude on any subject, and this not by instruction but by persuasion? Gorgias, quite so. Socrates, you were saying, in fact, that the rhetorician will have greater powers of persuasion than the physician even in a matter of health. Gorgias, yes, with the multitude, that is. Socrates, you mean to say, with the ignorant. For with those who know he cannot be supposed to have greater powers of persuasion. Gorgias, very true. Socrates, but if he is to have more power of persuasion than the physician, he will have greater power than he who knows? Gorgias, certainly. Socrates, although he is not a physician, is he? Gorgias, no. Socrates, and he who is not a physician must, obviously, be ignorant of what the physician knows. Gorgias, clearly. Socrates, then, when the rhetorician is more persuasive than the physician, the ignorant is more persuasive with the ignorant than he who has knowledge. Is not that the inference? Gorgias, in the case supposed, yes. Socrates, and the same holds of the relation of rhetoric to all the other arts. The rhetorician need not know the truth about things, he has only to discover some way of persuading the ignorant that he has more knowledge than those who know. Gorgias, yes, Socrates, and is not this a great comfort? Not to have learned the other arts, but the art of rhetoric only, and yet to be in no way inferior to the professors of them? Socrates, whether the rhetorician is or not inferior on this account is a question which we will hereafter examine if the inquiry is likely to be of any service to us. But I would rather begin by asking, whether he is or is not as ignorant of the just and unjust, base and honorable, good and evil, as he is of medicine and the other arts. I mean to say, does he really know anything of what is good and evil, base or honorable, just or unjust in them? Or has he only a way with the ignorant of persuading them that he not knowing is to be esteemed to know more about these things than someone else who knows? Or must the pupil know these things and come to you knowing them before he can acquire the art of rhetoric? If he is ignorant, you who are the teacher of rhetoric will not teach him, it is not your business. But you will make him seem to the multitude to know them, when he does not know them, and seem to be a good man, when he is not. Or will you be unable to teach him rhetoric at all, unless he knows the truth of these things first? What is to be said about all this? By heavens, Gorgias, I wish that you would reveal to me the power of rhetoric, as you were saying that you would. Gorgias, well, Socrates, I suppose that if the pupil does chance not to know them, he will have to learn of me these things as well. Socrates, say no more, for there you are right. And so he whom you make a rhetorician must either know the nature of the just and unjust already, or he must be taught by you. Gorgias, certainly. Socrates, well, and is not he who has learned carpentering a carpenter? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, and he who has learned music a musician? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, and he who has learned medicine is a physician, in like manner? He who has learned anything whatever is that which his knowledge makes him. Gorgias, certainly. Socrates, and in the same way, he who has learned what is just is just. Gorgias, to be sure. Socrates, and he who is just may be supposed to do what is just. Gorgias, yes. Socrates, and must not the just man always desire to do what is just? Gorgias, that is clearly the inference. Socrates, surely, then, the just man will never consent to do injustice? Gorgias, certainly not. Socrates, and according to the argument the rhetorician must be a just man? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, and will therefore never be willing to do injustice? Gorgias, clearly not. Socrates, but do you remember saying just now that the trainer is not to be accused or banished if the pugilist makes a wrong use of his pugilistic art? And in like manner, if the rhetorician makes a bad and unjust use of his rhetoric, that is not to be laid to the charge of his teacher, who is not to be banished. But the wrongdoer himself who made a bad use of his rhetoric, he is to be banished, was not that said? Gorgias, yes, it was. Socrates, but now we are affirming that the aforesaid rhetorician will never have done injustice at all. Gorgias, true. Socrates, and at the very outset, Gorgias, it was said that rhetoric treated of discourse, not, like arithmetic, about odd and even, but about just and unjust? Was not this said? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, I was thinking at the time, when I heard you saying so, that rhetoric, which is always discoursing about justice, could not possibly be an unjust thing. But when you added, shortly afterwards, that the rhetorician might make a bad use of rhetoric, I noted with surprise the inconsistency into which you had fallen. And I said, that if you thought, as I did, that there was a gain in being refuted, there would be an advantage in going on with the question, but if not, I would leave off. And in the course of our investigations, as you will see yourself, the rhetorician has been acknowledged to be incapable of making an unjust use of rhetoric, or of willingness to do injustice. By the dog, Gorgias, there will be a great deal of discussion, before we get at the truth of all this. Polus, and do even you, Socrates, seriously believe what you are now saying about rhetoric? What? Because Gorgias was ashamed to deny that the rhetorician knew the just and the honorable and the good, and admitted that to anyone who came to him ignorant of them he could teach them. And then out of this admission there arose a contradiction, the thing which you dearly love, and to which not he, but you, brought the argument by your captious questions. Do you seriously believe that there is any truth in all this? For will anyone ever acknowledge that he does not know, or cannot teach, the nature of justice? The truth is, that there is great want of manners in bringing the argument to such a pass. Socrates, illustrious Polus, the reason why we provide ourselves with friends and children is, that when we get old and stumble, a younger generation may be at hand to set us on our legs again in our words and in our actions. And now, if I and Gorgias are stumbling, here are you who should raise us up. And I for my part engage to retract any error into which you may think that I have fallen upon one condition. Polus, what condition? Socrates, that you contract, Polus, the prolixity of speech in which you indulged at first. Polus, what? Do you mean that I may not use as many words as I please? Socrates, only to think, my friend, that having come on a visit to Athens, which is the most free-spoken state in Hellas, you when you got there, and you alone, should be deprived of the power of speech, that would be hard indeed. But then consider my case, shall not I be very hardly used, if, when you are making a long oration, and refusing to answer what you are asked, I am compelled to stay and listen to you, and may not go away? I say rather, if you have a real interest in the argument, or, to repeat my former expression, have any desire to set it on its legs, take back any statement which you please. And in your turn ask and answer, like myself and Gorgias, refute and be refuted, for I suppose that you would claim to know what Gorgias knows, would you not? Polus, yes. Socrates, and you, like him, invite anyone to ask you about anything which he pleases, and you will know how to answer him. Polus, to be sure. Socrates, and now, which will you do, ask or answer? Polus, I will ask. And do you answer me, Socrates, the same question which Gorgias, as you suppose, is unable to answer: what is rhetoric? Socrates, do you mean what sort of an art? Polus, yes. Socrates, to say the truth, Polus, it is not an art at all, in my opinion. Polus, then what, in your opinion, is rhetoric? Socrates, a thing which, as I was lately reading in a book of yours, you say that you have made an art. Polus, what thing? Socrates, I should say a sort of experience. Polus, does rhetoric seem to you to be an experience? Socrates, that is my view, but you may be of another mind. Polus, an experience in what? Socrates, an experience in producing a sort of delight and gratification. Polus, and if able to gratify others, must not rhetoric be a fine thing? Socrates, what are you saying, Polus? Why do you ask me whether rhetoric is a fine thing or not, when I have not as yet told you what rhetoric is? Polus, did I not hear you say that rhetoric was a sort of experience? Socrates, will you, who are so desirous to gratify others, afford a slight gratification to me? Polus, I will. Socrates, will you ask me, what sort of an art is cookery? Polus, what sort of an art is cookery? Socrates, not an art at all, Polus. Polus, what then? Socrates, I should say an experience. Polus, in what? I wish that you would explain to me. Socrates, an experience in producing a sort of delight and gratification, Polus. Polus, then are cookery and rhetoric the same? Socrates, no, they are only different parts of the same profession. Polus, of what profession? Socrates, I am afraid that the truth may seem discourteous. And I hesitate to answer, lest Gorgias should imagine that I am making fun of his own profession. For whether or not this is that art of rhetoric which Gorgias practices I really cannot tell. From what he was just now saying, nothing appeared of what he thought of his art, but the rhetoric which I mean is a part of a not very creditable whole. Gorgias, a part of what, Socrates? Say what you mean, and never mind me. Socrates, in my opinion then, Gorgias, the whole of which rhetoric is a part is not an art at all, but the habit of a bold and ready wit, which knows how to manage mankind. This habit I sum up under the word flattery. And it appears to me to have many other parts, one of which is cookery, which may seem to be an art, but, as I maintain, is only an experience or routine and not an art. Another part is rhetoric. And the art of attiring and sophistry are two others, thus there are 4 branches, and 4 different things answering to them. And Polus may ask, if he likes, for he has not as yet been informed, what part of flattery is rhetoric. He did not see that I had not yet answered him when he proceeded to ask a further question, whether I do not think rhetoric a fine thing. But I shall not tell him whether rhetoric is a fine thing or not, until I have first answered, what is rhetoric? For that would not be right, Polus, but I shall be happy to answer, if you will ask me, what part of flattery is rhetoric? Polus, I will ask and do you answer? What part of flattery is rhetoric? Socrates, will you understand my answer? Rhetoric, according to my view, is the ghost or counterfeit of a part of politics. Polus, and noble or ignoble? Socrates, ignoble, I should say, if I am compelled to answer, for I call what is bad ignoble, though I doubt whether you understand what I was saying before. Gorgias, indeed, Socrates, I cannot say that I understand myself. Socrates, I do not wonder, Gorgias, for I have not as yet explained myself, and our friend Polus, colt by name and colt by nature, is apt to run away. 14. Gorgias, never mind him, but explain to me what you mean by saying that rhetoric is the counterfeit of a part of politics. Socrates, I will try, then, to explain my notion of rhetoric, and if I am mistaken, my friend Polus shall refute me. We may assume the existence of bodies and of souls. Gorgias, of course. Socrates, you would further admit that there is a good condition of either of them? Gorgias, yes. Socrates, which condition may not be really good, but good only in appearance? I mean to say, that there are many persons who appear to be in good health, and whom only a physician or trainer will discern at first sight not to be in good health. Gorgias, true. Socrates, and this applies not only to the body, but also to the soul, in either there may be that which gives the appearance of health and not the reality. Gorgias, yes, certainly. Socrates, and now I will endeavor to explain to you more clearly what I mean. The soul and body being two, have two arts corresponding to them. There is the art of politics attending on the soul, and another art attending on the body, of which I know no single name, but which may be described as having two divisions, one of them gymnastic, and the other medicine. And in politics there is a legislative part, which answers to gymnastic, as justice does to medicine. And the two parts run into one another, justice having to do with the same subject as legislation, and medicine with the same subject as gymnastic, but with a difference. Now, seeing that there are these four arts, two attending on the body and two on the soul for their highest good, flattery knowing, or rather guessing their natures, has distributed herself into four shams or simulations of them. She puts on the likeness of some one or other of them, and pretends to be that which she simulates, and having no regard for men's highest interests, is ever making pleasure the bait of the unwary, and deceiving them into the belief that she is of the highest value to them. Cookery simulates the disguise of medicine, and pretends to know what food is the best for the body. And if the physician and the cook had to enter into a competition in which children were the judges, or men who had no more sense than children, as to which of them best understands the goodness or badness of food, the physician would be starved to death. A flattery I deem this to be, and of an ignoble sort, Polus, for to you I am now addressing myself, because it aims at pleasure without any thought of the best. An art I do not call it, but only an experience, because it is unable to explain or to give a reason of the nature of its own applications. And I do not call any irrational thing an art. But if you dispute my words, I am prepared to argue in defense of them. Cookery, then, I maintain to be a flattery which takes the form of medicine. And tiring, in like manner, is a flattery which takes the form of gymnastic, and is knavish, false, ignoble, illiberal, working deceitfully by the help of lines, and colors, and enamels, and garments, and making men affect a spurious beauty to the neglect of the true beauty which is given by gymnastic. I would rather not be tedious, and therefore I will only say, after the manner of the geometricians, for I think that by this time you will be able to follow. As tiring gymnastic cookery medicine. Or rather, as tiring gymnastic sophistry legislation. And as cookery medicine rhetoric justice. And this, I say, is the natural difference between the rhetorician and the sophist, but by reason of their near connection, they are apt to be jumbled up together. Neither do they know what to make of themselves, nor do other men know what to make of them. For if the body presided over itself, and were not under the guidance of the soul, and the soul did not discern and discriminate between cookery and medicine, but the body was made the judge of them, and the rule of judgment was the bodily delight which was given by them, then the word of Anaxagoras, that word with which you, friend Polus, are so well acquainted, would prevail far and wide, chaos would come again, and cookery, health, and medicine would mingle in an indiscriminate mass. And now I have told you my notion of rhetoric, which is, in relation to the soul, what cookery is to the body. I may have been inconsistent in making a long speech, when I would not allow you to discourse at length. But I think that I may be excused, because you did not understand me, and could make no use of my answer when I spoke shortly, and therefore I had to enter into an explanation. And if I show an equal inability to make use of yours, I hope that you will speak at equal length, but if I am able to understand you, let me have the benefit of your brevity, as is only fair, and now you may do what you please with my answer. Polus, what do you mean? Do you think that rhetoric is flattery? Socrates, Nay, I said a part of flattery, if at your age, Polus, you cannot remember, what will you do by and by, when you get older? Polus, and are the good rhetoricians meanly regarded in states, under the idea that they are flatterers? Socrates, is that a question or the beginning of a speech? Polus, I am asking a question. Socrates, then my answer is, that they are not regarded at all. Polus, how not regarded? Have they not very great power in states? Socrates, not if you mean to say that power is a good to the possessor. Polus, and that is what I do mean to say. Socrates, then, if so, I think that they have the least power of all the citizens. Polus, what? Are they not like tyrants? They kill and despoil and exile anyone whom they please. Socrates, by the dog, Polus, I cannot make out at each deliverance of yours, whether you are giving an opinion of your own, or asking a question of me. Polus, I am asking a question of you. Socrates, yes, my friend, but you ask two questions at once. Polus, how two questions? Socrates, why, did you not say just now that the rhetoricians are like tyrants, and that they kill and despoil or exile anyone whom they please? Polus, I did. Socrates, well then, I say to you that here are two questions in one, and I will answer both of them. And I tell you, Polus, that rhetoricians and tyrants have the least possible power in states, as I was just now saying. For they do literally nothing which they will, but only what they think best. Polus, and is not that a great power? Socrates, Polus has already said the reverse. Polus, said the reverse. Nay, that is what I assert. Socrates, no, by the great, what do you call him? Not you, for you say that power is a good to him who has the power. Polus, I do. Socrates, and would you maintain that if a fool does what he thinks best, this is a good, and would you call this great power? Polus, I should not. Socrates, then you must prove that the rhetorician is not a fool, and that rhetoric is an art and not a flattery, and so you will have refuted me. But if you leave me unrefuted, why, the rhetoricians who do what they think best in states, and the tyrants, will have nothing upon which to congratulate themselves, if as you say, power be indeed a good. Admitting at the same time that what is done without sense is an evil. Polus, yes, I admit that. Socrates, how then can the rhetoricians or the tyrants have great power in states, unless Polus can refute Socrates, and prove to him that they do as they will? Polus, this fellow. Socrates, I say that they do not do as they will, now refute me. Polus, why, have you not already said that they do as they think best? Socrates, and I say so still. Polus, then surely they do as they will. Socrates, I deny it. Polus, but they do what they think best. Socrates, I. Polus, that, Socrates, is monstrous and absurd. Socrates, good words, good Polus, as I may say in your own peculiar style. But if you have any questions to ask of me, either prove that I am in error or give the answer yourself. Polus, very well, I am willing to answer that I may know what you mean. Socrates, do men appear to you to will that which they do, or to will that further end for the sake of which they do a thing? When they take medicine, for example, at the bidding of a physician, do they will the drinking of the medicine which is painful, or the health for the sake of which they drink? Polus, clearly, the health. Socrates, and when men go on a voyage or engage in business, they do not will that which they are doing at the time, for who would desire to take the risk of a voyage or the trouble of business? But they will, to have the wealth for the sake of which they go on a voyage. Polus, certainly. Socrates, and is not this universally true? If a man does something for the sake of something else, he wills not that which he does, but that for the sake of which he does it. Polus, yes. Socrates, and are not all things either good or evil, or intermediate and indifferent? Polus, to be sure, Socrates. Socrates, Wisdom and health and wealth and the like you would call goods, and their opposites evils? Polus, I should. Socrates, and the things which are neither good nor evil, and which partake sometimes of the nature of good and at other times of evil, or of neither, are such as sitting, walking, running, sailing. Or, again, wood, stones, and the like, these are the things which you call neither good nor evil. Polus, exactly so. Socrates, are these indifferent things done for the sake of the good, or the good for the sake of the indifferent? Polus, clearly, the indifferent for the sake of the good. Socrates, when we walk for the sake of the good, and under the idea that it is better to walk, and when we stand equally for the sake of the good? Polus, yes. Socrates, and when we kill a man we kill him or exile him or despoil him of his goods, because, as we think, it will conduce to our good? Polus, certainly. Socrates, men who do any of these things do them for the sake of the good? Polus, yes. Socrates, and did we not admit that in doing something for the sake of something else, we do not will those things which we do, but that other thing for the sake of which we do them? Polus, most true. Socrates, then we do not will simply to kill a man or to exile him or to despoil him of his goods, but we will to do that which conduces to our good, and if the act is not conducive to our good we do not will it. For we will, as you say, that which is our good, but that which is neither good nor evil, or simply evil, we do not will. Why are you silent, Polus? Am I not right? Polus, you are right. Socrates, hence we may infer, that if anyone, whether he be a tyrant or a rhetorician, kills another or exiles another or deprives him of his property, under the idea that the act is for his own interests when really not for his own interests, he may be said to do what seems best to him. Polus, yes. Socrates, but does he do what he wills if he does what is evil? Why do you not answer? Polus, well, I suppose not. Socrates, then if great power is a good as you allow, will such a one have great power in a state? Polus, he will not. Socrates, then I was right in saying that a man may do what seems good to him in a state, and not have great power, and not do what he wills. Polus, as though you, Socrates, would not like to have the power of doing what seemed good to you in the state, rather than not, you would not be jealous when you saw anyone killing or despoiling or imprisoning whom he pleased, oh, no. Socrates, justly or unjustly, do you mean? Polus, in either case is he not equally to be envied? Socrates, forbear, Polus. Polus, why, forbear? Socrates, because you ought not to envy wretches who are not to be envied, but only to pity them. Polus, and are those of whom I spoke wretches? Socrates, yes, certainly they are. Polus, and so you think that he who slays anyone whom he pleases, and justly slays him, is pitiable and wretched? Socrates, no, I do not say that of him, but neither do I think that he is to be envied. Polus, were you not saying just now that he is wretched? Socrates, yes, my friend, if he killed another unjustly, in which case he is also to be pitied. And he is not to be envied if he killed him justly. Polus, at any rate you will allow that he who is unjustly put to death is wretched, and to be pitied? Socrates, not so much, Polus, as he who kills him, and not so much as he who is justly killed. Polus, how can that be, Socrates? Socrates, that may very well be, inasmuch as doing injustice is the greatest of evils. Polus, but is it the greatest? Is not suffering injustice a greater evil? Socrates, certainly not. Polus, then would you rather suffer than do injustice? Socrates, I should not like either, but if I must choose between them, I would rather suffer than do. Polus, then you would not wish to be a tyrant? Socrates, not if you mean by tyranny what I mean. Polus, I mean, as I said before, the power of doing whatever seems good to you in a state, killing, banishing, doing in all things as you like. Socrates, well then, illustrious friend, when I have said my say, do you reply to me? Suppose that I go into a crowded agora, and take a dagger under my arm. Polis, I say to you, I have just acquired rare power, and become a tyrant. For if I think that any of these men whom you see ought to be put to death, the man whom I have a mind to kill is as good as dead. And if I am disposed to break his head or tear his garment, he will have his head broken or his garment torn in an instant. Such is my great power in this city. And if you do not believe me, and I show you the dagger, you would probably reply, Socrates, in that sort of way anyone may have great power, he may burn any house which he pleases, and the docks and triremes of the Athenians, and all their other vessels, whether public or private, but can you believe that this mere doing as you think best is great power? Polis, certainly not such doing as this. Socrates, but can you tell me why you disapprove of such a power? Polis, I can. Socrates, why then? Polis, why, because he who did as you say would be certain to be punished. Socrates, and punishment is an evil? Polis, certainly. Socrates, and you would admit once more, my good sir, that great power is a benefit to a man if his actions turn out to his advantage, and that this is the meaning of great power. And if not, then his power is an evil and is no power. But let us look at the matter in another way. Do we not acknowledge that the things of which we were speaking, the infliction of death, and exile, and the deprivation of property are sometimes a good and sometimes not a good? Polis, certainly. Socrates, about that you and I may be supposed to agree? Polis, yes. Socrates, tell me, then, when do you say that they are good and when that they are evil, what principle do you lay down? Polis, I would rather, Socrates, that you should answer as well as ask that question. Socrates, well, Polis, since you would rather have the answer from me, I say that they are good when they are just and evil when they are unjust. Polis, you are hard of refutation, Socrates, but might not a child refute that statement? Socrates, then I shall be very grateful to the child, and equally grateful to you if you will refute me and deliver me from my foolishness. And I hope that refute me you will, and not weary of doing good to a friend. Polis, yes, Socrates, and I need not go far or appeal to antiquity. Events which happened only a few days ago are enough to refute you, and to prove that many men who do wrong are happy. Socrates, what events? Polis, you see, I presume, that Archelaus the son of Perdiccas is now the ruler of Macedonia. Socrates, at any rate I hear that he is. Polis, and do you think that he is happy or miserable? Socrates, I cannot say, Polis, for I have never had any acquaintance with him. Polis, and cannot you tell at once, and without having an acquaintance with him, whether a man is happy? Socrates, most certainly not. Polis, then clearly, Socrates, you would say that you did not even know whether the great king was a happy man. Socrates, and I should speak the truth, for I do not know how he stands in the matter of education and justice. Polis, what? And does all happiness consist in this? Socrates, yes, indeed, Polis, that is my doctrine. The men and women who are gentle and good are also happy, as I maintain, and the unjust and evil are miserable. Polis, then, according to your doctrine, the said Archelaus is miserable. Socrates, yes, my friend, if he is wicked. Polis, that he is wicked I cannot deny, for he had no title at all to the throne which he now occupies, he being only the son of a woman who was the slave of Alcibiades the brother of Perdiccas. He himself therefore in strict right was the slave of Alcibiades, and if he had meant to do rightly he would have remained his slave, and then, according to your doctrine, he would have been happy. But now he is unspeakably miserable, for he has been guilty of the greatest crimes. In the first place he invited his uncle and master, Alcibiades, to come to him, under the pretense that he would restore to him the throne which Perdiccas has usurped. And after entertaining him and his son Alexander, who was his own cousin, and nearly of an age with him, and making them drunk, he threw them into a wagon and carried them off by night, and slew them, and got both of them out of the way. And when he had done all this wickedness he never discovered that he was the most miserable of all men, and was very far from repenting. Shall I tell you how he showed his remorse? He had a younger brother, a child of 7 years old, who was the legitimate son of Perdiccas, and to him of right the kingdom belonged. Archelaus, however, had no mind to bring him up as he ought and restore the kingdom to him. That was not his notion of happiness, but not long afterwards he threw him into a well and drowned him, and declared to his mother Cleopatra that he had fallen in while running after a goose, and had been killed. And now as he is the greatest criminal of all the Macedonians, he may be supposed to be the most miserable and not the happiest of them, and I dare say that there are many Athenians, and you would be at the head of them. Who would rather be any other Macedonian than Archelaus? Socrates, I praised you at first, Polus, for being a rhetorician rather than a reasoner. And this, as I suppose, is the sort of argument with which you fancy that a child might refute me, and by which I stand refuted when I say that the unjust man is not happy. But, my good friend, where is the refutation? I cannot admit a word which you have been saying. Polus, that is because you will not, for you surely must think as I do. Socrates, not so, my simple friend, but because you will refute me after the manner which rhetoricians practice in courts of law. For there the one party think that they refute the other when they bring forward a number of witnesses of good repute in proof of their allegations, and their adversary has only a single one or none at all. But this kind of proof is of no value where truth is the aim. A man may often be sworn down by a multitude of false witnesses who have a great air of respectability. And in this argument nearly everyone, Athenian and stranger alike, would be on your side, if you should bring witnesses in disproof of my statement. You may, if you will, summon Nicias the son of Niceratus, and let his brothers, who gave the row of tripods which stand in the precincts of Dionysus, come with him. Or you may summon Aristocrates, the son of Celius, who is the giver of that famous offering which is at Delphi. Summon, if you will, the whole house of Pericles, or any other great Athenian family whom you choose. They will all agree with you. I only am left alone and cannot agree, for you do not convince me, although you produce many false witnesses against me, in the hope of depriving me of my inheritance, which is the truth. But I consider that nothing worth speaking of will have been effected by me unless I make you the one witness of my words, nor by you, unless you make me the one witness of yours, no matter about the rest of the world. For there are two ways of refutation, one which is yours and that of the world in general, but mine is of another sort. Let us compare them, and see in what they differ. For, indeed, we are at issue about matters which to know is honorable and not to know disgraceful, to know or not to know happiness and misery, that is the chief of them. And what knowledge can be nobler? Or what ignorance more disgraceful than this? And therefore I will begin by asking you whether you do not think that a man who is unjust and doing injustice can be happy, seeing that you think Archelaus unjust, and yet happy? May I assume this to be your opinion? Polus, certainly. Socrates, but I say that this is an impossibility. Here is one point about which we are at issue. Very good. And do you mean to say also that if he meets with retribution and punishment he will still be happy? Polus, certainly not, in that case he will be most miserable. Socrates, on the other hand, if the unjust be not punished, then, according to you, he will be happy. Polus, yes. Socrates, but in my opinion, Polus, the unjust or doer of unjust actions is miserable in any case, more miserable, however, if he be not punished and does not meet with retribution. And less miserable if he be punished and meets with retribution at the hands of gods and men. Polus, you are maintaining a strange doctrine, Socrates. Socrates, I shall try to make you agree with me, O my friend, for as a friend I regard you. Then these are the points at issue between us, are they not? I was saying that to do is worse than to suffer injustice. Polus, exactly so. Socrates, and you said the opposite? Polus, yes. Socrates, I said also that the wicked are miserable, and you refuted me. Polus, by Zeus, I did. Socrates, in your own opinion, Polus. Polus, yes, and I rather suspect that I was in the right. Socrates, you further said that the wrongdoer is happy if he be unpunished. Polus, certainly. Socrates, and I affirm that he is most miserable, and that those who are punished are less miserable. Are you going to refute this proposition also? Polus, a proposition which is harder of refutation than the other, Socrates. Socrates, say rather, Polus, impossible, for who can refute the truth? Polus, what do you mean? If a man is detected in an unjust attempt to make himself a tyrant, and when detected is racked, mutilated, has his eyes burned out, and after having had all sorts of great injuries inflicted on him, and having seen his wife and children suffer the like, is at last impaled or tarred and burned alive, will he be happier than if he escape and become a tyrant, and continue all through life doing what he likes and holding the reins of government? The envying admiration both of citizens and strangers. Is that the paradox which, as you say, cannot be refuted? Socrates, there again, noble Polus, you are raising hobgoblins instead of refuting me. Just now you were calling witnesses against me. But please to refresh my memory a little. Did you say, in an unjust attempt to make himself a tyrant? Polus, yes, I did. Socrates, then I say that neither of them will be happier than the other, neither he who unjustly acquires a tyranny, nor he who suffers in the attempt, for of two miserables one cannot be the happier. But that he who escapes and becomes a tyrant is the more miserable of the two. Do you laugh, Polus? Well, this is a new kind of refutation, when anyone says anything, instead of refuting him to laugh at him. Polus, but do you not think, Socrates, that you have been sufficiently refuted, when you say that which no human being will allow? Ask the company. Socrates, O Polus, I am not a public man, and only last year, when my tribe were serving as prytanes, and it became my duty as their president to take the votes, there was a laugh at me, because I was unable to take them. And as I failed then, you must not ask me to count the suffrages of the company now, but if, as I was saying, you have no better argument than numbers, let me have a turn, and do you make trial of the sort of proof which, as I think, is required. For I shall produce one witness only of the truth of my words, and he is the person with whom I am arguing. His suffrage I know how to take, but with the many I have nothing to do, and do not even address myself to them. May I ask then whether you will answer in turn and have your words put to the proof? For I certainly think that I and you and every man do really believe, that to do is a greater evil than to suffer injustice, and not to be punished than to be punished. Polus, and I should say neither I, nor any man, would you yourself, for example, suffer rather than do injustice? Socrates, yes, and you, too, I or any man would. Polus, quite the reverse, neither you, nor I, nor any man. Socrates, but will you answer? Polus, to be sure, I will, for I am curious to hear what you can have to say. Socrates, tell me, then, and you will know, and let us suppose that I am beginning at the beginning, which of the two, Polus, in your opinion, is the worst? To do injustice or to suffer? Polus, I should say that suffering was worst. Socrates, and which is the greater disgrace? Answer. Polus, to do. Socrates, and the greater disgrace is the greater evil? Polus, certainly not. Socrates, I understand you to say, if I am not mistaken, that the honorable is not the same as the good, or the disgraceful as the evil. Polus, certainly not. Socrates, let me ask a question of you. When you speak of beautiful things, such as bodies, colors, figures, sounds, institutions, do you not call them beautiful in reference to some standard? Bodies, for example, are beautiful in proportion as they are useful, or as the sight of them gives pleasure to the spectators. Can you give any other account of personal beauty? Polus, I cannot. Socrates, and you would say of figures or colors generally that they were beautiful either by reason of the pleasure which they give, or of their use, or of both? Polus, yes, I should. Socrates, and you would call sounds and music beautiful for the same reason? Polus, I should. Socrates, laws and institutions also have no beauty in them except in so far as they are useful or pleasant or both. Polus, I think not. Socrates, and may not the same be said of the beauty of knowledge? Polus, to be sure, Socrates, and I very much approve of your measuring beauty by the standard of pleasure and utility. Socrates, and deformity or disgrace may be equally measured by the opposite standard of pain and evil? Polus, certainly. Socrates, then when of two beautiful things one exceeds in beauty, the measure of the excess is to be taken in one or both of these, that is to say, in pleasure or utility or both. Polus, very true. Socrates, and of two deformed things, that which exceeds in deformity or disgrace, exceeds either in pain or evil, must it not be so? Polus, yes. Socrates, but then again, what was the observation which you just now made, about doing and suffering wrong? Did you not say, that suffering wrong was more evil, and doing wrong more disgraceful? Polus, I did. Socrates, then, if doing wrong is more disgraceful than suffering, the more disgraceful must be more painful and must exceed in pain or in evil or both, does not that also follow? Polus, of course. Socrates, first, then, let us consider whether the doing of injustice exceeds the suffering in the consequent pain. Do the injurers suffer more than the injured? Polus, no, Socrates, certainly not. Socrates, then they do not exceed in pain? Polus, no. Socrates, but if not in pain, then not in both? Polus, certainly not. Socrates, then they can only exceed in the other? Polus, yes. Socrates, that is to say, in evil? Polus, true. Socrates, then doing injustice will have an excess of evil, and will therefore be a greater evil than suffering injustice? Polus, clearly. Socrates, but have not you and the world already agreed that to do injustice is more disgraceful than to suffer? Polus, yes. Socrates, and that is now discovered to be more evil? Polus, true. Socrates, and would you prefer a greater evil or a greater dishonor to a less one? Answer, Polus, and fear not. For you will come to no harm if you nobly resign yourself into the healing hand of the argument as to a physician without shrinking, and either say, yes, or no, to me. Polus, I should say, no. Socrates, would any other man prefer a greater to a less evil? Polus, no, not according to this way of putting the case, Socrates. Socrates, then I said truly, Polus, that neither you, nor I, nor any man, would rather do than suffer injustice. For to do injustice is the greater evil of the two. Polus, that is the conclusion. Socrates, you see, Polus, when you compare the two kinds of refutations, how unlike they are. All men, with the exception of myself, are of your way of thinking. But your single assent and witness are enough for me, I have no need of any other, I take your suffrage, and am regardless of the rest. Enough of this, and now let us proceed to the next question. Which is, whether the greatest of evils to a guilty man is to suffer punishment, as you supposed, or whether to escape punishment is not a greater evil, as I supposed. Consider, you would say that to suffer punishment is another name for being justly corrected when you do wrong? Polus, I should. Socrates, and would you not allow that all just things are honorable in so far as they are just? Please to reflect, and tell me your opinion. Polus, yes, Socrates, I think that they are. Socrates, consider again, where there is an agent, must there not also be a patient? Polus, I should say so. Socrates, and will not the patient suffer that which the agent does, and will not the suffering have the quality of the action? I mean, for example, that if a man strikes, there must be something which is stricken. Polus, yes. Socrates, and if the striker strikes violently or quickly, that which is struck will be struck violently or quickly. Polus, true. Socrates, and the suffering to him who is stricken is of the same nature as the act of him who strikes? Polus: Yes. Socrates: And if a man burns, there is something which is burned? Polus: Certainly. Socrates: And if he burns in excess or so as to cause pain, the thing burned will be burned in the same way? Polus: Truly. Socrates: And if he cuts, the same argument holds, there will be something cut? Polus: Yes. Socrates: And if the cutting be great or deep or such as will cause pain, the cut will be of the same nature? Polus: That is evident. Socrates: Then you would agree generally to the universal proposition which I was just now asserting, that the affection of the patient answers to the affection of the agent? Polus: I agree. Socrates: Then, as this is admitted, let me ask whether being punished is suffering or acting? Polus: Suffering. Socrates: There can be no doubt of that. Socrates: And suffering implies an agent? Polus: Certainly, Socrates. And he is the punisher? Socrates: And he who punishes rightly, punishes justly? Polus: Yes. Socrates: And therefore he acts justly? Polus: Justly. Socrates: Then he who is punished and suffers retribution, suffers justly? Polus: That is evident. Socrates: And that which is just has been admitted to be honorable? Polus: Certainly. Socrates: Then the punisher does what is honorable, and the punished suffers what is honorable? Polus: True. Socrates: And if what is honorable, then what is good, for the honorable is either pleasant or useful? Polus: Certainly. Socrates: Then he who is punished suffers what is good? Polus: That is true. Socrates: Then he is benefited? Polus: Yes. Socrates: Do I understand you to mean what I mean by the term benefited? I mean, that if he be justly punished his soul is improved. Polus: Surely. Socrates: Then he who is punished is delivered from the evil of his soul? Polus: Yes. Socrates: And is he not then delivered from the greatest evil? Look at the matter in this way: in respect of a man's estate, do you see any greater evil than poverty? Polus: There is no greater evil. Socrates: Again, in a man's bodily frame, you would say that the evil is weakness and disease and deformity? Polus: I should. Socrates: And do you not imagine that the soul likewise has some evil of her own? Polus: Of course. Socrates: And this you would call injustice and ignorance and cowardice, and the like? Polus: Certainly. Socrates: So then, in mind, body, and estate, which are three, you have pointed out three corresponding evils: injustice, disease, poverty? Polus: True. Socrates: And which of the evils is the most disgraceful? Is not the most disgraceful of them injustice, and in general the evil of the soul? Polus: By far the most. Socrates: And if the most disgraceful, then also the worst? Polus: What do you mean, Socrates? Socrates: I mean to say, that is most disgraceful has been already admitted to be most painful or hurtful, or both. Polus: Certainly. Socrates: And now injustice and all evil in the soul has been admitted by us to be most disgraceful? Polus: It has been admitted. Socrates: And most disgraceful either because most painful and causing excessive pain, or most hurtful, or both? Polus: Certainly. Socrates: And therefore to be unjust and intemperate, and cowardly and ignorant, is more painful than to be poor and sick? Polus: Nay, Socrates, the painfulness does not appear to me to follow from your premises. Socrates: Then, if, as you would argue, not more painful, the evil of the soul is of all evils the most disgraceful, and the excess of disgrace must be caused by some preternatural greatness or extraordinary hurtfulness of the evil. Polus: Clearly. Socrates: And that which exceeds most in hurtfulness will be the greatest of evils? Polus: Yes. Socrates: then injustice and intemperance, and in general the depravity of the soul, are the greatest of evils? Polus, that is evident. Socrates, now, what art is there which delivers us from poverty? Does not the art of making money? Polus, yes. Socrates, and what art frees us from disease? Does not the art of medicine? Polus, very true. Socrates, and what from vice and injustice? If you are not able to answer at once, ask yourself whither we go with the sick, and to whom we take them. Polus, to the physicians, Socrates. Socrates, and to whom do we go with the unjust and intemperate? Polus, to the judges, you mean. Socrates, who are to punish them? Polus, yes. Socrates, and do not those who rightly punish others, punish them in accordance with a certain rule of justice? Polus, clearly. Socrates, then the art of money-making frees a man from poverty, medicine from disease. And justice from intemperance and injustice? Polus, that is evident. Socrates, which, then, is the best of these three? Polus, will you enumerate them? Socrates, money-making, medicine, and justice. Polus, justice, Socrates, far excels the two others. Socrates, and justice, if the best, gives the greatest pleasure or advantage or both. Polus, yes. Socrates, but is the being healed a pleasant thing, and are those who are being healed pleased? Polus, I think not. Socrates, a useful thing, then? Polus, yes. Socrates, yes, because the patient is delivered from a great evil. And this is the advantage of enduring the pain, that you get well. Polus, certainly. Socrates, and would he be the happier man in his bodily condition, who is healed, or who never was out of health? Polus, clearly he who was never out of health. Socrates, yes, for happiness surely does not consist in being delivered from evils, but in never having had them. Polus, true. Socrates, and suppose the case of two persons who have some evil in their bodies, and that one of them is healed and delivered from evil, and another is not healed, but retains the evil, which of them is the most miserable? Polus, clearly he who is not healed. Socrates, and was not punishment said by us to be a deliverance from the greatest of evils, which is vice? Polus, true. Socrates, and justice punishes us, and makes us more just, and is the medicine of our vice? Polus, true. Socrates, he, then, has the first place in the scale of happiness who has never had vice in his soul. For this has been shown to be the greatest of evils. Polus, clearly. Socrates, and he has the second place, who is delivered from vice. Polus, true. Socrates, that is to say, he who receives admonition and rebuke and punishment. Polus, yes. Socrates, then he lives worst, who, having been unjust, has no deliverance from injustice. Polus, certainly. Socrates, that is, he lives worst who commits the greatest crimes, and who, being the most unjust of men, succeeds in escaping rebuke or correction or punishment. And this, as you say, has been accomplished by Archelaus and other tyrants and rhetoricians and potentates. Polus, true. Socrates, may not their way of proceeding, my friend, be compared to the conduct of a person who is afflicted with the worst of diseases and yet contrives not to pay the penalty to the physician for his sins against his constitution? And will not be cured, because, like a child, he is afraid of the pain of being burned or cut, is not that a parallel case? Polus, yes, truly. Socrates, he would seem as if he did not know the nature of health and bodily vigor. And if we are right, Polus, in our previous conclusions, they are in a like case who strive to evade justice, which they see to be painful, but are blind to the advantage which ensues from it. Not knowing how far more miserable a companion a diseased soul is than a diseased body. A soul, I say, which is corrupt and unrighteous and unholy. And hence they do all that they can to avoid punishment and to avoid being released from the greatest of evils. They provide themselves with money and friends, and cultivate to the utmost their powers of persuasion. But if we, Polus, are right, do you see what follows, or shall we draw out the consequences in form? Polus, if you please. Socrates, is it not a fact that injustice, and the doing of injustice, is the greatest of evils? Polus, that is quite clear. Socrates, and further, that to suffer punishment is the way to be released from this evil? Polus, true. Socrates, and not to suffer, is to perpetuate the evil? Polus, yes. Socrates, to do wrong, then, is second only in the scale of evils, but to do wrong and not to be punished, is first and greatest of all. Polus, that is true. Socrates, well, and was not this the point in dispute, my friend? You deemed Archelaus happy, because he was a very great criminal and unpunished. I, on the other hand, maintain that he or any other who like him has done wrong and has not been punished, is, and ought to be, the most miserable of all men. And that the doer of injustice is more miserable than the sufferer, and he who escapes punishment, more miserable than he who suffers. Was not that what I said? Polus, yes. Socrates, and it has been proved to be true? Polus, certainly. Socrates, well, Polus, but if this is true, where is the great use of rhetoric? If we admit what has been just now said, every man ought in every way to guard himself against doing wrong, for he will thereby suffer great evil. Polus, true. Socrates, and if he, or anyone about whom he cares, does wrong, he ought of his own accord to go where he will be immediately punished. He will run to the judge, as he would to the physician, in order that the disease of injustice may not be rendered chronic and become the incurable cancer of the soul. Must we not allow this consequence, Polus, if our former admissions are to stand? Is any other inference consistent with them? Polus, to that, Socrates, there can be but one answer. Socrates, then rhetoric is of no use to us, Polus, in helping a man to excuse his own injustice, that of his parents or friends, or children or country. But may be of use to anyone who holds that instead of excusing he ought to accuse, himself above all, and in the next degree his family or any of his friends who may be doing wrong. He should bring to light the iniquity and not conceal it, that so the wrongdoer may suffer and be made whole. And he should even force himself and others not to shrink, but with closed eyes like brave men to let the physician operate with knife or searing iron, not regarding the pain, in the hope of attaining the good and the honorable. Let him who has done things worthy of stripes, allow himself to be scourged, if of bonds, to be bound, if of a fine, to be fined, if of exile, to be exiled, if of death, to die, himself being the first to accuse himself and his own relations. And using rhetoric to this end, that his and their unjust actions may be made manifest, and that they themselves may be delivered from injustice, which is the greatest evil. Then, Polus, rhetoric would indeed be useful. Do you say yes or no to that? Polus, to me, Socrates, what you are saying appears very strange, though probably in agreement with your premises. Socrates, is not this the conclusion, if the premises are not disproven? Polus, yes, it certainly is. Socrates, and from the opposite point of view, if indeed it be our duty to harm another, whether an enemy or not, I accept the case of self-defense, then I have to be upon my guard, but if my enemy injures a third person, then in every sort of way, by word as well as deed, I should try to prevent his being punished, or appearing before the judge. And if he appears, I should contrive that he should escape, and not suffer punishment. If he has stolen a sum of money, let him keep what he has stolen and spend it on him and his, regardless of religion and justice. And if he have done things worthy of death, let him not die, but rather be immortal in his wickedness, or, if this is not possible, let him at any rate be allowed to live as long as he can. For such purposes, Polus, rhetoric may be useful, but is of small if of any use to him who is not intending to commit injustice. At least, there was no such use discovered by us in the previous discussion. Callicles, tell me, Chaerephon, is Socrates in earnest, or is he joking? Chaerephon, I should say, Callicles, that he is in most profound earnest, but you may well ask him. Callicles, by the gods, and I will. Tell me, Socrates, are you in earnest, or only in jest? For if you are in earnest, and what you say is true, is not the whole of human life turned upside down? And are we not doing, as would appear, in everything the opposite of what we ought to be doing? Socrates, O Callicles, if there were not some community of feelings among mankind, however varying in different persons, I mean to say, if every man's feelings were peculiar to himself and were not shared by the rest of his species, I do not see how we could ever communicate our impressions to one another. I make this remark because I perceive that you and I have a common feeling. For we are lovers both, and both of us have two loves apiece. I am the lover of Alcibiades, the son of Critias, and of philosophy. And you of the Athenian Demas, and of Demas the son of Pyrilampus. Now, I observe that you, with all your cleverness, do not venture to contradict your favorite in any word or opinion of his, but as he changes you change, backwards and forwards. When the Athenian Demas denies anything that you are saying in the assembly, you go over to his opinion, and you do the same with Demas, the fair young son of Pyrilampus. For you have not the power to resist the words and ideas of your loves. And if a person were to express surprise at the strangeness of what you say from time to time when under their influence, you would probably reply to him, if you were honest, that you cannot help saying what your loves say unless they are prevented. And that you can only be silent when they are. Now you must understand that my words are an echo too, and therefore you need not wonder at me. But if you want to silence me, silence philosophy, who is my love, for she is always telling me what I am now telling you, my friend. Neither is she capricious like my other love, for the son of Critias says one thing today and another thing tomorrow, but philosophy is always true. She is the teacher at whose words you are now wondering, and you have heard her yourself. Her you must refute, and either show, as I was saying, that to do injustice and to escape punishment is not the worst of all evils. Or, if you leave her word unrefuted, by the god of Egypt, I declare, O Callicles, that Callicles will never be at one with himself, but that his whole life will be a discord. And yet, my friend, I would rather that my lyre should be inharmonious, and that there should be no music in the chorus which I provided. Or that the whole world should be at odds with me, and oppose me, rather than that I myself should be at odds with myself, and contradict myself. Callicles, O Socrates, you are a regular declaimer, and seem to be running riot in the argument. And now you are declaiming in this way because Polus has fallen into the same error himself of which he accused Gorgias, for he said that when Gorgias was asked by you, whether, if someone came to him who wanted to learn rhetoric, and did not know justice, he would teach him justice, Gorgias in his modesty replied that he would, because he thought that mankind in general would be displeased if he answered no. And then in consequence of this admission, Gorgias was compelled to contradict himself, that being just the sort of thing in which you delight. Whereupon Polus laughed at you deservedly, as I think, but now he has himself fallen into the same trap. I cannot say very much for his wit when he conceded to you that to do is more dishonorable than to suffer injustice, for this was the admission which led to his being entangled by you. And because he was too modest to say what he thought, he had his mouth stopped. For the truth is, Socrates, that you, who pretend to be engaged in the pursuit of truth, are appealing now to the popular and vulgar notions of right, which are not natural, but only conventional. Convention and nature are generally at variance with one another, and hence, if a person is too modest to say what he thinks, he is compelled to contradict himself. And you, in your ingenuity perceiving the advantage to be thereby gained, slyly ask of him who is arguing conventionally a question which is to be determined by the rule of nature. And if he is talking of the rule of nature, you slip away to custom, as, for instance, you did in this very discussion about doing and suffering injustice. When Polus was speaking of the conventionally dishonorable, you assailed him from the point of view of nature, for by the rule of nature, to suffer injustice is the greater disgrace because the greater evil. But conventionally, to do evil is the more disgraceful. For the suffering of injustice is not the part of a man, but of a slave, who indeed had better die than live. Since when he is wronged and trampled upon, he is unable to help himself, or any other about whom he cares. The reason, as I conceive, is that the makers of laws are the majority who are weak. And they make laws and distribute praises and censures with a view to themselves and to their own interests. And they terrify the stronger sort of men, and those who are able to get the better of them, in order that they may not get the better of them, and they say, that dishonesty is shameful and unjust. Meaning, by the word injustice, the desire of a man to have more than his neighbors, for knowing their own inferiority, I suspect that they are too glad of equality. And therefore the endeavor to have more than the many, is conventionally said to be shameful and unjust, and is called injustice, whereas nature herself intimates that it is just for the better to have more than the worse. The more powerful than the weaker. And in many ways she shows, among men as well as among animals, and indeed among whole cities and races, that justice consists in the superior ruling over and having more than the inferior. For on what principle of justice did Xerxes invade Hellas, or his father the Scythians? Not to speak of numberless other examples. Nay, but these are the men who act according to nature. Yes, by heaven, and according to the law of nature, not, perhaps, according to that artificial law, which we invent and impose upon our fellows, of whom we take the best and strongest from their youth upwards. And tame them like young lions, charming them with the sound of the voice, and saying to them, that with equality they must be content, and that the equal is the honorable and the just. But if there were a man who had sufficient force, he would shake off and break through, and escape from all this. He would trample under foot all our formulas and spells and charms, and all our laws which are against nature. The slave would rise in rebellion and be lord over us, and the light of natural justice would shine forth. And this I take to be the sentiment of Pindar, when he says in his poem, that law is the king of all, of mortals as well as of immortals. This, as he says, makes might to be right, doing violence with highest hand. As I infer from the deeds of Eryxias, for without buying them. I do not remember the exact words, but the meaning is, that without buying them, and without their being given to him, he carried off the oxen of Geryon. According to the law of natural right, and that the oxen and other possessions of the weaker and inferior properly belong to the stronger and superior. And this is true, as you may ascertain, if you will leave philosophy and go on to higher things, for philosophy, Socrates, if pursued in moderation and at the proper age, is an elegant accomplishment. But too much philosophy is the ruin of human life. Even if a man has good parts, still, if he carries philosophy into later life, he is necessarily ignorant of all those things which a gentleman and a person of honor ought to know. He is inexperienced in the laws of the state, and in the language which ought to be used in the dealings of man with man, whether private or public, and utterly ignorant of the pleasures and desires of mankind and of human character in general. And people of this sort, when they betake themselves to politics or business, are as ridiculous as I imagine the politicians to be, when they make their appearance in the arena of philosophy. For, as Euripides says, every man shines in that and pursues that, and devotes the greatest portion of the day to that in which he most excels. But anything in which he is inferior, he avoids and depreciates. And praises the opposite from partiality to himself, and because he thinks that he will thus praise himself. The true principle is to unite them. Philosophy, as a part of education, is an excellent thing, and there is no disgrace to a man while he is young in pursuing such a study. But when he is more advanced in years, the thing becomes ridiculous, and I feel towards philosophers as I do towards those who lisp and imitate children. For I love to see a little child, who is not of an age to speak plainly, lisping at his play. There is an appearance of grace and freedom in his utterance, which is natural to his childish years. But when I hear some small creature carefully articulating its words, I am offended. The sound is disagreeable, and has to my ears the twang of slavery. So when I hear a man lisping, or see him playing like a child, his behavior appears to me ridiculous and unmanly and worthy of stripes. And I have the same feeling about students of philosophy. When I see a youth thus engaged, the study appears to me to be in character, and becoming a man of liberal education, and him who neglects philosophy I regard as an inferior man, who will never aspire to anything great or noble. But if I see him continuing the study in later life, and not leaving off, I should like to beat him, Socrates, for, as I was saying, such a one, even though he have good natural parts, becomes effeminate. He flies from the busy center and the marketplace, in which, as the poet says, men become distinguished. He creeps into a corner for the rest of his life, and talks in a whisper with 3 or 4 admiring youths, but never speaks out like a freeman in a satisfactory manner. Now I, Socrates, am very well inclined towards you, and my feeling may be compared with that of Zethus towards Amphion, in the play of Euripides, whom I was mentioning just now, for I am disposed to say to you much what Zethus said to his brother. That you, Socrates, are careless about the things of which you ought to be careful. And that you, who have a soul so noble, are remarkable for a puerile exterior. Neither in a court of justice could you state a case, or give any reason or proof, or offer valiant counsel on another's behalf. And you must not be offended, my dear Socrates, for I am speaking out of goodwill towards you, if I ask whether you are not ashamed of being thus defenseless. Which I affirm to be the condition not of you only but of all those who will carry the study of philosophy too far. For suppose that someone were to take you, or anyone of your sort, off to prison, declaring that you had done wrong when you had done no wrong, you must allow that you would not know what to do, there you would stand giddy and gaping, and not having a word to say. And when you went up before the court, even if the accuser were a poor creature and not good for much, you would die if you were disposed to claim the penalty of death. And yet, Socrates, what is the value of an art which converts a man of sense into a fool, who is helpless, and has no power to save either himself or others, when he is in the greatest danger and is going to be despoiled by his enemies of all his goods, and has to live, simply deprived of his rights of citizenship? He being a man who, if I may use the expression, may be boxed on the ears with impunity. Then, my good friend, take my advice, and refute no more. Learn the philosophy of business, and acquire the reputation of wisdom. But leave to others these niceties, whether they are to be described as follies or absurdities. For they will only give you poverty for the inmate of your dwelling. Cease, then, emulating these paltry splitters of words, and emulate only the man of substance and honor, who is well-to-do. Socrates, if my soul, Callicles, were made of gold, should I not rejoice to discover one of those stones with which they test gold, and the very best possible one to which I might bring my soul? And if the stone and I agreed in approving of her training, then I should know that I was in a satisfactory state, and that no other test was needed by me. Callicles, what is your meaning, Socrates? Socrates, I will tell you. I think that I have found in you the desired touchstone. Callicles, why? Socrates, because I am sure that if you agree with me in any of the opinions which my soul forms, I have at last found the truth indeed. For I consider that if a man is to make a complete trial of the good or evil of the soul, he ought to have 3 qualities, knowledge, goodwill, outspokenness, which are all possessed by you. Many whom I meet are unable to make trial of me, because they are not wise as you are, others are wise, but they will not tell me the truth, because they have not the same interest in me which you have. And these 2 strangers, Gorgias and Polus, are undoubtedly wise men and my very good friends, but they are not outspoken enough, and they are too modest. Why, their modesty is so great that they are driven to contradict themselves, first one and then the other of them, in the face of a large company, on matters of the highest moment. But you have all the qualities in which these others are deficient, having received an excellent education, to this many Athenians can testify. And you are my friend. Shall I tell you why I think so? I know that you, Callicles, and Tisander of Aphidne, and Andron the son of Androtion, and Nausicides of the Demi of Collarges, studied together. There were 4 of you. And I once heard you advising with one another as to the extent to which the pursuit of philosophy should be carried, and, as I know, you came to the conclusion that the study should not be pushed too much into detail. You were cautioning one another not to be overwise, you were afraid that too much wisdom might unconsciously to yourselves be the ruin of you. And now when I hear you giving the same advice to me which you then gave to your most intimate friends, I have a sufficient evidence of your real goodwill to me. And of the frankness of your nature and freedom from modesty I am assured by yourself, and the assurance is confirmed by your last speech. Well then, the inference in the present case clearly is, that if you agree with me in an argument about any point, that point will have been sufficiently tested by us, and will not require to be submitted to any further test. For you could not have agreed with me, either from lack of knowledge or from superfluity of modesty, nor yet from a desire to deceive me, for you are my friend, as you tell me yourself. And therefore when you and I are agreed, the result will be the attainment of perfect truth. Now there is no nobler inquiry, Callicles, than that which you censure me for making, what ought the character of a man to be, and what his pursuits, and how far is he to go, both in maturer years and in youth. For be assured that if I err in my own conduct I do not err intentionally, but from ignorance. Do not then desist from advising me, now that you have begun, until I have learned clearly what this is which I am to practice, and how I may acquire it. And if you find me assenting to your words, and hereafter not doing that to which I assented, call me dolt, and deem me unworthy of receiving further instruction. Once more, then, tell me what you and Pindar mean by natural justice. Do you not mean that the superior should take the property of the inferior by force, that the better should rule the worse, the noble have more than the mean? Am I not right in my recollection? Callicles, yes, that is what I was saying, and so I still aver. Socrates, and do you mean by the better the same as the superior? For I could not make out what you were saying at the time, whether you meant by the superior the stronger, and that the weaker must obey the stronger. As you seemed to imply when you said that great cities attack small ones in accordance with natural right, because they are superior and stronger, as though the superior and stronger and better were the same. Or whether the better may be also the inferior and weaker, and the superior the worse, or whether better is to be defined in the same way as superior, this is the point which I want to have cleared up. Are the superior and better and stronger the same or different? Callicles, I say unequivocally that they are the same. Socrates, then the many are by nature superior to the one, against whom, as you were saying, they make the laws? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, then the laws of the many are the laws of the superior? Callicles, very true. Socrates, then they are the laws of the better, for the superior class are far better, as you were saying? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and since they are superior, the laws which are made by them are by nature good? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and are not the many of opinion, as you were lately saying, that justice is equality, and that to do is more disgraceful than to suffer injustice? Is that so or not? Answer, Callicles, and let no modesty be found to come in the way. Do the many think, or do they not think thus? I must beg of you to answer, in order that if you agree with me I may fortify myself by the assent of so competent an authority. Callicles, yes, the opinion of the many is what you say. Socrates, then not only custom but nature also affirms that to do is more disgraceful than to suffer injustice, and that justice is equality. So that you seem to have been wrong in your former assertion, when accusing me you said that nature and custom are opposed, and that I, knowing this, was dishonestly playing between them, appealing to custom when the argument is about nature, and to nature when the argument is about custom. Callicles, this man will never cease talking nonsense. At your age, Socrates, are you not ashamed to be catching at words and chuckling over some verbal slip? Do you not see, have I not told you already, that by superior I mean better? Do you imagine me to say, that if a rabble of slaves and nondescripts, who are of no use except perhaps for their physical strength, get together, their ipsissima verba are laws? Socrates, ho! My philosopher, is that your line? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, I was thinking, Callicles, that something of the kind must have been in your mind, and that is why I repeated the question, what is the superior? I wanted to know clearly what you meant, for you surely do not think that two men are better than one, or that your slaves are better than you because they are stronger. Then please to begin again, and tell me who the better are, if they are not the stronger, and I will ask you, great sir, to be a little milder in your instructions, or I shall have to run away from you. Callicles, you are ironical. Socrates, no, by the hero Zethus, Callicles, by whose aid you were just now saying, 486a, many ironical things against me, I am not, tell me, then, whom you mean, by the better. Callicles, I mean the more excellent. Socrates, do you not see that you are yourself using words which have no meaning and that you are explaining nothing? Will you tell me whether you mean by the better and superior the wiser, or if not, whom? Callicles, most assuredly, I do mean the wiser. Socrates, then according to you, one wise man may often be superior to 10,000 fools, and he ought to rule them, and they ought to be his subjects, and he ought to have more than they should. This is what I believe that you mean, and you must not suppose that I am word-catching, if you allow that the one is superior to the 10,000. Callicles, yes. That is what I mean, and that is what I conceive to be natural justice, that the better and wiser should rule and have more than the inferior. Socrates, stop there, and let me ask you what you would say in this case. Let us suppose that we are all together as we are now. There are several of us, and we have a large common store of meats and drinks, and there are all sorts of persons in our company having various degrees of strength and weakness, and one of us, being a physician, is wiser in the matter of food than all the rest, and he is probably stronger than some and not so strong as others of us. Will he not, being wiser, be also better than we are, and are superior in this matter of food? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, either, then, he will have a larger share of the meats and drinks, because he is better, or he will have the distribution of all of them by reason of his authority. But he will not expend or make use of a larger share of them on his own person, or if he does, he will be punished. His share will exceed that of some, and be less than that of others, and if he be the weakest of all, he being the best of all will have the smallest share of all. Callicles, am I not right, my friend? Callicles, you talk about meats and drinks and physicians and other nonsense, I am not speaking of them. Socrates, well, but do you admit that the wiser is the better? Answer, yes, or no. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and ought not the better to have a larger share? Callicles, not of meats and drinks. Socrates, I understand, then, perhaps, of coats. The skillfulest weaver ought to have the largest coat, and the greatest number of them, and go about clothed in the best and finest of them. Callicles, fudge about coats. Socrates, then the skillfulest and best in making shoes ought to have the advantage in shoes. The shoemaker, clearly, should walk about in the largest shoes, and have the greatest number of them. Callicles, fudge about shoes. What nonsense are you talking? Socrates, or, if this is not your meaning, perhaps you would say that the wise and good and true husbandman should actually have a larger share of seeds, and have as much seed as possible for his own land. Callicles, how you go on, always talking in the same way, Socrates. Socrates, yes, Callicles, and also about the same things. Callicles, yes, by the gods, you are literally always talking of cobblers and fullers and cooks and doctors, as if this had to do with our argument. Socrates, but why will you not tell me in what a man must be superior and wiser in order to claim a larger share? Will you neither accept a suggestion, nor offer one? Callicles, I have already told you. In the first place, I mean by superiors not cobblers or cooks, but wise politicians who understand the administration of a state, and who are not only wise, but also valiant and able to carry out their designs. And not the men to faint from want of soul. Socrates, see now, most excellent Callicles, how different my charge against you is from that which you bring against me, for you reproach me with always saying the same. But I reproach you with never saying the same about the same things, for at one time you were defining the better and the superior to be the stronger, then again as the wiser, and now you bring forward a new notion. The superior and the better are now declared by you to be the more courageous. I wish, my good friend, that you would tell me, once for all, whom you affirm to be the better and superior, and in what they are better. Callicles, I have already told you that I mean those who are wise and courageous in the administration of a state. They ought to be the rulers of their states, and justice consists in their having more than their subjects. Socrates, but whether rulers or subjects will they or will they not have more than themselves, my friend? Callicles, what do you mean? Socrates, I mean that every man is his own ruler. But perhaps you think that there is no necessity for him to rule himself, he is only required to rule others. Callicles, what do you mean by his ruling over himself? Socrates, a simple thing enough. Just what is commonly said, that a man should be temperate and master of himself, and ruler of his own pleasures and passions. Callicles, what innocence! You mean those fools, the temperate? Socrates, certainly, anyone may know that to be my meaning. Callicles, quite so, Socrates, and they are really fools, for how can a man be happy who is the servant of anything? On the contrary, I plainly assert, that he who would truly live ought to allow his desires to wax to the uttermost, and not to chastise them. But when they have grown to their greatest he should have courage and intelligence to minister to them and to satisfy all his longings. And this I affirm to be natural justice and nobility. To this however the many cannot attain. And they blame the strong man because they are ashamed of their own weakness, which they desire to conceal, and hence they say that intemperance is base. As I have remarked already, they enslave the nobler natures, and being unable to satisfy their pleasures, they praise temperance and justice out of their own cowardice. For if a man had been originally the son of a king, or had a nature capable of acquiring an empire or a tyranny or sovereignty, what could be more truly base or evil than temperance, to a man like him, I say, who might freely be enjoying every good, and has no one to stand in his way, and yet has admitted custom and reason and the opinion of other men to be lords over him? Must not he be in a miserable plight whom the reputation of justice and temperance hinders from giving more to his friends than to his enemies, even though he be a ruler in his city? Nay, Socrates, for you profess to be a votary of the truth, and the truth is this, that luxury and intemperance and license, if they be provided with means, are virtue and happiness, all the rest is a mere bauble, agreements contrary to nature. Foolish talk of men, nothing worth. Socrates, there is a noble freedom, Callicles, in your way of approaching the argument, for what you say is what the rest of the world think, but do not like to say. And I must beg of you to persevere, that the true rule of human life may become manifest. Tell me, then, you say, do you not, that in the rightly developed man the passions ought not to be controlled, but that we should let them grow to the utmost and somehow or other satisfy them, and that this is virtue? Callicles, yes, I do. Socrates, then those who want nothing are not truly said to be happy? Callicles, no indeed, for then stones and dead men would be the happiest of all. Socrates, but surely life according to your view is an awful thing. And indeed I think that Euripides may have been right in saying, who knows if life be not death and death life? And that we are very likely dead. I have heard a philosopher say that at this moment we are actually dead, and that the body, sigma omega mu alpha, is our tomb, sigma eta mu alpha, and that the part of the soul which is the seat of the desires is liable to be tossed about by words and blown up and down. And some ingenious person, probably a Sicilian or an Italian, playing with the word, invented a tale in which he called the soul, because of its believing and make-believe nature, a vessel, 15, and the ignorant he called the uninitiated Eryxias. And the place in the souls of the uninitiated in which the desires are seated, being the intemperate and incontinent part, he compared to a vessel full of holes, because it can never be satisfied. He is not of your way of thinking, Callicles, for he declares, that of all the souls in Hades, meaning the invisible world, epsilon iota delta, these uninitiated or leaky persons are the most miserable. And that they pour water into a vessel which is full of holes out of a colander which is similarly perforated. The colander, as my informer assures me, is the soul, and the soul which he compares to a colander is the soul of the ignorant, which is likewise full of holes, and therefore incontinent, owing to a bad memory and want of faith. These notions are strange enough, but they show the principle which, if I can, I would fain prove to you. That you should change your mind, and, instead of the intemperate and insatiate life, choose that which is orderly and sufficient and has a due provision for daily needs. Do I make any impression on you, and are you coming over to the opinion that the orderly are happier than the intemperate? Or do I fail to persuade you, and, however many tales I rehearse to you, do you continue of the same opinion still? Callicles, the latter, Socrates, is more like the truth. Socrates, well, I will tell you another image, which comes out of the same school. Let me request you to consider how far you would accept this as an account of the two lives of the temperate and intemperate in a figure. There are two men, both of whom have a number of casks. The one man has his casks sound and full, one of wine, another of honey, and a third of milk, besides others filled with other liquids, and the streams which fill them are few and scanty. And he can only obtain them with a great deal of toil and difficulty. But when his casks are once filled he has no need to feed them any more, and has no further trouble with them or care about them. The other, in like manner, can procure streams, though not without difficulty. But his vessels are leaky and unsound, and night and day he is compelled to be filling them, and if he pauses for a moment, he is in an agony of pain. Such are their respective lives, and now would you say that the life of the intemperate is happier than that of the temperate? Do I not convince you that the opposite is the truth? Callicles, you do not convince me, Socrates, for the one who has filled himself has no longer any pleasure left, and this, as I was just now saying, is the life of a stone, he has neither joy nor sorrow after he is once filled. But the pleasure depends on the superabundance of the influx. Socrates, but the more you pour in, the greater the waste, and the holes must be large for the liquid to escape. Callicles, certainly. Socrates, the life which you are now depicting is not that of a dead man, or of a stone, but of a cormorant. You mean that he is to be hungering and eating? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and he is to be thirsting and drinking? Callicles, yes, that is what I mean, he is to have all his desires about him, and to be able to live happily in the gratification of them. Socrates, capital, excellent, go on as you have begun, and have no shame. I, too, must disencumber myself of shame, and first, will you tell me whether you include itching and scratching, provided you have enough of them and pass your life in scratching, in your notion of happiness? Callicles, what a strange being you are, Socrates. A regular mob orator. Socrates, that was the reason, Callicles, why I scared Polus and Gorgias, until they were too modest to say what they thought. But you will not be too modest and will not be scared, for you are a brave man. And now, answer my question. Callicles, I answer, that even the scratcher would live pleasantly. Socrates, and if pleasantly, then also happily. Callicles, to be sure. Socrates, but what if the itching is not confined to the head? Shall I pursue the question? And here, Callicles, I would have you consider how you would reply if consequences are pressed upon you, especially if in the last resort you are asked, whether the life of a catamite is not terrible, foul, miserable. Or would you venture to say, that they too are happy, if they only get enough of what they want? Callicles, are you not ashamed, Socrates, of introducing such topics into the argument? Socrates, well, my fine friend, but am I the introducer of these topics, or he who says without any qualification that all who feel pleasure in whatever manner are happy, and who admits of no distinction between good and bad pleasures? And I would still ask, whether you say that pleasure and good are the same, or whether there is some pleasure which is not a good? Callicles, well, then, for the sake of consistency, I will say that they are the same. Socrates, you are breaking the original agreement, Callicles, and will no longer be a satisfactory companion in the search after truth, if you say what is contrary to your real opinion. Callicles, why, that is what you are doing too, Socrates. Socrates, then we are both doing wrong. Still, my dear friend, I would ask you to consider whether pleasure, from whatever source derived, is the good. For, if this be true, then the disagreeable consequences which have been darkly intimated must follow, and many others. Callicles, that, Socrates, is only your opinion. Socrates, and do you, Callicles, seriously maintain what you are saying? Callicles, indeed I do. Socrates, then, as you are in earnest, shall we proceed with the argument? Callicles, by all means. 16. Socrates, well, if you are willing to proceed, determine this question for me. There is something, I presume, which you would call knowledge. Callicles, there is. Socrates, and were you not saying just now, that some courage implied knowledge? Callicles, I was. Socrates, and you were speaking of courage and knowledge as two things different from one another? Callicles, certainly I was. Socrates, and would you say that pleasure and knowledge are the same, or not the same? Callicles, not the same, O man of wisdom. Socrates, and would you say that courage differed from pleasure? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, well, then, let us remember that Callicles, the Acarnanian, says that pleasure and good are the same, but that knowledge and courage are not the same either with one another, or with the good. Callicles, and what does our friend Socrates, of Foxton, say, does he assent to this, or not? Socrates, he does not assent, neither will Callicles, when he sees himself truly. You will admit, I suppose, that good and evil fortune are opposed to each other. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and if they are opposed to each other, then, like health and disease, they exclude one another. A man cannot have them both, or be without them both, at the same time. Callicles, what do you mean? Socrates, take the case of any bodily affection. A man may have the complaint in his eyes which is called ophthalmia. Callicles, to be sure. Socrates, but he surely cannot have the same eyes well and sound at the same time. Callicles, certainly not. Socrates, and when he has got rid of his ophthalmia, has he got rid of the health of his eyes too? Is the final result, that he gets rid of them both together? Callicles, certainly not. Socrates, that would surely be marvelous and absurd. Callicles, very. Socrates, I suppose that he is affected by them, and gets rid of them in turns. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and he may have strength and weakness in the same way, by fits? Callicles, yes. Socrates, or swiftness and slowness? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, and does he have and not have good and happiness, and their opposites, evil and misery, in a similar alternation? Callicles, certainly he has. Socrates, if then there be anything which a man has and has not at the same time, clearly that cannot be good and evil, do we agree? Please not to answer without consideration. Callicles, I entirely agree. Socrates, go back now to our former admissions. Did you say that to hunger, I mean the mere state of hunger, was pleasant or painful? Callicles, I said painful, but that to eat when you are hungry is pleasant. Socrates, I know. But still the actual hunger is painful, am I not right? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and thirst, too, is painful. Callicles, yes, very. Socrates, need I adduce any more instances, or would you agree that all wants or desires are painful? Callicles, I agree, and therefore you need not adduce any more instances. Socrates, very good. And you would admit that to drink, when you are thirsty, is pleasant? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and in the sentence which you have just uttered, the word thirsty implies pain. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and the word drinking is expressive of pleasure, and of the satisfaction of the want. Callicles, yes. Socrates, there is pleasure in drinking? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, when you are thirsty? Socrates, and in pain. Callicles, yes. Socrates, do you see the inference, that pleasure and pain are simultaneous, when you say that being thirsty, you drink? For are they not simultaneous, and do they not affect at the same time the same part, whether of the soul or the body? Which of them is affected cannot be supposed to be of any consequence, is not this true? Callicles, it is. Socrates, you said also, that no man could have good and evil fortune at the same time. Callicles, yes, I did. Socrates, but you admitted, that when in pain a man might also have pleasure. Callicles, clearly. Socrates, then pleasure is not the same as good fortune, or pain the same as evil fortune, and therefore the good is not the same as the pleasant. Callicles, I wish I knew, Socrates, what your quibbling means. Socrates, you know, Callicles, but you affect not to know. Callicles, well, get on, and don't keep fooling, then you will know what a wiseacre you are in your admonition of me. Socrates, does not a man cease from his thirst and from his pleasure in drinking at the same time? Callicles, I do not understand what you are saying. Gorgias, nay, Callicles, answer, if only for our sakes. We should like to hear the argument out. Callicles, yes, Gorgias, but I must complain of the habitual trifling of Socrates, he is always arguing about little and unworthy questions. Gorgias, what matter? Your reputation, Callicles, is not at stake. Let Socrates argue in his own fashion. Callicles, well, then, Socrates, you shall ask these little peddling questions, since Gorgias wishes to have them. Socrates, I envy you, Callicles, for having been initiated into the great mysteries before you were initiated into the lesser. I thought that this was not allowable. But to return to our argument, does not a man cease from thirsting and from the pleasure of drinking at the same moment? Callicles, true. Socrates, and if he is hungry, or has any other desire, does he not cease from the desire and the pleasure at the same moment? Callicles, very true. Socrates, then he ceases from pain and pleasure at the same moment? Callicles, yes. Socrates, but he does not cease from good and evil at the same moment, as you have admitted. Do you still adhere to what you said? Callicles, yes, I do, but what is the inference? Socrates, why, my friend, the inference is that the good is not the same as the pleasant, or the evil the same as the painful. There is a cessation of pleasure and pain at the same moment, but not of good and evil, for they are different. How then can pleasure be the same as good, or pain as evil? And I would have you look at the matter in another light, which could hardly, I think, have been considered by you when you identified them. Are not the good good because they have good present with them? As the beautiful are those who have beauty present with them? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and do you call the fools and cowards good men? For you were saying just now that the courageous and the wise are the good, would you not say so? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, and did you never see a foolish child rejoicing? Callicles, yes, I have. Socrates, and a foolish man too? Callicles, yes, certainly, but what is your drift? Socrates, nothing particular, if you will only answer. Callicles, yes, I have. Socrates, and did you ever see a sensible man rejoicing or sorrowing? Callicles, yes. Socrates, which rejoice and sorrow most, the wise or the foolish? Callicles, they are much upon a par, I think, in that respect. Socrates, enough, and did you ever see a coward in battle? Callicles, to be sure. Socrates, and which rejoiced most at the departure of the enemy, the coward or the brave? Callicles, I should say, most, of both. Or at any rate, they rejoiced about equally. Socrates, no matter, then the cowards, and not only the brave, rejoice. Callicles, greatly. Socrates, and the foolish, so it would seem. Callicles, yes. Socrates, And are only the cowards pained at the approach of their enemies, or are the brave also pained? Callicles, both are pained. Socrates, and are they equally pained? Callicles, I should imagine that the cowards are more pained. Socrates, and are they not better pleased at the enemy's departure? Callicles, I dare say. Socrates, then are the foolish and the wise and the cowards and the brave all pleased and pained, as you were saying, in nearly equal degree. But are the cowards more pleased and pained than the brave? Callicles, yes. Socrates, but surely the wise and brave are the good, and the foolish and the cowardly are the bad? Callicles, yes. Socrates, then the good and the bad are pleased and pained in a nearly equal degree? Callicles, yes. Socrates, then are the good and bad in a nearly equal degree, or have the bad the advantage both in good and evil? I.e. in having more pleasure and more pain. Callicles, I really do not know what you mean. Socrates, why, do you not remember saying that the good were good because good was present with them, and the evil because evil? And that pleasures were goods and pains evils? Callicles, yes, I remember. Socrates, and are not these pleasures or goods present to those who rejoice, if they do rejoice? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, then those who rejoice are good when goods are present with them? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and those who are in pain have evil or sorrow present with them? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and would you still say that the evil are evil by reason of the presence of evil? Callicles, I should. Socrates, then those who rejoice are good, and those who are in pain evil? Callicles, yes. Socrates, the degrees of good and evil vary with the degrees of pleasure and of pain? Callicles, yes. Socrates, have the wise man and the fool, the brave and the coward, joy and pain in nearly equal degrees? Or would you say that the coward has more? Callicles, I should say that he has. Socrates, help me then to draw out the conclusion which follows from our admissions. For it is good to repeat and review what is good twice and thrice over, as they say. Both the wise man and the brave man we allow to be good? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and the foolish man and the coward to be evil? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, and he who has joy is good? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and he who is in pain is evil? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, the good and evil both have joy and pain, but, perhaps, the evil has more of them? Callicles, yes. Socrates, then must we not infer, that the bad man is as good and bad as the good, or, perhaps, even better? Is not this a further inference which follows equally with the preceding from the assertion that the good and the pleasant are the same? Can this be denied, Callicles? Callicles, I have been listening and making admissions to you, Socrates. And I remark that if a person grants you anything in play, you, like a child, want to keep hold and will not give it back. But do you really suppose that I or any other human being denies that some pleasures are good and others bad? Socrates, alas, Callicles, how unfair you are. You certainly treat me as if I were a child, sometimes saying one thing, and then another, as if you were meaning to deceive me. And yet I thought at first that you were my friend, and would not have deceived me if you could have helped. But I see that I was mistaken. And now I suppose that I must make the best of a bad business, as they said of old, and take what I can get out of you. Well, then, as I understand you to say, I may assume that some pleasures are good and others evil? Callicles, yes. Socrates, the beneficial are good, and the hurtful are evil? Callicles, to be sure. Socrates, and the beneficial are those which do some good, and the hurtful are those which do some evil? Callicles, yes. Socrates, take, for example, the bodily pleasures of eating and drinking, which we were just now mentioning. You mean to say that those which promote health, or any other bodily excellence, are good, and their opposites evil? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, and in the same way there are good pains and there are evil pains? Callicles, to be sure. Socrates, and ought we not to choose and use the good pleasures and pains? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, but not the evil? Callicles, clearly. Socrates, because, if you remember, Polus and I have agreed that all our actions are to be done for the sake of the good. And will you agree with us in saying, that the good is the end of all our actions, and that all our actions are to be done for the sake of the good, and not the good for the sake of them? Will you add a third vote to our two? Callicles, I will. Socrates, then pleasure, like everything else, is to be sought for the sake of that which is good, and not that which is good for the sake of pleasure. Callicles, to be sure. Socrates, but can every man choose what pleasures are good and what are evil, or must he have art or knowledge of them in detail? Callicles, he must have art. Socrates, let me now remind you of what I was saying to Gorgias and Polus. I was saying, as you will not have forgotten, that there were some processes which aim only at pleasure, and know nothing of a better and worse, and there are other processes which know good and evil. And I considered that cookery, which I do not call an art, but only an experience, was of the former class, which is concerned with pleasure, and that the art of medicine was of the class which is concerned with the good. And now, by the God of friendship, I must beg you, Callicles, not to jest, or to imagine that I am jesting with you. Do not answer at random and contrary to your real opinion, for you will observe that we are arguing about the way of human life. And to a man who has any sense at all, what question can be more serious than this? Whether he should follow after that way of life to which you exhort me, and act what you call the manly part of speaking in the assembly, and cultivating rhetoric, and engaging in public affairs, according to the principles now in vogue. Or whether he should pursue the life of philosophy, and in what the latter way differs from the former. But perhaps we had better first try to distinguish them, as I did before, and when we have come to an agreement that they are distinct, we may proceed to consider in what they differ from one another, and which of them we should choose. Perhaps, however, you do not even now understand what I mean. Callicles, no, I do not. Socrates, then I will explain myself more clearly, seeing that you and I have agreed that there is such a thing as good, and that there is such a thing as pleasure, and that pleasure is not the same as good. And that the pursuit and process of acquisition of the one, that is pleasure, is different from the pursuit and process of acquisition of the other. Which is good? I wish that you would tell me whether you agree with me thus far or not. Do you agree? Callicles, I do. Socrates, then I will proceed, and ask whether you also agree with me, and whether you think that I spoke the truth when I further said to Gorgias and Polus that cookery in my opinion is only an experience, and not an art at all. And that whereas medicine is an art, and attends to the nature and constitution of the patient, and has principles of action and reason in each case. Cookery in attending upon pleasure never regards either the nature or reason of that pleasure to which she devotes herself, but goes straight to her end, nor ever considers or calculates anything, but works by experience and routine. And just preserves the recollection of what she has usually done when producing pleasure. And first, I would have you consider whether I have proved what I was saying, and then whether there are not other similar processes which have to do with the soul, some of them processes of art. Making a provision for the soul's highest interest, others despising the interest, and, as in the previous case, considering only the pleasure of the soul, and how this may be acquired, but not considering what pleasures are good or bad. And having no other aim but to afford gratification, whether good or bad. In my opinion, Callicles, there are such processes, and this is the sort of thing which I term flattery, whether concerned with the body or the soul, or whenever employed with a view to pleasure and without any consideration of good and evil. And now I wish that you would tell me whether you agree with us in this notion, or whether you differ. Callicles, I do not differ, on the contrary, I agree. For in that way I shall soonest bring the argument to an end, and shall oblige my friend Gorgias. Socrates, and is this notion true of one soul, or of two or more? Callicles, equally true of 2 or more. Socrates, then a man may delight a whole assembly, and yet have no regard for their true interests. Callicles, yes. Socrates, can you tell me the pursuits which delight mankind, or rather, if you would prefer, let me ask, and do you answer, which of them belong to the pleasurable class, and which of them not? In the first place, what say you of flute playing? Does not that appear to be an art which seeks only pleasure, Callicles, and thinks of nothing else? Callicles, I assent. Socrates, and is not the same true of all similar arts, as, for example, the art of playing the lyre at festivals? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and what do you say of the choral art and of dithyrambic poetry? Are not they of the same nature? Do you imagine that Synesius the son of Meles cares about what will tend to the moral improvement of his hearers, or about what will give pleasure to the multitude? Callicles, there can be no mistake about Synesius, Socrates. Socrates, and what do you say of his father, Meles the harp player? Did he perform with any view to the good of his hearers? Could he be said to regard even their pleasure? For his singing was an infliction to his audience. And of harp playing and dithyrambic poetry in general, what would you say? Have they not been invented wholly for the sake of pleasure? Callicles, that is my notion of them. Socrates, and as for the muse of tragedy, that solemn and august personage, what are her aspirations? Is all her aim and desire only to give pleasure to the spectators, or does she fight against them and refuse to speak of their pleasant vices, and willingly proclaim in word and song truths welcome and unwelcome? Which in your judgment is her character? Callicles, there can be no doubt, Socrates, that tragedy has her face turned towards pleasure and the gratification of the audience. Socrates, and is not that the sort of thing, Callicles, which we were just now describing as flattery? Callicles, quite true. Socrates, well now, suppose that we strip all poetry of song and rhythm and meter, there will remain speech? Callicles, to be sure. Socrates, and this speech is addressed to a crowd of people? Callicles, yes. Socrates, then poetry is a sort of rhetoric? Callicles, true. Socrates, and do not the poets in the theatres seem to you to be rhetoricians? Callicles, yes. Socrates, then now we have discovered a sort of rhetoric which is addressed to a crowd of men, women, and children, freemen and slaves. And this is not much to our taste, for we have described it as having the nature of flattery. Callicles, quite true. Socrates, very good. And what do you say of that other rhetoric which addresses the Athenian assembly and the assemblies of freemen in other states? Do the rhetoricians appear to you always to aim at what is best, and do they seek to improve the citizens by their speeches, or are they too, like the rest of mankind, bent upon giving them pleasure? Forgetting the public good in the thought of their own interest, playing with the people as with children, and trying to amuse them, but never considering whether they are better or worse for this? Callicles, I must distinguish. There are some who have a real care of the public in what they say, while others are such as you describe. Socrates, I am contented with the admission that rhetoric is of 2 sorts. One, which is mere flattery and disgraceful declamation, the other, which is noble and aims at the training and improvement of the souls of the citizens, and strives to say what is best, whether welcome or unwelcome, to the audience. But have you ever known such a rhetoric, or if you have, and can point out any rhetorician who is of this stamp, who is he? Callicles, but, indeed, I am afraid that I cannot tell you of any such among the orators who are at present living. Socrates, well, then, can you mention anyone of a former generation, who may be said to have improved the Athenians, who found them worse and made them better, from the day that he began to make speeches? For, indeed, I do not know of such a man. Callicles, what? Did you never hear that Themistocles was a good man, and Cimon and Miltiades and Pericles, who is just lately dead, and whom you heard yourself? Socrates, yes, Callicles, they were good men, if, as you said at first, true virtue consists only in the satisfaction of our own desires and those of others. But if not, and if, as we were afterwards compelled to acknowledge, the satisfaction of some desires makes us better, and of others, worse, and we ought to gratify the one and not the other. And there is an art in distinguishing them. Can you tell me of any of these statesmen who did distinguish them? Callicles, no, indeed, I cannot. Socrates, yet, surely, Callicles, if you look you will find such a one. Suppose that we just calmly consider whether any of these was such as I have described. Will not the good man, who says whatever he says with a view to the best, speak with a reference to some standard and not at random? Just as all other artists, whether the painter, the builder, the shipwright, or any other look all of them to their own work, and do not select and apply at random what they apply, but strive to give a definite form to it. The artist disposes all things in order, and compels the one part to harmonize and accord with the other part, until he has constructed a regular and systematic whole. And this is true of all artists, and in the same way the trainers and physicians, of whom we spoke before, give order and regularity to the body. Do you deny this? Callicles, no, I am ready to admit it. Socrates, then the house in which order and regularity prevail is good, that in which there is disorder, evil. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and the same is true of a ship. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and the same may be said of the human body. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and what would you say of the soul? Will the good soul be that in which disorder is prevalent, or that in which there is harmony and order? Callicles, the latter follows from our previous admissions. Socrates, what is the name which is given to the effect of harmony and order in the body? Callicles, I suppose that you mean health and strength? Socrates, yes, I do. And what is the name which you would give to the effect of harmony and order in the soul? Try and discover a name for this as well as for the other. Callicles, why not give the name yourself, Socrates? Socrates, well, if you had rather that I should, I will, and you shall say whether you agree with me, and if not, you shall refute and answer me. Healthy, as I conceive, is the name which is given to the regular order of the body, whence comes health and every other bodily excellence. Is that true or not? Callicles, true. Socrates, and lawful, and law, are the names which are given to the regular order and action of the soul, and these make men lawful and orderly, and so we have temperance and justice, have we not? Callicles, granted. Socrates, and will not the true rhetorician who is honest and understands his art have his eye fixed upon these, in all the words which he addresses to the souls of men, and in all his actions, both in what he gives and in what he takes away? Will not his aim be to implant justice in the souls of his citizens and take away injustice, to implant temperance and take away intemperance, to implant every virtue and take away every vice? Do you not agree? Callicles, I agree. Socrates, for what use is there, Callicles, in giving to the body of a sick man who is in a bad state of health a quantity of the most delightful food or drink or any other pleasant thing, which may be really as bad for him as if you gave him nothing, or even worse if rightly estimated? Is not that true? Callicles, I will not say no to it. Socrates, for in my opinion there is no profit in a man's life if his body is in an evil plight, in that case his life also is evil, am I not right? Callicles, yes. Socrates, when a man is in health the physicians will generally allow him to eat when he is hungry and drink when he is thirsty, and to satisfy his desires as he likes. But when he is sick they hardly suffer him to satisfy his desires at all, even you will admit that? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and does not the same argument hold of the soul, my good sir? While she is in a bad state and is senseless and intemperate and unjust and unholy, her desires ought to be controlled, and she ought to be prevented from doing anything which does not tend to her own improvement. Callicles, yes. Socrates, such treatment will be better for the soul herself? Callicles, to be sure. Socrates, and to restrain her from her appetites is to chastise her? Callicles, yes. Socrates, then restraint or chastisement is better for the soul than intemperance or the absence of control, which you were just now preferring? Callicles, I do not understand you, Socrates, and I wish that you would ask someone who does. Socrates, here is a gentleman who cannot endure to be improved or to subject himself to that very chastisement of which the argument speaks. Callicles, I do not heed a word of what you are saying, and have only answered hitherto out of civility to Gorgias. Socrates, what are we to do, then? Shall we break off in the middle? Callicles, you shall judge for yourself. Socrates, well, but people say that a tail should have a head and not break off in the middle, and I should not like to have the argument going about without a head. Please then to go on a little longer, and put the head on. Callicles, how tyrannical you are, Socrates. I wish that you and your argument would rest, or that you would get someone else to argue with you. Socrates, but who else is willing? I want to finish the argument. Callicles, cannot you finish without my help, either talking straight on, or questioning and answering yourself? Socrates, must I then say with Epicharmus, 2 men spoke before, but now 1 shall be enough? I suppose that there is absolutely no help. And if I am to carry on the inquiry by myself, I will first of all remark that not only I but all of us should have an ambition to know what is true and what is false in this matter, for the discovery of the truth is a common good. And now I will proceed to argue according to my own notion. But if any of you think that I arrive at conclusions which are untrue, you must interpose and refute me, for I do not speak from any knowledge of what I am saying. I am an inquirer like yourselves, and therefore, if my opponent says anything which is of force, I shall be the first to agree with him. I am speaking on the supposition that the argument ought to be completed. But if you think otherwise, let us leave off and go our ways. Gorgias, I think, Socrates, that we should not go our ways until you have completed the argument, and this appears to me to be the wish of the rest of the company. I myself should very much like to hear what more you have to say. Socrates, I too, Gorgias, should have liked to continue the argument with Callicles, and then I might have given him an Amphion in return for his Zethus. But since you, Callicles, are unwilling to continue, I hope that you will listen, and interrupt me if I seem to you to be in error. And if you refute me, I shall not be angry with you as you are with me, but I shall inscribe you as the greatest of benefactors on the tablets of my soul. Callicles, my good fellow, never mind me, but get on. Socrates, listen to me, then, while I recapitulate the argument. Is the pleasant the same as the good? Not the same. Callicles and I are agreed about that. And is the pleasant to be pursued for the sake of the good? Or the good for the sake of the pleasant? The pleasant is to be pursued for the sake of the good. And that is pleasant at the presence of which we are pleased, and that is good at the presence of which we are good? To be sure. And we are good, and all good things whatever are good when some virtue is present in us or them. That, Callicles, is my conviction. But the virtue of each thing, whether body or soul, instrument or creature, when given to them in the best way comes to them not by chance but as the result of the order and truth and art which are imparted to them. Am I not right? I maintain that I am. And is not the virtue of each thing dependent on order or arrangement? Yes, I say. And that which makes a thing good is the proper order inhering in each thing. Such is my view. And is not the soul which has an order of her own better than that which has no order? Certainly. And the soul which has order is orderly? Of course. And that which is orderly is temperate? Assuredly. And the temperate soul is good? No other answer can I give, Callicles dear, have you any? Callicles, go on, my good fellow. Socrates, then I shall proceed to add, that if the temperate soul is the good soul, the soul which is in the opposite condition, that is, the foolish and intemperate, is the bad soul. Very true. And will not the temperate man do what is proper, both in relation to the gods and to men, for he would not be temperate if he did not? Certainly he will do what is proper. In his relation to other men he will do what is just. And in his relation to the gods he will do what is holy, and he who does what is just and holy must be just and holy. Very true. And must he not be courageous? For the duty of a temperate man is not to follow or to avoid what he ought not, but what he ought, whether things or men or pleasures or pains, and patiently to endure when he ought. And therefore, Callicles, the temperate man, being, as we have described, also just and courageous and holy, cannot be other than a perfectly good man, nor can the good man do otherwise than well and perfectly whatever he does. And he who does well must of necessity be happy and blessed, and the evil man who does evil, miserable. Now this latter is he whom you were applauding, the intemperate who is the opposite of the temperate. Such is my position, and these things I affirm to be true. And if they are true, then I further affirm that he who desires to be happy must pursue and practice temperance and run away from intemperance as fast as his legs will carry him. He had better order his life so as not to need punishment. But if either he or any of his friends, whether private individual or city, are in need of punishment, then justice must be done and he must suffer punishment, if he would be happy. This appears to me to be the aim which a man ought to have, and towards which he ought to direct all the energies both of himself and of the state, acting so that he may have temperance and justice present with him and be happy. Not suffering his lusts to be unrestrained, and in the never-ending desire satisfy them, leading a robber's life. Such a one is the friend neither of God nor man, for he is incapable of communion, and he who is incapable of communion is also incapable of friendship. And philosophers tell us, Callicles, that communion and friendship and orderliness and temperance and justice bind together heaven and earth and gods and men, and that this universe is therefore called cosmos or order, not disorder or misrule. My friend. But although you are a philosopher, you seem to me never to have observed that geometrical equality is mighty, both among gods and men. You think that you ought to cultivate inequality or excess, and do not care about geometry. Well, then, either the principle that the happy are made happy by the possession of justice and temperance, and the miserable miserable by the possession of vice, must be refuted, or, if it is granted, what will be the consequences? All the consequences which I drew before, Callicles, and about which you asked me whether I was in earnest when I said that a man ought to accuse himself and his son and his friend if he did anything wrong. And that to this end he should use his rhetoric, all those consequences are true. And that which you thought that Polus was led to admit out of modesty is true, viz., that, to do injustice, if more disgraceful than to suffer, is in that degree worse. And the other position, which, according to Polus, Gorgias admitted out of modesty, that he who would truly be a rhetorician ought to be just and have a knowledge of justice, has also turned out to be true. And now, these things being as we have said, let us proceed in the next place to consider whether you are right in throwing in my teeth that I am unable to help myself or any of my friends or kinsmen, or to save them in the extremity of danger. And that I am in the power of another like an outlaw to whom anyone may do what he likes, he may box my ears, which was a brave saying of yours. Or take away my goods or banish me, or even do his worst and kill me, a condition which, as you say, is the height of disgrace. My answer to you is one which has been already often repeated, but may as well be repeated once more. I tell you, Callicles, that to be boxed on the ears wrongfully is not the worst evil which can befall a man, nor to have my purse or my body cut open, but that to smite and slay me and mine wrongfully is far more disgraceful and more evil. Aye, and to despoil and enslave and pillage, or in any way at all to wrong me and mine, is far more disgraceful and evil to the doer of the wrong than to me who am the sufferer. These truths, which have been already set forth as I state them in the previous discussion, would seem now to have been fixed and riveted by us, if I may use an expression which is certainly bold, in words which are like bonds of iron and adamant. And unless you or some other still more enterprising hero shall break them, there is no possibility of denying what I say. For my position has always been, that I myself am ignorant how these things are, but that I have never met anyone who could say otherwise, any more than you can, and not appear ridiculous. This is my position still, and if what I am saying is true, and injustice is the greatest of evils to the doer of injustice, and yet there is if possible a greater than this greatest of evils, in an unjust man not suffering retribution. What is that defense of which the want will make a man truly ridiculous? Must not the defense be one which will avert the greatest of human evils? And will not the worst of all defenses be that with which a man is unable to defend himself or his family or his friends? And next will come that which is unable to avert the next greatest evil, thirdly that which is unable to avert the third greatest evil, and so of other evils. As is the greatness of evils, so is the honor of being able to avert them in their several degrees, and the disgrace of not being able to avert them. Am I not right, Callicles? Callicles, yes, quite right. Socrates, seeing then that there are these two evils, the doing injustice and the suffering injustice, and we affirm that to do injustice is a greater, and to suffer injustice a lesser evil, by what devices can a man succeed in obtaining the two advantages, the one of not doing and the other of not suffering injustice? Must he have the power, or only the will to obtain them? I mean to ask whether a man will escape injustice if he has only the will to escape, or must he have provided himself with the power? Callicles, he must have provided himself with the power. That is clear. Socrates, and what do you say of doing injustice? Is the will only sufficient, and will that prevent him from doing injustice, or must he have provided himself with power and art? And if he have not studied and practiced, will he be unjust still? Surely you might say, Callicles, whether you think that Polus and I were right in admitting the conclusion that no one does wrong voluntarily, but that all do wrong against their will. Callicles, granted, Socrates, if you will only have done. Socrates, then, as would appear, power and art have to be provided in order that we may do no injustice. Callicles, certainly. Socrates, and what art will protect us from suffering injustice, if not wholly, yet as far as possible? I want to know whether you agree with me, for I think that such an art is the art of one who is either a ruler or even tyrant himself, or the equal and companion of the ruling power. Callicles, well said, Socrates. And please to observe how ready I am to praise you when you talk sense. Socrates, think and tell me whether you would approve of another view of mine. To me every man appears to be most the friend of him who is most like to him, like to like, as ancient sages say. Would you not agree to this? Callicles, I should. Socrates, but when the tyrant is rude and uneducated, he may be expected to fear anyone who is his superior in virtue, and will never be able to be perfectly friendly with him. Callicles, that is true. Socrates, neither will he be the friend of anyone who is greatly his inferior, for the tyrant will despise him, and will never seriously regard him as a friend. Callicles, that again is true. Socrates, then the only friend worth mentioning, whom the tyrant can have, will be one who is of the same character, and has the same likes and dislikes, and is at the same time willing to be subject and subservient to him. He is the man who will have power in the state, and no one will injure him with impunity, is not that so? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and if a young man begins to ask how he may become great and formidable, this would seem to be the way. He will accustom himself, from his youth upward, to feel sorrow and joy on the same occasions as his master, and will contrive to be as like him as possible. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and in this way he will have accomplished, as you and your friends would say, the end of becoming a great man and not suffering injury. Callicles, very true. Socrates, but will he also escape from doing injury? Must not the very opposite be true, if he is to be like the tyrant in his injustice, and to have influence with him? Will he not rather contrive to do as much wrong as possible, and not be punished? Callicles, true. Socrates, and by the imitation of his master and by the power which he thus acquires will not his soul become bad and corrupted, and will not this be the greatest evil to him? Callicles, you always contrive somehow or other, Socrates, to invert everything. Do you not know that he who imitates the tyrant will, if he has a mind, kill him who does not imitate him and take away his goods? Socrates, excellent Callicles, I am not deaf, and I have heard that a great many times from you and from Polus and from nearly every man in the city, but I wish that you would hear me too. I dare say that he will kill him if he has a mind, the bad man will kill the good and true. Callicles, and is not that just the provoking thing? Socrates, nay, not to a man of sense, as the argument shows. Do you think that all our cares should be directed to prolonging life to the uttermost, and to the study of those arts which secure us from danger always? Like that art of rhetoric which saves men in courts of law, and which you advise me to cultivate? Callicles, yes, truly, and very good advice too. Socrates, well, my friend, but what do you think of swimming? Is that an art of any great pretensions? Callicles, no, indeed. Socrates, and yet surely swimming saves a man from death, and there are occasions on which he must know how to swim. And if you despise the swimmers, I will tell you of another and greater art, the art of the pilot, who not only saves the souls of men, but also their bodies and properties from the extremity of danger, just like rhetoric. Yet his art is modest and unpresuming, it has no airs or pretenses of doing anything extraordinary, and, in return for the same salvation which is given by the pleader, demands only 2 obols, if he brings us from Aegina to Athens. Or for the longer voyage from Pontus or Egypt, at the utmost 2 drachmae, when he has saved, as I was just now saying, the passenger and his wife and children and goods, and safely disembarked them at the Piraeus. This is the payment which he asks in return for so great a boon. And he who is the master of the art, and has done all this, gets out and walks about on the seashore by his ship in an unassuming way. For he is able to reflect and is aware that he cannot tell which of his fellow passengers he has benefited, and which of them he has injured in not allowing them to be drowned. He knows that they are just the same when he has disembarked them as when they embarked, and not a whit better either in their bodies or in their souls. And he considers that if a man who is afflicted by great and incurable bodily diseases is only to be pitied for having escaped, and is in no way benefited by him in having been saved from drowning, much less he who has great and incurable diseases. Not of the body, but of the soul, which is the more valuable part of him. Neither is life worth having nor of any profit to the bad man, whether he be delivered from the sea, or the law courts, or any other devourer, and so he reflects that such a one had better not live, for he cannot live well. And this is the reason why the pilot, although he is our Saviour, is not usually conceited, any more than the engineer, who is not at all behind either the general, or the pilot, or anyone else, in his saving power. For he sometimes saves whole cities. Is there any comparison between him and the pleader? And if he were to talk, Callicles, in your grandiose style, he would bury you under a mountain of words, declaring and insisting that we ought all of us to be engine-makers, and that no other profession is worth thinking about. He would have plenty to say. Nevertheless you despise him and his art, and sneeringly call him an engine-maker, and you will not allow your daughters to marry his son, or marry your son to his daughters. And yet, on your principle, what justice or reason is there in your refusal? What right have you to despise the engine-maker, and the others whom I was just now mentioning? I know that you will say, I am better, and better born. But if the better is not what I say, and virtue consists only in a man saving himself and his, whatever may be his character, then your censure of the engine-maker, and of the physician, and of the other arts of salvation, is ridiculous. Oh my friend! I want you to see that the noble and the good may possibly be something different from saving and being saved. May not he who is truly a man cease to care about living a certain time? He knows, as women say, that no man can escape fate, and therefore he is not fond of life. He leaves all that with God, and considers in what way he can best spend his appointed term. Whether by assimilating himself to the constitution under which he lives, as you at this moment have to consider how you may become as like as possible to the Athenian people, if you mean to be in their good graces, and to have power in the state. Whereas I want you to think and see whether this is for the interest of either of us. I would not have us risk that which is dearest on the acquisition of this power, like the Thessalian enchantresses, who, as they say, bring down the moon from heaven at the risk of their own perdition. But if you suppose that any man will show you the art of becoming great in the city, and yet not conforming yourself to the ways of the city, whether for better or worse, then I can only say that you are mistaken, Callides. For he who would deserve to be the true natural friend of the Athenian Demas, or of Pyrilamp's darling who is called after them, must be by nature like them, and not an imitator only. He, then, who will make you most like them, will make you as you desire, a statesman and orator, for every man is pleased when he is spoken to in his own language and spirit, and dislikes any other. But perhaps you, sweet Callicles, may be of another mind. What do you say? Callicles, somehow or other your words, Socrates, always appear to me to be good words, and yet, like the rest of the world, I am not quite convinced by them. Socrates, the reason is, Callicles, that the love of Demas which abides in your soul is an adversary to me, but I dare say that if we recur to these same matters, and consider them more thoroughly, you may be convinced for all that. Please, then, to remember that there are two processes of training all things, including body and soul. In the one, as we said, we treat them with a view to pleasure, and in the other with a view to the highest good, and then we do not indulge but resist them. Was not that the distinction which we drew? Callicles, very true. Socrates, and the one which had pleasure in view was just a vulgar flattery, was not that another of our conclusions? Callicles, be it so, if you will have it. Socrates, and the other had in view the greatest improvement of that which was ministered to, whether body or soul. Callicles, quite true. Socrates, and must we not have the same end in view in the treatment of our city and citizens? Must we not try and make them as good as possible? For we have already discovered that there is no use in imparting to them any other good, unless the mind of those who are to have the good, whether money, or office, or any other sort of power, be gentle and good. Shall we say that? Callicles, yes, certainly, if you like. Socrates, well, then, if you and I, Callicles, were intending 17 to set about some public business, and were advising one another to undertake buildings, such as walls, docks or temples of the largest size, ought we not to examine ourselves, first, as to whether we know or do not know the art of building, and who taught us? Would not that be necessary, Callicles? Callicles, true. Socrates, in the second place, we should have to consider whether we had ever constructed any private house, either of our own or for our friends, and whether this building of ours was a success or not. And if upon consideration we found that we had had good and eminent masters, and had been successful in constructing many fine buildings, not only with their assistance, but without them, by our own unaided skill, in that case prudence would not dissuade us from proceeding to the construction of public works. But if we had no master to show, and only a number of worthless buildings or none at all, then, surely, it would be ridiculous in us to attempt public works, or to advise one another to undertake them. Is not this true? Callicles, certainly. Socrates, and does not the same hold in all other cases? If you and I were physicians, and were advising one another that we were competent to practice as state physicians, should I not ask about you, and would you not ask about me? Well, but how about Socrates himself, has he good health? And was anyone else ever known to be cured by him, whether slave or freeman? And I should make the same inquiries about you. And if we arrived at the conclusion that no one, whether citizen or stranger, man or woman, had ever been any the better for the medical skill of either of us, then, by heaven, Callicles, what an absurdity to think that we or any human being should be so silly as to set up as state physicians and advise others like ourselves to do the same, without having first practiced in private, whether successfully or not, and acquired experience of the art. Is not this, as they say, to begin with the big jar when you are learning the potter's art, which is a foolish thing? Callicles, true. Socrates, and now, my friend, as you are already beginning to be a public character, and are admonishing and reproaching me for not being one, suppose that we ask a few questions of one another. Tell me, then, Callicles, how about making any of the citizens better? Was there ever a man who was once vicious, or unjust, or intemperate, or foolish, and became by the help of Callicles good and noble? Was there ever such a man, whether citizen or stranger, slave or freeman? Tell me, Callicles, if a person were to ask these questions of you, what would you answer? Whom would you say that you had improved by your conversation? There may have been good deeds of this sort which were done by you as a private person, before you came forward in public. Why will you not answer? Callicles, you are contentious, Socrates. Socrates, nay, I ask you, not from a love of contention, but because I really want to know in what way you think that affairs should be administered among us, whether, when you come to the administration of them, you have any other aim but the improvement of the citizens? Have we not already admitted many times over that such is the duty of a public man? Nay, we have surely said so, for if you will not answer for yourself I must answer for you. But if this is what the good man ought to effect for the benefit of his own state, allow me to recall to you the names of those whom you were just now mentioning, Pericles, and Cimon, and Miltiades, and Themistocles. And ask whether you still think that they were good citizens. Callicles, I do. Socrates, but if they were good, then clearly each of them must have made the citizens better instead of worse. Callicles, yes. Socrates, and, therefore, when Pericles first began to speak in the assembly, the Athenians were not so good as when he spoke last. Callicles, very likely. Socrates, nay, my friend, likely is not the word. For if he was a good citizen, the inference is certain. Callicles, and what difference does that make? Socrates, none. Only I should like further to know whether the Athenians are supposed to have been made better by Pericles, or, on the contrary, to have been corrupted by him. For I hear that he was the first who gave the people pay, and made them idle and cowardly, and encouraged them in the love of talk and money. Callicles, you heard that, Socrates, from the laconizing set who bruised their ears. Socrates, but what I am going to tell you now is not mere hearsay, but well known both to you and me, that at first Pericles was glorious and his character unimpeached by any verdict of the Athenians. This was during the time when they were not so good, yet afterwards, when they had been made good and gentle by him. At the very end of his life they convicted him of theft, and almost put him to death, clearly under the notion that he was a malefactor. Callicles, well, but how does that prove Pericles' badness? Socrates, why, surely you would say that he was a bad manager of asses or horses or oxen, who had received them originally neither kicking nor butting nor biting him, and implanted in them all these savage tricks. Would he not be a bad manager of any animals who received them gentle, and made them fiercer than they were when he received them? What do you say? Callicles, I will do you the favor of saying yes. Socrates, and will you also do me the favor of saying whether man is an animal? Callicles, certainly he is. Socrates, and was not Pericles a shepherd of men? Callicles, yes. Socrates, and if he was a good political shepherd, ought not the animals who were his subjects, as we were just now acknowledging, to have become more just and not more unjust? Callicles, quite true. Socrates, and are not just men gentle, as Homer says? Or are you of another mind? Callicles, I agree. Socrates, and yet he really did make them more savage than he received them, and their savageness was shown towards himself, which he must have been very far from desiring. Callicles, do you want me to agree with you? Socrates, yes, if I seem to you to speak the truth. Callicles, granted then. Socrates, and if they were more savage, must they not have been more unjust and inferior? Callicles, granted again. Socrates, then upon this view, Pericles was not a good statesman. Callicles, that is, upon your view. Socrates, nay, the view is yours, after what you have admitted. Take the case of Cimon again. Did not the very persons whom he was serving ostracize him, in order that they might not hear his voice for 10 years? And they did just the same to Themistocles, adding the penalty of exile, and they voted that Miltiades, the hero of Marathon, should be thrown into the pit of death, and he was only saved by the Prytanes. And yet, if they had been really good men, as you say, these things would never have happened to them. For the good charioteers are not those who at first keep their place, and then, when they have broken in their horses, and themselves become better charioteers, are thrown out, that is not the way either in charioteering or in any profession. What do you think? Callicles, I should think not. Socrates, well, but if so, the truth is, as I have said already, that in the Athenian state no one has ever shown himself to be a good statesman. You admitted that this was true of our present statesmen, but not true of former ones. And you preferred them to the others. Yet they have turned out to be no better than our present ones, and therefore, if they were rhetoricians, they did not use the true art of rhetoric or of flattery, or they would not have fallen out of favor. Callicles, but surely, Socrates, no living man ever came near any one of them in his performances. Socrates, oh, my dear friend, I say nothing against them regarded as the serving men of the state. And I do think that they were certainly more serviceable than those who are living now, and better able to gratify the wishes of the state. But as to transforming those desires and not allowing them to have their way, and using the powers which they had, whether of persuasion or of force, in the improvement of their fellow citizens, which is the prime object of the truly good citizen, I do not see that in these respects they were a whit superior to our present statesmen, although I do admit that they were more clever at providing ships and walls and docks, and all that. You and I have a ridiculous way, for during the whole time that we are arguing, we are always going round and round to the same point, and constantly misunderstanding one another. If I am not mistaken, you have admitted and acknowledged more than once, that there are two kinds of operations which have to do with the body, and two which have to do with the soul. One of the two is ministerial. And if our bodies are hungry provides food for them, and if they are thirsty gives them drink, or if they are cold supplies them with garments, blankets, shoes, and all that they crave. I use the same images as before intentionally, in order that you may understand me the better. The purveyor of the articles may provide them either wholesale or retail, or he may be the maker of any of them, the baker, or the cook, or the weaver, or the shoemaker, or the courier. And in so doing, being such as he is naturally supposed by himself and everyone to minister to the body. For none of them know that there is another art, an art of gymnastic and medicine which is the true minister of the body, and ought to be the mistress of all the rest. And to use their results according to the knowledge which she has and they have not, of the real good or bad effects of meats and drinks on the body. All other arts which have to do with the body are servile, menial, illiberal, and gymnastic and medicine are, as they ought to be, their mistresses. Now, when I say that all this is equally true of the soul, you seem at first to know and understand and assent to my words, and then a little while afterwards you come repeating, has not the state had good and noble citizens? And when I ask you who they are, you reply, seemingly quite in earnest, as if I had asked, who are or have been good trainers? And you had replied, Thearion, the baker, Methicus, who wrote the Sicilian cookery book, Sarambus, the vintner, these are ministers of the body, first-rate in their art. For the first makes admirable loaves, the second excellent dishes, and the third capital wine. To me these appear to be the exact parallel of the statesmen whom you mention. Now you would not be altogether pleased if I said to you, my friend, you know nothing of gymnastics. Those of whom you are speaking to me are only the ministers and purveyors of luxury, who have no good or noble notions of their art, and may very likely be filling and fattening men's bodies and gaining their approval. Although the result is that they lose their original flesh in the long run, and become thinner than they were before. And yet they, in their simplicity, will not attribute their diseases and loss of flesh to their entertainers. But when in after years the unhealthy surfeit brings the attendant penalty of disease, he who happens to be near them at the time, and offers them advice, is accused and blamed by them, and if they could they would do him some harm. While they proceed to eulogize the men who have been the real authors of the mischief. And that, Callicles, is just what you are now doing. You praise the men who feasted the citizens and satisfied their desires, and people say that they have made the city great, not seeing that the swollen, ulcerated condition of the state is to be attributed to these elder statesmen. For they have filled the city full of harbors and docks and walls and revenues and all that, and have left no room for justice and temperance. And when the crisis of the disorder comes, the people will blame the advisers of the hour, and applaud Themistocles and Cimon and Pericles, who are the real authors of their calamities. And if you are not careful they may assail you and my friend Alcibiades, when they are losing not only their new acquisitions, but also their original possessions. Not that you are the authors of these misfortunes of theirs, although you may perhaps be accessories to them. A great piece of work is always being made, as I see and am told, now as of old, about our statesmen. When the state treats any of them as malefactors, I observe that there is a great uproar and indignation at the supposed wrong which is done to them, after all their many services to the state, that they should unjustly perish, so the tale runs. But the cry is all a lie, for no statesman ever could be unjustly put to death by the city of which he is the head. The case of the professed statesman is, I believe, very much like that of the professed sophist. For the sophists, although they are wise men, are nevertheless guilty of a strange piece of folly. Professing to be teachers of virtue, they will often accuse their disciples of wronging them, and defrauding them of their pay, and showing no gratitude for their services. Yet what can be more absurd than that men who have become just and good, and whose injustice has been taken away from them, and who have had justice implanted in them by their teachers, should act unjustly by reason of the injustice which is not in them? Can anything be more irrational, my friends, than this? You, Callicles, compel me to be a mob orator, because you will not answer. Callicles, and you are the man who cannot speak unless there is someone to answer. Socrates, I suppose that I can. Just now, at any rate, the speeches which I am making are long enough because you refuse to answer me. But I adjure you by the God of friendship, my good sir, do tell me whether there does not appear to you to be a great inconsistency in saying that you have made a man good, and then blaming him for being bad? Callicles, yes, it appears so to me. Socrates, do you never hear our professors of education speaking in this inconsistent manner? Callicles, yes, but why talk of men who are good for nothing? Socrates, I would rather say, why talk of men who profess to be rulers, and declare that they are devoted to the improvement of the city, and nevertheless upon occasion declaim against the utter vileness of the city? Do you think that there is any difference between one and the other? My good friend, the sophist and the rhetorician, as I was saying to Polus, are the same, or nearly the same, but you ignorantly fancy that rhetoric is a perfect thing, and sophistry a thing to be despised. Whereas the truth is, that sophistry is as much superior to rhetoric as legislation is to the practice of law, or gymnastic to medicine. The orators and sophists, as I am inclined to think, are the only class who cannot complain of the mischief ensuing to themselves from that which they teach others, without in the same breath accusing themselves of having done no good to those whom they profess to benefit. Is not this a fact? Callicles, certainly it is. Socrates, if they were right in saying that they make men better, then they are the only class who can afford to leave their remuneration to those who have been benefited by them. Whereas if a man has been benefited in any other way, if, for example, he has been taught to run by a trainer, he might possibly defraud him of his pay, if the trainer left the matter to him, and made no agreement with him that he should receive money as soon as he had given him the utmost speed. For not because of any deficiency of speed do men act unjustly, but by reason of injustice. Callicles, very true. Socrates, and he who removes injustice can be in no danger of being treated unjustly, he alone can safely leave the honorarium to his pupils, if he be really able to make them good, am I not right? Callicles, yes. Socrates, then we have found the reason why there is no dishonor in a man receiving pay who is called in to advise about building or any other art. Callicles, yes, we have found the reason. Socrates, but when the point is, how a man may become best himself, and best govern his family and state, then to say that you will give no advice gratis is held to be dishonorable. Callicles, true. Socrates, and why? Because only such benefits call forth a desire to requite them, and there is evidence that a benefit has been conferred when the benefactor receives a return, otherwise not. Is this true? Callicles, it is. Socrates, then to which service of the state do you invite me? Determine for me. Am I to be the physician of the state who will strive and struggle to make the Athenians as good as possible, or am I to be the servant and flatterer of the state? Speak out, my good friend, freely and fairly as you did at first and ought to do again, and tell me your entire mind. Callicles, I say then that you should be the servant of the state. Socrates, the flatterer. Well, sir, that is a noble invitation. Callicles, the mission, Socrates, or what you please. For if you refuse, the consequences will be. Socrates, do not repeat the old story, that he who likes will kill me and get my money. For then I shall have to repeat the old answer, that he will be a bad man and will kill the good, and that the money will be of no use to him, but that he will wrongly use that which he wrongly took, and if wrongly, basely, and if basely, hurtfully. Callicles, how confident you are, Socrates, that you will never come to harm. You seem to think that you are living in another country, and can never be brought into a court of justice, as you very likely may be brought by some miserable and mean person. Socrates, then I must indeed be a fool, Callicles, if I do not know that in the Athenian state any man may suffer anything. And if I am brought to trial and incur the dangers of which you speak, he will be a villain who brings me to trial, of that I am very sure, for no good man would accuse the innocent. Nor shall I be surprised if I am put to death. Shall I tell you why I anticipate this? Callicles, by all means. Socrates, I think that I am the only or almost the only Athenian living who practices the true art of politics, I am the only politician of my time. Now, seeing that when I speak my words are not uttered with any view of gaining favor, and that I look to what is best and not to what is most pleasant, having no mind to use those arts and graces which you recommend, I shall have nothing to say in the justice court. And you might argue with me, as I was arguing with Polus, I shall be tried just as a physician would be tried in a court of little boys at the indictment of the cook. What would he reply under such circumstances, if someone were to accuse him, saying, O my boys, many evil things has this man done to you, he is the death of you, especially of the younger ones among you. Cutting and burning and starving and suffocating you, until you know not what to do. He gives you the bitterest potions, and compels you to hunger and thirst. How unlike the variety of meats and sweets on which I feasted you. What do you suppose that the physician would be able to reply when he found himself in such a predicament? If he told the truth he could only say, all these evil things, my boys, I did for your health, and then would there not just be a clamor among a jury like that? How they would cry out. Callicles, I dare say. Socrates, would he not be utterly at a loss for a reply? Callicles, he certainly would. Socrates, and I too shall be treated in the same way, as I well know, if I am brought before the court. For I shall not be able to rehearse to the people the pleasures which I have procured for them, and which, although I am not disposed to envy either the procurers or enjoyers of them, are deemed by them to be benefits and advantages. And if anyone says that I corrupt young men, and perplex their minds, or that I speak evil of old men, and use bitter words towards them, whether in private or public, it is useless for me to reply. As I truly might, all this I do for the sake of justice, and with a view to your interest, my judges, and to nothing else. And therefore there is no saying what may happen to me. Callicles, and do you think, Socrates, that a man who is thus defenseless is in a good position? Socrates, yes, Callicles, if he have that defense, which as you have often acknowledged he should have, if he be his own defense, and have never said or done anything wrong either in respect of gods or men. And this has been repeatedly acknowledged by us to be the best sort of defense. And if anyone could convict me of inability to defend myself or others after this sort, I should blush for shame, whether I was convicted before many, or before a few, or by myself alone. And if I died from want of ability to do so, that would indeed grieve me. But if I died because I have no powers of flattery or rhetoric, I am very sure that you would not find me repining at death. For no man who is not an utter fool and coward is afraid of death itself, but he is afraid of doing wrong. For to go to the world below having one's soul full of injustice is the last and worst of all evils. And in proof of what I say, if you have no objection, I should like to tell you a story. Callicles, very well, proceed, and then we shall have done. Socrates, listen, then, as storytellers say, to a very pretty tale, which I dare say that you may be disposed to regard as a fable only, but which, as I believe, is a true tale, for I mean to speak the truth. Homer tells us 18 how Zeus and Poseidon and Pluto divided the empire which they inherited from their father. Now in the days of Cronos there existed a law respecting the destiny of man, which has always been, and still continues to be in heaven, that he who has lived all his life in justice and holiness shall go, when he is dead, to the islands of the blessed, and dwell there in perfect happiness out of the reach of evil. But that he who has lived unjustly and impiously shall go to the house of vengeance and punishment, which is called Tartarus. And in the time of Cronos, and even quite lately in the reign of Zeus, the judgment was given on the very day on which the men were to die, the judges were alive, and the men were alive. And the consequence was that the judgments were not well given. Then Pluto and the authorities from the islands of the blessed came to Zeus, and said that the souls found their way to the wrong places. Zeus said, I shall put a stop to this. The judgments are not well given, because the persons who are judged have their clothes on, for they are alive. And there are many who, having evil souls, are apparelled in fair bodies, or encased in wealth or rank, and, when the day of judgment arrives, numerous witnesses come forward and testify on their behalf that they have lived righteously. The judges are awed by them, and they themselves too have their clothes on when judging, their eyes and ears and their whole bodies are interposed as a veil before their own souls. All this is a hindrance to them. There are the clothes of the judges and the clothes of the judged. What is to be done? I will tell you, in the first place, I will deprive men of the foreknowledge of death, which they possess at present, this power which they have. Prometheus has already received my orders to take from them, in the second place. They shall be entirely stripped before they are judged, for they shall be judged when they are dead. And the judge too shall be naked, that is to say, dead, he with his naked soul shall pierce into the other naked souls. And they shall die suddenly and be deprived of all their kindred, and leave their brave attire strewn upon the earth. Conducted in this manner, the judgment will be just. I knew all about the matter before any of you, and therefore I have made my sons judges, 2 from Asia, Minos and Rhadamanthus, and 1 from Europe, Eryxias. And these, when they are dead, shall give judgment in the meadow at the parting of the ways, whence the 2 roads lead, one to the islands of the blessed, and the other to Tartarus. Rhadamanthus shall judge those who come from Asia, and Eryxias those who come from Europe. And to Minos I shall give the primacy, and he shall hold a court of appeal, in case either of the 2 others are in any doubt. Then the judgment respecting the last journey of men will be as just as possible. From this tale, Callicles, which I have heard and believe, I draw the following inferences. Death, if I am right, is in the first place the separation from one another of 2 things, soul and body, nothing else. And after they are separated they retain their several natures, as in life. The body keeps the same habit, and the results of treatment or accident are distinctly visible in it. For example, he who by nature or training or both, was a tall man while he was alive, will remain as he was, after he is dead. And the fat man will remain fat, and so on, and the dead man, who in life had a fancy to have flowing hair, will have flowing hair. And if he was marked with the whip and had the prints of the scourge or of wounds in him when he was alive, you might see the same in the dead body. And if his limbs were broken or misshapen when he was alive, the same appearance would be visible in the dead. And in a word, whatever was the habit of the body during life would be distinguishable after death, either perfectly, or in a great measure and for a certain time. And I should imagine that this is equally true of the soul, Callicles. When a man is stripped of the body, all the natural or acquired affections of the soul are laid open to view. And when they come to the judge, as those from Asia come to Rhadamanthus, he places them near him and inspects them quite impartially, not knowing whose the soul is. Perhaps he may lay hands on the soul of the great king, or of some other king or potentate, who has no soundness in him, but his soul is marked with the whip, and is full of the prints and scars of perjuries and crimes with which each action has stained him. And he is all crooked with falsehood and imposture, and has no straightness, because he has lived without truth. Him Rhadamanthus beholds, full of all deformity and disproportion, which is caused by license and luxury and insolence and incontinence, and dispatches him ignominiously to his prison, and there he undergoes the punishment which he deserves. Now the proper office of punishment is twofold: he who is rightly punished ought either to become better and profit by it, or he ought to be made an example to his fellows, that they may see what he suffers, and fear and become better. Those who are improved when they are punished by gods and men, are those whose sins are curable, and they are improved, as in this world so also in another, by pain and suffering. For there is no other way in which they can be delivered from their evil. But they who have been guilty of the worst crimes, and are incurable by reason of their crimes, are made examples. For, as they are incurable, the time has passed at which they can receive any benefit. They get no good themselves, but others get good when they behold them enduring forever the most terrible and painful and fearful sufferings as the penalty of their sins. There they are, hanging up as examples. In the prison house of the world below, a spectacle and a warning to all unrighteous men who come thither. And among them, as I confidently affirm, will be found Archelaus, if Polus truly reports of him, and any other tyrant who is like him. Of these fearful examples, most, as I believe, are taken from the class of tyrants and kings and potentates and public men, for they are the authors of the greatest and most impious crimes, because they have the power. And Homer witnesses to the truth of this, for they are always kings and potentates whom he has described as suffering everlasting punishment in the world below. Such were Tantalus and Sisyphus and Tityus. But no one ever described Thersites, or any private person who was a villain, as suffering everlasting punishment, or as incurable. For to commit the worst crimes, as I am inclined to think, was not in his power, and he was happier than those who had the power. No, Callicles, the very bad men come from the class of those who have power. And yet in that very class there may arise good men, and worthy of all admiration they are, for where there is great power to do wrong, to live and to die justly is a hard thing, and greatly to be praised, and few there are who attain to this. Such good and true men, however, there have been, and will be again, at Athens and in other states, who have fulfilled their trust righteously, and there is one who is quite famous all over Hellas, Aristides, the son of Lysimachus. But, in general, great men are also bad, my friend. As I was saying, Rhadamanthus, when he gets a soul of the bad kind, knows nothing about him, neither who he is, nor who his parents are, he knows only that he has got hold of a villain. And seeing this, he stamps him as curable or incurable, and sends him away to Tartarus, whither he goes and receives his proper recompense. Or, again, he looks with admiration on the soul of some just one who has lived in holiness and truth. He may have been a private man or not, and I should say, Callicles, that he is most likely to have been a philosopher who has done his own work, and not troubled himself with the doings of other men in his lifetime. Him Rhadamanthus sends to the islands of the blessed. Eryxias does the same, and they both have scepters, and judge. But Minos alone has a golden scepter and is seated looking on, as Odysseus in Homer 19 declares that he saw him. Holding a scepter of gold, and giving laws to the dead. Now I, Callicles, am persuaded of the truth of these things, and I consider how I shall present my soul whole and undefiled before the judge in that day. Renouncing the honors at which the world aims, I desire only to know the truth, and to live as well as I can, and, when I die, to die as well as I can. And, to the utmost of my power, I exhort all other men to do the same. And, in return for your exhortation of me, I exhort you also to take part in the great combat, which is the combat of life, and greater than every other earthly conflict. And I retort your reproach of me, and say, that you will not be able to help yourself when the day of trial and judgment, of which I was speaking, comes upon you. You will go before the judge, the son of Aegina, and, when he has got you in his grip and is carrying you off, you will gape and your head will swim round, just as mine would in the courts of this world. And very likely someone will shamefully box you on the ears, and put upon you any sort of insult. Perhaps this may appear to you to be only an old wife's tale, which you will contemn. And there might be reason in your contemning such tales, if by searching we could find out anything better or truer, but now you see that you and Polus and Gorgias, who are the three wisest of the Greeks of our day, are not able to show that we ought to live any life which does not profit in another world as well as in this. And of all that has been said, nothing remains unshaken but the saying, that to do injustice is more to be avoided than to suffer injustice, and that the reality and not the appearance of virtue is to be followed above all things, as well in public as in private life. And that when anyone has been wrong in anything, he is to be chastised, and that the next best thing to a man being just is that he should become just, and be chastised and punished. Also that he should avoid all flattery of himself as well as of others, of the few or of the many, and rhetoric and any other art should be used by him, and all his actions should be done always, with a view to justice. Follow me then, and I will lead you where you will be happy in life and after death, as the argument shows. And never mind if someone despises you as a fool, and insults you, if he has a mind. Let him strike you, by Zeus, and do you be of good cheer, and do not mind the insulting blow, for you will never come to any harm in the practice of virtue, if you are a really good and true man. When we have practiced virtue together, we will apply ourselves to politics, if that seems desirable, or we will advise about whatever else may seem good to us, for we shall be better able to judge then. In our present condition we ought not to give ourselves airs, for even on the most important subjects we are always changing our minds, so utterly stupid are we. Let us, then, take the argument as our guide, which has revealed to us that the best way of life is to practice justice and every virtue in life and death. This way let us go. And in this exhort all men to follow, not in the way to which you trust and in which you exhort me to follow you, for that way, Callicles, is nothing worth. Appendix I. It seems impossible to separate by any exact line the genuine writings of Plato from the spurious. The only external evidence to them which is of much value is that of Aristotle. For the Alexandrian catalogues of a century later include manifest forgeries. Even the value of the Aristotelian authority is a good deal impaired by the uncertainty concerning the date and authorship of the writings which are ascribed to him. And several of the citations of Aristotle omit the name of Plato, and some of them omit the name of the dialogue from which they are taken. Prior, however, to the inquiry about the writings of a particular author, general considerations which equally affect all evidence to the genuineness of ancient writings are the following: shorter works are more likely to have been forged, or to have received an erroneous designation, than longer ones. And some kinds of composition, such as epistles or panegyrical orations, are more liable to suspicion than others. Those, again, which have a taste of sophistry in them, or the ring of a later age, or the slighter character of a rhetorical exercise, or in which a motive or some affinity to spurious writings can be detected, or which seem to have originated in a name or statement really occurring in some classical author, are also of doubtful credit. While there is no instance of any ancient writing proved to be a forgery, which combines excellence with length. A really great and original writer would have no object in fathering his works on Plato. And to the forger or imitator, the literary hack of Alexandria and Athens, the gods did not grant originality or genius. Further, in attempting to balance the evidence for and against a Platonic dialogue, we must not forget that the form of the Platonic writing was common to several of his contemporaries. Aeschines, Euclid, Phaedo, Antisthenes, and in the next generation Aristotle, are all said to have composed dialogues, and mistakes of names are very likely to have occurred. Greek literature in the 3rd century before Christ was almost as voluminous as our own, and without the safeguards of regular publication, or printing, or binding, or even of distinct titles. An unknown writing was naturally attributed to a known writer whose works bore the same character, and the name once appended easily obtained authority. A tendency may also be observed to blend the works and opinions of the master with those of his scholars. To a later Platonist, the difference between Plato and his imitators was not so perceptible as to ourselves. The memorabilia of Xenophon and the dialogues of Plato are but a part of a considerable Socratic literature which has passed away. And we must consider how we should regard the question of the genuineness of a particular writing, if this lost literature had been preserved to us. These considerations lead us to adopt the following criteria of genuineness: 1. That is most certainly Plato's which Aristotle attributes to him by name, which, 2, is of considerable length, of, 3, great excellence. And also, 4, in harmony with the general spirit of the Platonic writings. But the testimony of Aristotle cannot always be distinguished from that of a later age, see above, and has various degrees of importance. Those writings which he cites without mentioning Plato, under their own names, e.g. the Hippias, the funeral oration, the Phaedo, etc., have an inferior degree of evidence in their favor. They may have been supposed by him to be the writings of another, although in the case of really great works, e.g. the Phaedo, this is not credible. Those again which are quoted but not named, are still more defective in their external credentials. There may be also a possibility that Aristotle was mistaken, or may have confused the master and his scholars in the case of a short writing, but this is inconceivable about a more important work, e.g. the Laws, especially when we remember that he was living at Athens, and a frequenter of the groves of the Academy, during the last 20 years of Plato's life. Nor must we forget that in all his numerous citations from the Platonic writings he never attributes any passage found in the extant dialogues to anyone but Plato. And lastly, we may remark that one or two great writings, such as the Parmenides, and the Politicus, which are wholly devoid of Aristotelian, 1, credentials may be fairly attributed to Plato, on the ground of, 2, length, 3, excellence, and, 4, accordance with the general spirit of his writings. Indeed, the greater part of the evidence for the genuineness of ancient Greek authors may be summed up under two heads only: 1, excellence, and 2, uniformity of tradition, a kind of evidence, which though in many cases sufficient, is of inferior value. Proceeding upon these principles we appear to arrive at the conclusion that 19/20ths of all the writings which have ever been ascribed to Plato, are undoubtedly genuine. There is another portion of them, including the epistles, the epinomes, the dialogues rejected by the ancients themselves, namely, the Axiochus, the Justo, the Virtut, Demodocus, Sisyphus, Eryxias, which on grounds both of internal and external evidence, we are able with equal certainty to reject. But there still remains a small portion of which we are unable to affirm either that they are genuine or spurious. They may have been written in youth, or possibly like the works of some painters, may be partly or wholly the compositions of pupils. Or they may have been the writings of some contemporary transferred by accident to the more celebrated name of Plato, or of some Platonist in the next generation who aspired to imitate his master. Not that on grounds either of language or philosophy we should lightly reject them. Some difference of style, or inferiority of execution, or inconsistency of thought, can hardly be considered decisive of their spurious character. For who always does justice to himself, or who writes with equal care at all times? Certainly not Plato, who exhibits the greatest differences in dramatic power, in the formation of sentences, and in the use of words, if his earlier writings are compared with his later ones, say the Protagoras, or Phaedrus, with the Laws. Or who can be expected to think in the same manner during a period of authorship extending over above 50 years, in an age of great intellectual activity, as well as of political and literary transition? Certainly not Plato, whose earlier writings are separated from his later ones by as wide an interval of philosophical speculation as that which separates his later writings from Aristotle. The dialogues which have been translated in the first appendix, and which appear to have the next claim to genuineness among the Platonic writings, are the Lesser Hippias, the Menexenus, or Funeral Oration, the First Alcibiades. Of these, the Lesser Hippias and the Funeral Oration are cited by Aristotle, the first in the Metaphysics, for 29:5, the latter in the Rhetoric, 3:14-11. Neither of them are expressly attributed to Plato, but in his citation of both of them he seems to be referring to passages in the extant dialogues. From the mention of Hippias in the singular by Aristotle, we may perhaps infer that he was unacquainted with a second dialogue bearing the same name. Moreover, the mere existence of a greater and lesser Hippias, and of a first and second Alcibiades, does to a certain extent throw a doubt upon both of them. Though a very clever and ingenious work, the lesser Hippias does not appear to contain anything beyond the power of an imitator, who was also a careful student of the earlier Platonic writings, to invent. The motive or leading thought of the dialogue may be detected in Xenophon Memorabilia, and there is no similar instance of a motive, which is taken from Xenophon in an undoubted dialogue of Plato. On the other hand, the upholders of the genuineness of the dialogue will find in the Hippias a true Socratic spirit. They will compare the ion as being akin both in subject and treatment. They will urge the authority of Aristotle. And they will detect in the treatment of the Sophist, in the satirical reasoning upon Homer, in the reductio ad absurdum of the doctrine that vice is ignorance, traces of a Platonic authorship. In reference to the last point we are doubtful, as in some of the other dialogues, whether the author is asserting or overthrowing the paradox of Socrates, or merely following the argument, whither the wind blows. That no conclusion is arrived at is also in accordance with the character of the earlier dialogues. The resemblances or imitations of the Gorgias, Protagoras, and Euthydemus, which have been observed in the Hippias, cannot with certainty be adduced on either side of the argument. On the whole, more may be said in favor of the genuineness of the Hippias than against it. The Menexenus, or funeral oration, is cited by Aristotle, and is interesting as supplying an example of the manner in which the orators praised the Athenians among the Athenians, falsifying persons and dates, and casting a veil over the gloomier events of Athenian history. It exhibits an acquaintance with the funeral oration of Thucydides, and was, perhaps, intended to rival that great work. If genuine, the proper place of the Menexenus would be at the end of the Phaedrus. The satirical opening and the concluding words bear a great resemblance to the earlier dialogues. The oration itself is professedly a mimetic work, like the speeches in the Phaedrus, and cannot therefore be tested by a comparison of the other writings of Plato. The funeral oration of Pericles is expressly mentioned in the Phaedrus, and this may have suggested the subject. In the same manner that the Cleitophon appears to be suggested by the slight mention of Cleitophon in his attachment to Thrasymachus in the Republic, compare 465a. And the Theids by the mention of Theids in the Apology and Republic, or as the second Alcibiades, seems to be founded upon the text of Xenophon, Memorabilia I 3, 1. A similar taste for parody appears not only in the Phaedrus, but in the Protagoras, in the Symposium, and to a certain extent in the Parmenides. To these two doubtful writings of Plato I have added the first Alcibiades, which, of all the disputed dialogues of Plato, has the greatest merit and is somewhat longer than any of them, though not verified by the testimony of Aristotle. And in many respects at variance with the Symposium in the description of the relations of Socrates and Alcibiades. Like the lesser Hippias and the Menexenus, it is to be compared to the earlier writings of Plato. The motive of the piece may, perhaps, be found in that passage of the Symposium in which Alcibiades describes himself as self-convicted by the words of Socrates, 216b, c. For the disparaging manner in which Schleiermacher has spoken of this dialogue there seems to be no sufficient foundation. At the same time, the lesson imparted is simple, and the irony more transparent than in the undoubted dialogues of Plato. We know, too, that Alcibiades was a favorite thesis, and that at least 5 or 6 dialogues bearing this name passed current in antiquity, and are attributed to contemporaries of Socrates and Plato. 1. In the entire absence of real external evidence, for the catalogues of the Alexandrian librarians cannot be regarded as trustworthy, and, 2. In the absence of the highest marks either of poetical or philosophical excellence. And, 3. Considering that we have expressed testimony to the existence of contemporary writings bearing the name of Alcibiades, we are compelled to suspend our judgment on the genuineness of the extant dialogue. Neither at this point, nor at any other, do we propose to draw an absolute line of demarcation between genuine and spurious writings of Plato. They fade off imperceptibly from one class to another. There may have been degrees of genuineness in the dialogues themselves, as there are certainly degrees of evidence by which they are supported. The traditions of the oral discourses both of Socrates and Plato may have formed the basis of semi-Platonic writings. Some of them may be of the same mixed character which is apparent in Aristotle and Hippocrates, although the form of them is different. But the writings of Plato, unlike the writings of Aristotle, seem never to have been confused with the writings of his disciples. This was probably due to their definite form, and to their inimitable excellence. The three dialogues which we have offered in the appendix to the criticism of the reader may be partly spurious and partly genuine. They may be altogether spurious, that is an alternative which must be frankly admitted. Nor can we maintain of some other dialogues, such as the Parmenides, and the Sophist, and Politicus, that no considerable objection can be urged against them. Though greatly overbalanced by the weight, chiefly, of internal evidence in their favor. Nor, on the other hand, can we exclude a bare possibility that some dialogues which are usually rejected, such as the Greater Hippias and the Cleitophon, may be genuine. The nature and object of these semi-Platonic writings require more careful study and more comparison of them with one another, and with forged writings in general, than they have yet received, before we can finally decide on their character. We do not consider them all as genuine until they can be proved to be spurious, as is often maintained and still more often implied in this and similar discussions. But should say of some of them, that their genuineness is neither proven nor disproven until further evidence about them can be adduced. And we are as confident that the epistles are spurious, as that the Republic, the Timaeus, and the Laws are genuine. On the whole, not a 20th part of the writings which pass under the name of Plato, if we exclude the works rejected by the ancients themselves and 2 or 3 other plausible inventions, can be fairly doubted by those who are willing to allow that a considerable change and growth may have taken place in his philosophy, see above. That 20th debatable portion scarcely in any degree affects our judgment of Plato, either as a thinker or a writer, and though suggesting some interesting questions to the scholar and critic, is of little importance to the general reader. Lesser Hippias. Introduction. The Lesser Hippias may be compared with the earlier dialogues of Plato, in which the contrast of Socrates and the Sophists is most strongly exhibited. Hippias, like Protagoras and Gorgias, though civil, is vain and boastful. He knows all things, he can make anything, including his own clothes. He is a manufacturer of poems and declamations, and also of seal rings, shoes, strigils. His girdle, which he has woven himself, is of a finer than Persian quality. He is a vainer, lighter nature than the 2 great Sophists, compare Protagoras, 3:14, 3:37, but of the same character with them, and equally impatient of the short-cut and thrust method of Socrates, whom he endeavors to draw into a long oration. At last, he gets tired of being defeated at every point by Socrates, and is with difficulty induced to proceed, compare Thrasymachus, Protagoras, Callicles, and others, to whom the same reluctance is ascribed. Hippias like Protagoras has common sense on his side, when he argues, citing passages of the Iliad in support of his view, that Homer intended Achilles to be the bravest, Odysseus the wisest of the Greeks. But he is easily overthrown by the superior dialectics of Socrates, who pretends to show that Achilles is not true to his word, and that no similar inconsistency is to be found in Odysseus. Hippias replies that Achilles unintentionally, but Odysseus intentionally, speaks falsehood. But is it better to do wrong intentionally or unintentionally? Socrates, relying on the analogy of the arts, maintains the former, Hippias the latter of the 2 alternatives. All this is quite conceived in the spirit of Plato, who is very far from making Socrates always argue on the side of truth. The over-reasoning on Homer, which is of course satirical, is also in the spirit of Plato. Poetry turned logic is even more ridiculous than rhetoric turned logic, and equally fallacious. There were reasoners in ancient as well as in modern times, who could never receive the natural impression of Homer, or of any other book which they read. The argument of Socrates, in which he picks out the apparent inconsistencies and discrepancies in the speech and actions of Achilles, and the final paradox, that he who is true is also false. remind us of the interpretation by Socrates of Simonides in the Protagoras, and of similar reasonings in the first book of the Republic. The discrepancies which Socrates discovers in the words of Achilles are perhaps as great as those discovered by some of the modern separatists of the Homeric poems. At last, Socrates, having caught Hippias in the toils of the voluntary and involuntary, is obliged to confess that he is wandering about in the same labyrinth. He makes the reflection on himself which others would make upon him, compare Protagoras, sub fin. He does not wonder that he should be in a difficulty, but he wonders at Hippias, and he becomes sensible of the gravity of the situation, when ordinary men like himself can no longer go to the wise and be taught by them. It may be remarked as bearing on the genuineness of this dialogue, 1. That the manners of the speakers are less subtle and refined than in the other dialogues of Plato. 2. That the sophistry of Socrates is more palpable and unblushing, and also more unmeaning. 3. That many turns of thought and style are found in it which appear also in the other dialogues, whether resemblances of this kind tell in favor of or against the genuineness of an ancient writing, is an important question which will have to be answered differently in different cases. For that a writer may repeat himself is as true as that a forger may imitate, and Plato elsewhere, either of set purpose or from forgetfulness, is full of repetitions. The parallelisms of the lesser Hippias, as already remarked, are not of the kind which necessarily imply that the dialogue is the work of a forger. The parallelisms of the greater Hippias, with the other dialogues, and the allusion to the lesser 285, 286a, b, where Hippias sketches the program of his next lecture, and invites Socrates to attend and bring any friends with him who may be competent judges, are more than suspicious. They are of a very poor sort, such as we cannot suppose to have been due to Plato himself. The greater Hippias more resembles the Euthydemus than any other dialogue, but is immeasurably inferior to it. The lesser Hippias seems to have more merit than the greater, and to be more Platonic in spirit. The character of Hippias is the same in both dialogues, but his vanity and boasting are even more exaggerated in the greater Hippias. His art of memory is specially mentioned in both. He is an inferior type of the same species as Hippodamus of Miletus, Aristotle Politics 2:8, section 1. Some passages in which the lesser Hippias may be advantageously compared with the undoubtedly genuine dialogues of Plato are the following: Lesser Hippias 369b, compare Republic 6:487, Socrates' cunning in argument is parallel to Ibid. D.E. Compare Laches 188, Socrates' feeling about arguments is parallel to 372b, c. Compare Republic I 338b, Socrates not unthankful is parallel to 373b, compare Republic I 340d, Socrates dishonest in argument. The lesser Hippias, though inferior to the other dialogues, may be reasonably believed to have been written by Plato, on the ground, 1. Of considerable excellence, 2. Of uniform tradition beginning with Aristotle and his school. That the dialogue falls below the standard of Plato's other works, or that he has attributed to Socrates an unmeaning paradox, perhaps with the view of showing that he could beat the Sophists at their own weapons, or that he could make the worse appear the better cause, or merely as a dialectical experiment, are not sufficient reasons for doubting the genuineness of the work. Lesser Hippias. Persons of the dialogue: Eutychus, Socrates, Hippias. Eutychus: Why are you silent, Socrates, after the magnificent display which Hippias has been making? Why do you not either refute his words, if he seems to you to have been wrong in any point, or join with us in commending him? There is the more reason why you should speak, because we are now alone, and the audience is confined to those who may fairly claim to take part in a philosophical discussion. Socrates: I should greatly like, Eutychus, to ask Hippias the meaning of what he was saying just now about Homer. I have heard your father, Apomantus, declare that the Iliad of Homer is a finer poem than the Odyssey in the same degree that Achilles was a better man than Odysseus. Odysseus, he would say, is the central figure of the one poem and Achilles of the other. Now, I should like to know, if Hippias has no objection to tell me, what he thinks about these two heroes, and which of them he maintains to be the better. He has already told us in the course of his exhibition many things of various kinds about Homer and divers other poets. Eutychus, I am sure that Hippias will be delighted to answer anything which you would like to ask. Tell me, Hippias, if Socrates asks you a question, will you answer him? Hippias, indeed, Eutychus, I should be strangely inconsistent if I refused to answer Socrates, when at each Olympic festival, as I went up from my house at Elis to the temple of Olympia, where all the Hellenes were assembled, I continually professed my willingness to perform any of the exhibitions which I had prepared, and to answer any questions which anyone had to ask. Socrates, truly, Hippias, you are to be congratulated, if at every Olympic festival you have such an encouraging opinion of your own wisdom when you go up to the temple. I doubt whether any muscular hero would be so fearless and confident in offering his body to the combat at Olympia, as you are in offering your mind. Hippias, and with good reason, Socrates. For since the day when I first entered the lists at Olympia I have never found any man who was my superior in anything. Socrates, what an ornament, Hippias, will the reputation of your wisdom be to the city of Elis and to your parents. But to return, what say you of Odysseus and Achilles? Which is the better of the two? And in what particular does either surpass the other? For when you were exhibiting and there was company in the room, though I could not follow you, I did not like to ask what you meant, because a crowd of people were present, and I was afraid that the question might interrupt your exhibition. But now that there are not so many of us, and my friend Eutychus bids me ask, I wish you would tell me what you were saying about these two heroes, so that I may clearly understand. How did you distinguish them? Hippias, I shall have much pleasure, Socrates, in explaining to you more clearly than I could in public my views about these and also about other heroes. I say that Homer intended Achilles to be the bravest of the men who went to Troy, Nestor the wisest, and Odysseus the wiliest. Socrates, O rare Hippias, will you be so good as not to laugh, if I find a difficulty in following you, and repeat my questions several times over? Please to answer me kindly and gently. Hippias, I should be greatly ashamed of myself, Socrates, if I, who teach others and take money of them, could not, when I was asked by you, answer in a civil and agreeable manner. Socrates, thank you. The fact is, that I seem to understand what you meant when you said that the poet intended Achilles to be the bravest of men, and also that he intended Nestor to be the wisest. But when you said that he meant Odysseus to be the wiliest, I must confess that I could not understand what you were saying. Will you tell me, and then I shall perhaps understand you better, has not Homer made Achilles wily? Hippias, certainly not, Socrates. He is the most straightforward of mankind, and when Homer introduces them talking with one another in the passage called the Prayers, Achilles is supposed by the poet to say to Odysseus, Son of Laertes, sprung from heaven, crafty Odysseus. I will speak out plainly the word which I intend to carry out in act, and which will, I believe, be accomplished. For I hate him like the gates of death who thinks one thing and says another. But I will speak that which shall be accomplished. Now, in these verses he clearly indicates the character of the two men. He shows Achilles to be true and simple, and Odysseus to be wily and false, for he supposes Achilles to be addressing Odysseus in these lines. Socrates, now, Hippias, I think that I understand your meaning. When you say that Odysseus is wily, you clearly mean that he is false. Hippias, exactly so, Socrates, it is the character of Odysseus, as he is represented by Homer in many passages both of the Iliad and Odyssey. Socrates, and Homer must be presumed to have meant that the true man is not the same as the false. Hippias, of course, Socrates. Socrates, and is that your own opinion, Hippias? Hippias, certainly, how can I have any other? Socrates, well, then, as there is no possibility of asking Homer what he meant in these verses of his, let us leave him. But as you show a willingness to take up his cause, and your opinion agrees with what you declare to be his, will you answer on behalf of yourself and him? Hippias, I will, ask shortly anything which you like. Socrates, do you say that the false, like the sick, have no power to do things, or that they have the power to do things? Hippias, I should say that they have power to do many things, and in particular to deceive mankind. Socrates, then, according to you, they are both powerful and wily, are they not? Hippias, yes. Socrates, and are they wily, and do they deceive by reason of their simplicity and folly, or by reason of their cunning and a certain sort of prudence? Hippias, by reason of their cunning and prudence, most certainly. Socrates, then they are prudent, I suppose. Hippias, so they are, very. Socrates, and if they are prudent, do they know or do they not know what they do? Hippias, of course, they know very well, and that is why they do mischief to others. Socrates, and having this knowledge, are they ignorant, or are they wise? Hippias, wise, certainly, at least, in so far as they can deceive. Socrates, stop, and let us recall to mind what you are saying. Are you not saying that the false are powerful and prudent and knowing and wise in those things about which they are false? Hippias, to be sure. Socrates, and the true differ from the false, the true and the false are the very opposite of each other? Hippias, that is my view. Socrates, then, according to your view, it would seem that the false are to be ranked in the class of the powerful and wise? Hippias, assuredly. Socrates, and when you say that the false are powerful and wise in so far as they are false, do you mean that they have or have not the power of uttering their falsehoods if they like? Hippias, I mean to say that they have the power. Socrates, in a word, then, the false are they who are wise and have the power to speak falsely? Hippias, yes. Socrates, then a man who has not the power of speaking falsely and is ignorant cannot be false. Hippias, you are right. Socrates, and every man has power who does that which he wishes at the time when he wishes. I am not speaking of any special case in which he is prevented by disease or something of that sort, but I am speaking generally, as I might say of you, that you are able to write my name when you like. Would you not call a man able who could do that? Hippias, yes. Socrates, and tell me, Hippias, are you not a skillful calculator and arithmetician? Hippias, yes, Socrates, assuredly I am. Socrates, and if someone were to ask you what is the sum of 3 multiplied by 700, you would tell him the true answer in a moment, if you pleased? Hippias, certainly I should. Socrates, is not that because you are the wisest and ablest of men in these matters? Hippias, yes. Socrates, and being as you are the wisest and ablest of men in these matters of calculation, are you not also the best? Hippias, to be sure, Socrates, I am the best. Socrates, and therefore you would be the most able to tell the truth about these matters, would you not? Hippias, yes, I should. Socrates, and could you speak falsehoods about them equally well? I must beg, Hippias, that you will answer me with the same frankness and magnanimity which has hitherto characterized you. If a person were to ask you what is the sum of 3 multiplied by 700, would not you be the best and most consistent teller of a falsehood, having always the power of speaking falsely as you have of speaking truly, about these same matters? If you wanted to tell a falsehood, and not to answer truly, would the ignorant man be better able to tell a falsehood in matters of calculation than you would be, if you chose? Might he not sometimes stumble upon the truth, when he wanted to tell a lie, because he did not know, whereas you who are the wise man, if you wanted to tell a lie would always and consistently lie? Hippias, yes, there you are quite right. Socrates, does the false man tell lies about other things, but not about number, or when he is making a calculation? Hippias, to be sure, he would tell as many lies about number as about other things. Socrates, then may we further assume, Hippias, that there are men who are false about calculation and number? Hippias, yes. Socrates, who can they be? For you have already admitted that he who is false must have the ability to be false. You said, as you will remember, that he who is unable to be false will not be false. Hippias, yes, I remember, it was so said. Socrates, and were you not yourself just now shown to be best able to speak falsely about calculation? Hippias, yes, that was another thing which was said. Socrates, and are you not likewise said to speak truly about calculation? Hippias, certainly. Socrates, then the same person is able to speak both falsely and truly about calculation. And that person is he who is good at calculation, the arithmetician? Hippias, yes. Socrates, who, then, Hippias, is discovered to be false at calculation. Is he not the good man? For the good man is the able man, and he is the true man. Hippias, that is evident. Socrates, do you not see, then, that the same man is false and also true about the same matters? And the true man is not a whit better than the false, for indeed he is the same with him and not the very opposite, as you were just now imagining. Hippias, not in that instance, clearly. Socrates, shall we examine other instances? Hippias, certainly, if you are disposed. Socrates, are you not also skilled in geometry? Hippias, I am. Socrates, well, and does not the same hold in that science also? Is not the same person best able to speak falsely or to speak truly about diagrams, and he is, the geometrician? Hippias, yes. Socrates, he and no one else is good at it. Hippias, yes, he and no one else. Socrates, then the good and wise geometer has this double power in the highest degree, and if there be a man who is false about diagrams the good man will be he, for he is able to be false. Whereas the bad is unable, and for this reason is not false, as has been admitted. Hippias, true. Socrates, once more, let us examine a third case. That of the astronomer, in whose art, again, you, Hippias, profess to be a still greater proficient than in the preceding, do you not? Hippias, yes, I am. Socrates, and does not the same hold of astronomy? Hippias, true, Socrates. Socrates, and in astronomy, too, if any man be able to speak falsely he will be the good astronomer, but he who is not able will not speak falsely, for he has no knowledge. Hippias, clearly not. Socrates, then in astronomy also, the same man will be true and false? Hippias, it would seem so. Socrates, and now, Hippias, consider the question at large about all the sciences, and see whether the same principle does not always hold. I know that in most arts you are the wisest of men, as I have heard you boasting in the agora at the tables of the money changers, when you were setting forth the great and enviable stores of your wisdom. And you said that upon one occasion, when you went to the Olympic Games, all that you had on your person was made by yourself. You began with your ring, which was of your own workmanship, and you said that you could engrave rings. And you had another seal which was also of your own workmanship, and a strigil and an oil flask, which you had made yourself. You said also that you had made the shoes which you had on your feet, and the cloak and the short tunic. But what appeared to us almost extraordinary in a proof of singular art, was the girdle of your tunic, which, you said, was as fine as the most costly Persian fabric, and of your own weaving. Moreover, you told us that you had brought with you poems, epic, tragic, and dithyrambic, as well as prose writings of the most various kinds. And you said that your skill was also preeminent in the arts which I was just now mentioning, and in the true principles of rhythm and harmony and of orthography. And if I remember rightly, there were a great many other accomplishments in which you excelled. I have forgotten to mention your art of memory, which you regard as your special glory, and I dare say that I have forgotten many other things. But, as I was saying, only look to your own arts, and there are plenty of them, and to those of others. And tell me, having regard to the admissions which you and I have made, whether you discover any department of art or any description of wisdom or cunning, whichever name you use, in which the true and false are different and not the same, tell me. If you can, of any. But you cannot. Hippias, not without consideration, Socrates. Socrates, nor will consideration help you, Hippias, as I believe, but then if I am right, remember what the consequence will be. Hippias, I do not know what you mean, Socrates. Socrates, I suppose that you are not using your art of memory, doubtless because you think that such an accomplishment is not needed on the present occasion. I will therefore remind you of what you were saying. Were you not saying that Achilles was a true man, and Odysseus false and wily? Hippias, I was. Socrates, and now do you perceive that the same person has turned out to be false as well as true? If Odysseus is false he is also true, and if Achilles is true he is also false, and so the two men are not opposed to one another, but they are alike. Hippias, O Socrates, you are always weaving the meshes of an argument, selecting the most difficult point, and fastening upon details instead of grappling with the matter in hand as a whole. Come now, and I will demonstrate to you, if you will allow me, by many satisfactory proofs, that Homer has made Achilles a better man than Odysseus, and a truthful man too. And that he has made the other crafty, and a teller of many untruths, and inferior to Achilles. And then, if you please, you shall make a speech on the other side, in order to prove that Odysseus is the better man. And this may be compared to mine, and then the company will know which of us is the better speaker. Socrates, O Hippias, I do not doubt that you are wiser than I am. But I have a way, when anybody else says anything, of giving close attention to him, especially if the speaker appears to me to be a wise man. Having a desire to understand, I question him, and I examine and analyze and put together what he says, in order that I may understand. But if the speaker appears to me to be a poor hand, I do not interrogate him, or trouble myself about him, and you may know by this who they are whom I deem to be wise men, for you will see that when I am talking with a wise man, I am very attentive to what he says. And I ask questions of him, in order that I may learn, and be improved by him. And I could not help remarking while you were speaking, that when you recited the verses in which Achilles, as you argued, attacks Odysseus as a deceiver, that you must be strangely mistaken, because Odysseus, the man of wiles, is never found to tell a lie. But Achilles is found to be wily on your own showing. At any rate he speaks falsely. For first he utters these words, which you just now repeated. He is hateful to me even as the gates of death who thinks one thing and says another. And then he says, a little while afterwards, he will not be persuaded by Odysseus and Agamemnon, neither will he remain at Troy. But, says he, tomorrow, when I have offered sacrifices to Zeus and all the gods, having loaded my ships well, I will drag them down into the deep. And then you shall see, if you have a mind, and if such things are a care to you, early in the morning my ship sailing over the fishy Hellespont, and my men eagerly plying the oar. And, if the illustrious shaker of the earth gives me a good voyage, on the third day I shall reach the fertile Phthia. And before that, when he was reviling Agamemnon, he said, and now to Phthia I will go, since to return home in the beaked ships is far better, nor am I inclined to stay here in dishonor and amass wealth and riches for you. But although on that occasion, in the presence of the whole army, he spoke after this fashion, and on the other occasion to his companions, he appears never to have made any preparation or attempt to draw down the ships, as if he had the least intention of sailing home. So nobly regardless was he of the truth. Now I, Hippias, originally asked you the question, because I was in doubt as to which of the two heroes was intended by the poet to be the best, and because I thought that both of them were the best. And that it would be difficult to decide which was the better of them, not only in respect of truth and falsehood, but of virtue generally, for even in this matter of speaking the truth they are much upon a par. Hippias, there you are wrong, Socrates, for in so far as Achilles speaks falsely, the falsehood is obviously unintentional. He is compelled against his will to remain and rescue the army in their misfortune. But when Odysseus speaks falsely he is voluntarily and intentionally false. Socrates, you, sweet Hippias, like Odysseus, are a deceiver yourself. Hippias, certainly not, Socrates, what makes you say so? Socrates, because you say that Achilles does not speak falsely from design, when he is not only a deceiver, but besides being a braggart, in Homer's description of him is so cunning, and so far superior to Odysseus in lying and pretending, that he dares to contradict himself, and Odysseus does not find him out. At any rate he does not appear to say anything to him which would imply that he perceived his falsehood. Hippias, what do you mean, Socrates? Socrates, did you not observe that afterwards, when he is speaking to Odysseus, he says that he will sail away with the early dawn, but to Ajax he tells quite a different story? Hippias, where is that? Socrates, where he says, I will not think about bloody war until the son of warlike Priam, illustrious Hector, comes to the tents and ships of the Myrmidons, slaughtering the Argives, and burning the ships with fire. And about my tent and dark ship, I suspect that Hector, although eager for the battle, will nevertheless stay his hand. Now, do you really think, Hippias, that the son of Thetis, who had been the pupil of the sage Cheiron, had such a bad memory? Or would have carried the art of lying to such an extent, when he had been assailing liars in the most violent terms only the instant before, as to say to Odysseus that he would sail away, and to Ajax that he would remain? And that he was not rather practicing upon the simplicity of Odysseus, whom he regarded as an ancient, and thinking that he would get the better of him by his own cunning and falsehood? Hippias, no, I do not agree with you, Socrates. But I believe that Achilles is induced to say one thing to Ajax, and another to Odysseus in the innocence of his heart, whereas Odysseus, whether he speaks falsely or truly, speaks always with a purpose. Socrates, then Odysseus would appear after all to be better than Achilles? Hippias, certainly not, Socrates. Socrates, why, were not the voluntary liars only just now shown to be better than the involuntary? Hippias, and how, Socrates, can those who intentionally err, and voluntarily and designedly commit iniquities, be better than those who err and do wrong involuntarily? Surely there is a great excuse to be made for a man telling a falsehood, or doing an injury or any sort of harm to another in ignorance. And the laws are obviously far more severe on those who lie or do evil, voluntarily, than on those who do evil involuntarily. Socrates, you see, Hippias, as I have already told you, how pertinacious I am in asking questions of wise men. And I think that this is the only good point about me, for I am full of defects, and always getting wrong in some way or other. My deficiency is proved to me by the fact that when I meet one of you who are famous for wisdom, and to whose wisdom all the Hellenes are witnesses, I am found out to know nothing. For speaking generally, I hardly ever have the same opinion about anything which you have, and what proof of ignorance can be greater than to differ from wise men? But I have one singular good quality, which is my salvation. I am not ashamed to learn, and I ask and inquire, and am very grateful to those who answer me, and never fail to give them my grateful thanks, and when I learn a thing I never deny my teacher, or pretend that the lesson is a discovery of my own. But I praise his wisdom, and proclaim what I have learned from him. And now I cannot agree in what you are saying, but I strongly disagree. Well, I know that this is my own fault, and is a defect in my character, but I will not pretend to be more than I am, and my opinion, Hippias, is the very contrary of what you are saying. For I maintain that those who hurt or injure mankind, and speak falsely and deceive, and err voluntarily, are better far than those who do wrong involuntarily. Sometimes, however, I am of the opposite opinion. For I am all abroad in my ideas about this matter, a condition obviously occasioned by ignorance. And just now I happen to be in a crisis of my disorder at which those who err voluntarily appear to me better than those who err involuntarily. My present state of mind is due to our previous argument, which inclines me to believe that in general those who do wrong involuntarily are worse than those who do wrong voluntarily, and therefore I hope that you will be good to me, and not refuse to heal me. For you will do me a much greater benefit if you cure my soul of ignorance, than you would if you were to cure my body of disease. I must, however, tell you beforehand, that if you make a long oration to me you will not cure me, for I shall not be able to follow you. But if you will answer me, as you did just now, you will do me a great deal of good, and I do not think that you will be any the worse yourself. And I have some claim upon you also, O son of Epaminondas, for you incited me to converse with Hippias. And now, if Hippias will not answer me, you must entreat him on my behalf. Eutychus, but I do not think, Socrates, that Hippias will require any entreaty of mine, for he has already said that he will refuse to answer no man. Did you not say so, Hippias? Hippias: Yes, I did, but then, Eutychus, Socrates is always troublesome in an argument, and appears to be dishonest. Socrates: Excellent Hippias, I do not do so intentionally. If I did, it would show me to be a wise man and a master of wiles, as you would argue, but unintentionally, and therefore you must pardon me. For, as you say, he who is unintentionally dishonest should be pardoned. Eutychus: Yes, Hippias, do as he says, and for our sake, and also that you may not belie your profession, answer whatever Socrates asks you. Hippias: I will answer, as you request me, and do you ask whatever you like. Socrates: I am very desirous, Hippias, of examining this question, as to which are the better, those who err voluntarily or involuntarily. And if you will answer me, I think that I can put you in the way of approaching the subject. You would admit, would you not, that there are good runners? Hippias: Yes. Socrates: And there are bad runners? Hippias: Yes. Socrates: And he who runs well is a good runner, and he who runs ill is a bad runner? Hippias: Very true. Socrates: And he who runs slowly runs ill, and he who runs quickly runs well? Hippias: Yes. Socrates: Then in a race, and in running, swiftness is a good, and slowness is an evil quality? Hippias: To be sure. Socrates: Which of the two then is a better runner? He who runs slowly voluntarily, or he who runs slowly involuntarily? Hippias: He who runs slowly voluntarily. Socrates: And is not running a species of doing? Hippias: Certainly. Socrates: And if a species of doing, a species of action? Hippias: Yes. Socrates: Then he who runs badly does a bad and dishonorable action in a race? Hippias: Yes, a bad action, certainly. Socrates: And he who runs slowly runs badly? Hippias: Yes. Socrates: Then the good runner does this bad and disgraceful action voluntarily, and the bad involuntarily? Hippias: That is to be inferred. Socrates: Then he who involuntarily does evil actions, is worse in a race than he who does them voluntarily? Hippias: Yes, in a race. Socrates: Well, but at a wrestling match, which is the better wrestler, he who falls voluntarily or involuntarily? Hippias: He who falls voluntarily, doubtless. Socrates: And is it worse or more dishonorable at a wrestling match, to fall, or to throw another? Hippias: To fall. Socrates: Then, at a wrestling match, he who voluntarily does base and dishonorable actions is a better wrestler than he who does them involuntarily? Hippias: That appears to be the truth. Socrates: And what would you say of any other bodily exercise? Is not he who is better made able to do both that which is strong and that which is weak, that which is fair and that which is foul? So that when he does bad actions with the body, he who is better made does them voluntarily, and he who is worse made does them involuntarily? Hippias: Yes, that appears to be true about strength. Socrates: And what do you say about grace, Hippias? Is not he who is better made able to assume evil and disgraceful figures and postures voluntarily, as he who is worse made assumes them involuntarily? Hippias: True. Socrates: Then voluntary ungracefulness comes from excellence of the bodily frame, and involuntary from the defect of the bodily frame? Hippias: True. Socrates: And what would you say of an unmusical voice? Would you prefer the voice which is voluntarily or involuntarily out of tune? Hippias: That which is voluntarily out of tune. Socrates: The involuntary is the worse of the two? Hippias: Yes. Socrates: And would you choose to possess goods or evils? Hippias: Goods. Socrates: And would you rather have feet which are voluntarily or involuntarily lame? Hippias: Feet which are voluntarily lame. Socrates: But is not lameness a defect or deformity? Hippias, yes. Socrates, and is not blinking a defect in the eyes? Hippias, yes. Socrates, and would you rather always have eyes with which you might voluntarily blink and not see, or with which you might involuntarily blink? Hippias, I would rather have eyes which voluntarily blink. Socrates, then in your own case you deem that which voluntarily acts ill, better than that which involuntarily acts ill. Hippias, yes, certainly, in cases such as you mention. Socrates, and does not the same hold of ears, nostrils, mouth, and of all the senses? Those which involuntarily act ill are not to be desired, as being defective, and those which voluntarily act ill are to be desired as being good? Hippias, I agree. Socrates, and what would you say of instruments, which are the better sort of instruments to have to do with? Those with which a man acts ill voluntarily or involuntarily. For example, had a man better have a rudder with which he will steer ill, voluntarily or involuntarily? Hippias, he had better have a rudder with which he will steer ill voluntarily. Socrates, and does not the same hold of the bow and the lyre, the flute and all other things? Hippias, very true. Socrates, and would you rather have a horse of such a temper that you may ride him ill voluntarily or involuntarily? Hippias, I would rather have a horse which I could ride ill voluntarily. Socrates, that would be the better horse. Hippias, yes. Socrates, then with a horse of better temper, vicious actions would be produced voluntarily. And with a horse of bad temper involuntarily? Hippias, certainly. Socrates, and that would be true of a dog, or of any other animal? Hippias, yes. Socrates, and is it better to possess the mind of an archer who voluntarily or involuntarily misses the mark? Hippias, of him who voluntarily misses. Socrates, this would be the better mind for the purposes of archery? Hippias, yes. Socrates, then the mind which involuntarily errs is worse than the mind which errs voluntarily? Hippias, yes, certainly, in the use of the bow. Socrates, and what would you say of the art of medicine? Has not the mind which voluntarily works harm to the body, more of the healing art? Hippias, yes. Socrates, then in the art of medicine the voluntary is better than the involuntary? Hippias, yes. Socrates, well, and in lute playing and in flute playing, and in all arts and sciences, is not that mind the better which voluntarily does what is evil and dishonorable, and goes wrong, and is not the worse that which does so involuntarily? Hippias, that is evident. Socrates, and what would you say of the characters of slaves? Should we not prefer to have those who voluntarily do wrong and make mistakes, and are they not better in their mistakes than those who commit them involuntarily? Hippias, yes. Socrates, and should we not desire to have our own minds in the best state possible? Hippias, yes. Socrates, and will our minds be better if they do wrong and make mistakes voluntarily or involuntarily? Hippias, oh, Socrates, it would be a monstrous thing to say that those who do wrong voluntarily are better than those who do wrong involuntarily. Socrates, and yet that appears to be the only inference. Hippias, I do not think so. Socrates, but I imagined, Hippias, that you did. Please to answer once more, is not justice a power, or knowledge, or both? Must not justice, at all events, be one of these? Hippias, yes. Socrates, but if justice is a power of the soul, then the soul which has the greater power is also the more just, for that which has the greater power, my good friend, has been proved by us to be the better. Hippias, yes, that has been proved. Socrates, and if justice is knowledge, then the wiser will be the juster soul, and the more ignorant the more unjust? Hippias, yes. Socrates, but if justice be power as well as knowledge, then will not the soul which has both knowledge and power be the more just, and that which is the more ignorant be the more unjust? Must it not be so? Hippias, clearly. Socrates, and is not the soul which has the greater power and wisdom also better, and better able to do both good and evil in every action? Hippias, certainly. Socrates, the soul, then, which acts ill, acts voluntarily by power and art, and these either one or both of them are elements of justice. Hippias, that seems to be true. Socrates, and to do injustice is to do ill, and not to do injustice is to do well. Hippias, yes. Socrates, and will not the better and abler soul when it does wrong, do wrong voluntarily, and the bad soul involuntarily? Hippias, clearly. Socrates, and the good man is he who has the good soul, and the bad man is he who has the bad? Hippias, yes. Socrates, then the good man will voluntarily do wrong, and the bad man involuntarily, if the good man is he who has the good soul. Hippias, which he certainly has. Socrates, then, Hippias, he who voluntarily does wrong and disgraceful things, if there be such a man, will be the good man. Hippias, there I cannot agree with you. Socrates, nor can I agree with myself, Hippias. And yet that seems to be the conclusion which, as far as we can see at present, must follow from our argument. As I was saying before, I am all abroad, and being in perplexity am always changing my opinion. Now, that I or any ordinary man should wander in perplexity is not surprising, but if you wise men also wander, and we cannot come to you and rest from our wandering, the matter begins to be serious both to us and to you. First Alcibiades. Introduction. The first Alcibiades is a conversation between Socrates and Alcibiades. Socrates is represented in the character which he attributes to himself in the Apology of a know-nothing who detects the conceit of knowledge in others. The two have met already in the Protagoras and in the Symposium. In the latter dialogue, as in this, the relation between them is that of a lover and his beloved. But the narrative of their loves is told differently in different places. For in the Symposium Alcibiades is depicted as the impassioned but rejected lover, here, as coldly receiving the advances of Socrates, who, for the best of purposes, lies in wait for the aspiring and ambitious youth. Alcibiades, who is described as a very young man, is about to enter on public life, having an inordinate opinion of himself, and an extravagant ambition. Socrates, who knows what is in man, astonishes him by a revelation of his designs. But has he the knowledge which is necessary for carrying them out? He is going to persuade the Athenians, about what? Not about any particular art, but about politics, when to fight and when to make peace. Now, men should fight and make peace on just grounds, and therefore the question of justice and injustice must enter into peace and war, and he who advises the Athenians must know the difference between them. Does Alcibiades know? If he does, he must either have been taught by some master, or he must have discovered the nature of them himself. If he has had a master, Socrates would like to be informed who he is, that he may go and learn of him also. Alcibiades admits that he has never learned. Then has he inquired for himself? He may have, if he was ever aware of a time when he was ignorant. But he never was ignorant. For when he played with other boys at dice, he charged them with cheating, and this implied a knowledge of just and unjust. According to his own explanation, he had learned of the multitude. Why, he asks, should he not learn of them the nature of justice, as he has learned the Greek language of them? To this Socrates answers, that they can teach Greek, but they cannot teach justice. For they are agreed about the one, but they are not agreed about the other, and therefore Alcibiades, who has admitted that if he knows he must either have learned from a master or have discovered for himself the nature of justice, is convicted out of his own mouth. Alcibiades rejoins, that the Athenians debate not about what is just, but about what is expedient, and he asserts that the two principles of justice and expediency are opposed. Socrates, by a series of questions, compels him to admit that the just and the expedient coincide. Alcibiades is thus reduced to the humiliating conclusion that he knows nothing of politics, even if, as he says, they are concerned with the expedient. However, he is no worse than other Athenian statesmen. And he will not need training, for others are as ignorant as he is. He is reminded that he has to contend, not only with his own countrymen, but with their enemies, with the Spartan kings and with the great king of Persia. And he can only attain this higher aim of ambition by the assistance of Socrates. Not that Socrates himself professes to have attained the truth, but the questions which he asks bring others to a knowledge of themselves, and this is the first step in the practice of virtue. The dialogue continues, we wish to become as good as possible. But to be good in what? Alcibiades replies, good in transacting business. But what business? The business of the most intelligent men at Athens. The cobbler is intelligent in shoemaking, and is therefore good in that. He is not intelligent, and therefore not good, in weaving. Is he good in the sense which Alcibiades means, who is also bad? I mean, replies Alcibiades, the man who is able to command in the city. But to command what, horses or men? And if men, under what circumstances? I mean to say, that he is able to command men living in social and political relations. And what is their aim? The better preservation of the city. But when is a city better? When there is unanimity, such as exists between husband and wife. Then, when husbands and wives perform their own special duties, there can be no unanimity between them, nor can a city be well ordered when each citizen does his own work only. Alcibiades, having stated first that goodness consists in the unanimity of the citizens, and then in each of them doing his own separate work, is brought to the required point of self-contradiction, leading him to confess his own ignorance. But he is not too old to learn, and may still arrive at the truth, if he is willing to be cross-examined by Socrates. He must know himself, that is to say, not his body, or the things of the body, but his mind, or truer self. The physician knows the body, and the tradesman knows his own business, but they do not necessarily know themselves. Self-knowledge can be obtained only by looking into the mind and virtue of the soul, which is the diviner part of a man, as we see our own image in another's eye. And if we do not know ourselves, we cannot know what belongs to ourselves or belongs to others, and are unfit to take a part in political affairs. Both for the sake of the individual and of the state, we ought to aim at justice and temperance, not at wealth or power. The evil and unjust should have no power, they should be the slaves of better men than themselves. None but the virtuous are deserving of freedom. And are you, Alcibiades, a freeman? I feel that I am not, but I hope, Socrates, that by your aid I may become free, and from this day forward I will never leave you. The Alcibiades has several points of resemblance to the undoubted dialogues of Plato. The process of interrogation is of the same kind with that which Socrates practices upon the youthful Cleinias in the Euthydemus. And he characteristically attributes to Alcibiades the answers which he has elicited from him. The definition of good is narrowed by successive questions, and virtue is shown to be identical with knowledge. Here, as elsewhere, Socrates awakens the consciousness not of sin but of ignorance. Self-humiliation is the first step to knowledge, even of the commonest things. No man knows how ignorant he is, and no man can arrive at virtue and wisdom who has not once in his life, at least, been convicted of error. The process by which the soul is elevated is not unlike that which religious writers describe under the name of conversion, if we substitute the sense of ignorance for the consciousness of sin. In some respects the dialogue differs from any other Platonic composition. The aim is more directly ethical and hortatory. The process by which the antagonist is undermined is simpler than in other Platonic writings, and the conclusion more decided. There is a good deal of humor in the manner in which the pride of Alcibiades, and of the Greeks generally, is supposed to be taken down by the Spartan and Persian queens, and the dialogue has considerable dialectical merit. But we have a difficulty in supposing that the same writer, who has given so profound and complex a notion of the characters both of Alcibiades and Socrates in the Symposium, should have treated them in so thin and superficial a manner in the Alcibiades. Or that he would have ascribed to the ironical Socrates the rather unmeaning boast that Alcibiades could not attain the objects of his ambition without his help, 105d following. Or that he should have imagined that a mighty nature like his could have been reformed by a few not very conclusive words of Socrates. For the arguments by which Alcibiades is reformed are not convincing. The writer of the dialogue, whoever he was, arrives at his idealism by crooked and tortuous paths, in which many pitfalls are concealed. The anachronism of making Alcibiades about 20 years old during the life of his uncle, Pericles, may be noted. And the repetition of the favorite observation, which occurs also in the Laches and Protagoras, that great Athenian statesmen, like Pericles, failed in the education of their sons. There is none of the undoubted dialogues of Plato in which there is so little dramatic verisimilitude. First Alcibiades. Persons of the dialogue. Alcibiades. Socrates. Socrates, I dare say that you may be surprised to find, O son of Cleinias, that I, who am your first lover, not having spoken to you for many years, when the rest of the world were wearying you with their attentions, am the last of your lovers who still speaks to you. The cause of my silence has been that I was hindered by a power more than human, of which I will some day explain to you the nature. This impediment has now been removed. I therefore here present myself before you, and I greatly hope that no similar hindrance will again occur. Meanwhile, I have observed that your pride has been too much for the pride of your admirers. They were numerous and high-spirited, but they have all run away, overpowered by your superior force of character, not one of them remains. And I want you to understand the reason why you have been too much for them. You think that you have no need of them or of any other man, for you have great possessions and lack nothing, beginning with the body, and ending with the soul. In the first place, you say to yourself that you are the fairest and tallest of the citizens, and this everyone who has eyes may see to be true. In the second place, that you are among the noblest of them, highly connected both on the father's and the mother's side, and sprung from one of the most distinguished families in your own state, which is the greatest in Hellas. And having many friends and kinsmen of the best sort, who can assist you when in need. And there is one potent relative, who is more to you than all the rest, Pericles the son of Xanthippus, whom your father left guardian of you, and of your brother, and who can do as he pleases not only in this city, but in all Hellas, and among many and mighty barbarous nations. Moreover, you are rich, but I must say that you value yourself least of all upon your possessions. And all these things have lifted you up, you have overcome your lovers, and they have acknowledged that you were too much for them. Have you not remarked their absence? And now I know that you wonder why I, unlike the rest of them, have not gone away, and what can be my motive in remaining. Alcibiades, perhaps, Socrates, you are not aware that I was just going to ask you the very same question, what do you want? And what is your motive in annoying me, and always, wherever I am, making a point of coming? I do really wonder what you mean, and should greatly like to know. Socrates, then if, as you say, you desire to know, I suppose that you will be willing to hear, and I may consider myself to be speaking to an auditor who will remain, and will not run away. Alcibiades, certainly, let me hear. Socrates, you had better be careful, for I may very likely be as unwilling to end as I have hitherto been to begin. Alcibiades, proceed, my good man, and I will listen. Socrates, I will proceed. And, although no lover likes to speak with one who has no feeling of love in him, I will make an effort, and tell you what I meant. My love, Alcibiades, which I hardly like to confess, would long ago have passed away, as I flatter myself. If I saw you loving your good things, or thinking that you ought to pass life in the enjoyment of them. But I shall reveal other thoughts of yours, which you keep to yourself, whereby you will know that I have always had my eye on you. Suppose that at this moment some god came to you and said, Alcibiades, will you live as you are, or die in an instant if you are forbidden to make any further acquisition? I verily believe that you would choose death. And I will tell you the hope in which you are at present living. Before many days have elapsed, you think that you will come before the Athenian assembly, and will prove to them that you are more worthy of honor than Pericles, or any other man that ever lived, and having proved this, you will have the greatest power in the state. When you have gained the greatest power among us, you will go on to other Hellenic states, and not only to Hellenes, but to all the barbarians who inhabit the same continent with us. And if the god were then to say to you again, here in Europe is to be your seat of empire, and you must not cross over into Asia or meddle with Asiatic affairs, I do not believe that you would choose to live upon these terms. But the world, as I may say, must be filled with your power and name. No man less than Cyrus and Xerxes is of any account with you. Such I know to be your hopes, I am not guessing only, and very likely you, who know that I am speaking the truth, will reply, well, Socrates, but what have my hopes to do with the explanation which you promised of your unwillingness to leave me? And that is what I am now going to tell you, sweet son of Cleinias and Dinomache. The explanation is, that all these designs of yours cannot be accomplished by you without my help. So great is the power which I believe myself to have over you and your concerns, and this I conceive to be the reason why the god has hitherto forbidden me to converse with you, and I have been long expecting his permission. For, as you hope to prove your own great value to the state, and having proved it, to attain at once to absolute power, so do I indulge a hope that I shall be the supreme power over you, if I am able to prove my own great value to you. And to show you that neither guardian, nor kinsman, nor anyone is able to deliver into your hands the power which you desire, but I only, God being my helper. When you were young and your hopes were not yet matured, I should have wasted my time, and therefore, as I conceive, the God forbade me to converse with you, but now, having his permission, I will speak, for now you will listen to me. Alcibiades, your silence, Socrates, was always a surprise to me. I never could understand why you followed me about, and now that you have begun to speak again, I am still more amazed. Whether I think all this or not, is a matter about which you seem to have already made up your mind, and therefore my denial will have no effect upon you. But granting, if I must, that you have perfectly divined my purposes, why is your assistance necessary to the attainment of them? Can you tell me why? Socrates, you want to know whether I can make a long speech, such as you are in the habit of hearing, but that is not my way. I think, however, that I can prove to you the truth of what I am saying, if you will grant me one little favor. Alcibiades, yes, if the favor which you mean be not a troublesome one. Socrates, will you be troubled at having questions to answer? Alcibiades, not at all. Socrates, then please to answer. Alcibiades, ask me. Socrates, have you not the intention which I attribute to you? Alcibiades, I will grant anything you like, in the hope of hearing what more you have to say. Socrates, you do, then, mean, as I was saying, to come forward in a little while in the character of an adviser of the Athenians? And suppose that when you are ascending the bema, I pull you by the sleeve and say, Alcibiades, you are getting up to advise the Athenians, do you know the matter about which they are going to deliberate, better than they? How would you answer? Alcibiades, I should reply, that I was going to advise them about a matter which I do know better than they. Socrates, then you are a good adviser about the things which you know. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and do you know anything but what you have learned of others, or found out yourself? Alcibiades, that is all. Socrates, and would you have ever learned or discovered anything, if you had not been willing either to learn of others or to examine yourself? Alcibiades, I should not. Socrates, and would you have been willing to learn or to examine what you supposed that you knew? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, then there was a time when you thought that you did not know what you are now supposed to know. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, I think that I know tolerably well the extent of your acquirements. And you must tell me if I forget any of them. According to my recollection, you learned the arts of writing, of playing on the lyre, and of wrestling. The flute you never would learn. This is the sum of your accomplishments, unless there were some which you acquired in secret, and I think that secrecy was hardly possible, as you could not have come out of your door, either by day or night, without my seeing you. Alcibiades, yes, that was the whole of my schooling. Socrates, and are you going to get up in the Athenian assembly, and give them advice about writing? Alcibiades, no, indeed. Socrates, or about the touch of the lyre? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, and they are not in the habit of deliberating about wrestling, in the assembly? Alcibiades, hardly. Socrates, then what are the deliberations in which you propose to advise them? Surely not about building? Alcibiades, no. Socrates, for the builder will advise better than you will about that. Alcibiades, he will. Socrates, nor about divination. Alcibiades, no. Socrates, about that again the diviner will advise better than you will. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, whether he be little or great, good or ill-looking, noble or ignoble, makes no difference. Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, a man is a good adviser about anything, not because he has riches, but because he has knowledge. Alcibiades, assuredly. Socrates, whether their counselor is rich or poor, is not a matter which will make any difference to the Athenians when they are deliberating about the health of the citizens, they only require that he should be a physician. Alcibiades, of course. Socrates, then what will be the subject of deliberation about which you will be justified in getting up and advising them? Alcibiades, about their own concerns, Socrates. Socrates, you mean about shipbuilding, for example, when the question is what sort of ships they ought to build. Alcibiades, no, I should not advise them about that. Socrates, I suppose, because you do not understand shipbuilding, is that the reason? Alcibiades, it is. Socrates, then about what concerns of theirs will you advise them? Alcibiades, about war, Socrates, or about peace, or about any other concerns of the state. Socrates, you mean, when they deliberate with whom they ought to make peace, and with whom they ought to go to war, and in what manner? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and they ought to go to war with those against whom it is better to go to war. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and when it is better? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and for as long a time as is better. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, but suppose the Athenians to deliberate with whom they ought to close in wrestling, and whom they should grasp by the hand, would you, or the master of gymnastics, be a better adviser of them? Alcibiades, clearly, the master of gymnastics. Socrates, and can you tell me on what grounds the master of gymnastics would decide, with whom they ought or ought not to close, and when and how? To take an instance, would he not say that they should wrestle with those against whom it is best to wrestle? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and as much as is best. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and at such times as are best. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, again, you sometimes accompany the lyre with the song and dance. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, when it is well to do so. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and as much as is well. Alcibiades, just so. Socrates, and as you speak of an excellence or art of the best in wrestling, and of an excellence in playing the lyre, I wish you would tell me what this latter is. The excellence of wrestling I call gymnastic, and I want to know what you call the other. Alcibiades, I do not understand you. Socrates, then try to do as I do. For the answer which I gave is universally right, and when I say right, I mean according to rule. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and was not the art of which I spoke gymnastic? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and I called the excellence in wrestling gymnastic? Alcibiades, you did. Socrates, and I was right? Alcibiades, I think that you were. Socrates, well, now, for you should learn to argue prettily, let me ask you in return to tell me, first, what is that art of which playing and singing, and stepping properly in the dance, are parts, what is the name of the whole? I think that by this time you must be able to tell. Alcibiades, indeed I cannot. Socrates, then let me put the matter in another way, what do you call the goddesses who are the patronesses of art? Alcibiades, the Muses do you mean, Socrates? Socrates, yes, I do, and what is the name of the art which is called after them? Alcibiades, I suppose that you mean music. Socrates, yes, that is my meaning. And what is the excellence of the art of music, as I told you truly that the excellence of wrestling was gymnastic, what is the excellence of music, to be what? Alcibiades, to be musical, I suppose. Socrates, very good. And now please to tell me what is the excellence of war and peace, as the more musical was the more excellent, or the more gymnastical was the more excellent, tell me, what name do you give to the more excellent in war and peace? Alcibiades, but I really cannot tell you. Socrates, but if you were offering advice to another and said to him, this food is better than that, at this time and in this quantity, and he said to you, what do you mean, Alcibiades, by the word better? You would have no difficulty in replying that you meant more wholesome, although you do not profess to be a physician, and when the subject is one of which you profess to have knowledge, and about which you are ready to get up and advise as if you knew, are you not ashamed, when you are asked, not to be able to answer the question? Is it not disgraceful? Alcibiades, very. Socrates, well, then, consider and try to explain what is the meaning of better, in the matter of making peace and going to war with those against whom you ought to go to war. To what does the word refer? Alcibiades, I am thinking, and I cannot tell. Socrates, but you surely know what are the charges which we bring against one another, when we arrive at the point of making war, and what name we give them. Alcibiades, yes, certainly. We say that deceit or violence has been employed, or that we have been defrauded. Socrates, and how does this happen? Will you tell me how? For there may be a difference in the manner. Alcibiades, do you mean by how, Socrates, whether we suffered these things justly or unjustly? Socrates, exactly. Alcibiades, there can be no greater difference than between just and unjust. Socrates, and would you advise the Athenians to go to war with the just or with the unjust? Alcibiades, that is an awkward question, for certainly, even if a person did intend to go to war with the just, he would not admit that they were just. Socrates, he would not go to war, because it would be unlawful. Alcibiades, neither lawful nor honorable. Socrates, then you, too, would address them on principles of justice? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, what, then, is justice but that better, of which I spoke, in going to war or not going to war with those against whom we ought or ought not, and when we ought or ought not to go to war? Alcibiades, clearly. Socrates, but how is this, friend Alcibiades? Have you forgotten that you do not know this, or have you been to the schoolmaster without my knowledge, and has he taught you to discern the just from the unjust? Who is he? I wish you would tell me, that I may go and learn of him, you shall introduce me. Alcibiades, you are mocking, Socrates. Socrates, no, indeed. I most solemnly declare to you by Zeus, who is the God of our common friendship, and whom I never will forswear, that I am not, tell me, then, who this instructor is, if he exists. Alcibiades, but, perhaps, he does not exist. May I not have acquired the knowledge of just and unjust in some other way? Socrates, yes, if you have discovered them. Alcibiades, but do you not think that I could discover them? Socrates, I am sure that you might, if you inquired about them. Alcibiades, and do you not think that I would inquire? Socrates, yes, if you thought that you did not know them. Alcibiades, and was there not a time when I did so think? Socrates, very good. And can you tell me how long it is since you thought that you did not know the nature of the just and the unjust? What do you say to a year ago? Were you then in a state of conscious ignorance and inquiry? Or did you think that you knew? And please to answer truly, that our discussion may not be in vain. Alcibiades, well, I thought that I knew. Socrates, and 2 years ago, and 3 years ago, and 4 years ago, you knew all the same? Alcibiades, I did. Socrates, and more than 4 years ago you were a child, were you not? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and then I am quite sure that you thought you knew. Alcibiades, why are you so sure? Socrates, because I often heard you when a child, in your teacher's house, or elsewhere, playing at dice or some other game with the boys, not hesitating at all about the nature of the just and unjust. But very confident, crying and shouting that one of the boys was a rogue and a cheat, and had been cheating. Is it not true? Alcibiades, but what was I to do, Socrates, when anybody cheated me? Socrates, and how can you say, what was I to do? If at the time you did not know whether you were wronged or not. Alcibiades, to be sure I knew, I was quite aware that I was being cheated. Socrates, then you suppose yourself even when a child to have known the nature of just and unjust? Alcibiades, certainly, and I did know then. Socrates, and when did you discover them, not, surely, at the time when you thought that you knew them? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, and when did you think that you were ignorant? If you consider, you will find that there never was such a time. Alcibiades, really, Socrates, I cannot say. Socrates, then you did not learn them by discovering them? Alcibiades, clearly not. Socrates, but just before you said that you did not know them by learning, now, if you have neither discovered nor learned them, how and whence do you come to know them? Alcibiades, I suppose that I was mistaken in saying that I knew them through my own discovery of them, whereas, in truth, I learned them in the same way that other people learn. Socrates, so you said before, and I must again ask, of whom? Do tell me. Alcibiades, of the many. Socrates, do you take refuge in them? I cannot say much for your teachers. Alcibiades, why, are they not able to teach? Socrates, they could not teach you how to play at draughts, which you would acknowledge, would you not, to be a much smaller matter than justice? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and can they teach the better who are unable to teach the worse? Alcibiades, I think that they can, at any rate, they can teach many far better things than to play at draughts. Socrates, what things? Alcibiades, why, for example, I learned to speak Greek of them, and I cannot say who was my teacher, or to whom I am to attribute my knowledge of Greek, if not to those good-for-nothing teachers, as you call them. Socrates, why, yes, my friend. And the many are good enough teachers of Greek, and some of their instructions in that line may be justly praised. Alcibiades, why is that? Socrates, why, because they have the qualities which good teachers ought to have. Alcibiades, what qualities? Socrates, why, you know that knowledge is the first qualification of any teacher. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and if they know, they must agree together and not differ. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and would you say that they knew the things about which they differ? Alcibiades, no. Socrates, then how can they teach them? Alcibiades, they cannot. Socrates, well, but do you imagine that the many would differ about the nature of wood and stone? Are they not agreed if you ask them what they are? And do they not run to fetch the same thing, when they want a piece of wood or a stone? And so in similar cases, which I suspect to be pretty nearly all that you mean by speaking Greek. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, these, as we were saying, are matters about which they are agreed with one another and with themselves. Both individuals and states use the same words about them, they do not use some one word and some another. Alcibiades, they do not. Socrates, then they may be expected to be good teachers of these things. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and if we want to instruct anyone in them, we shall be right in sending him to be taught by our friends the many? Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, but if we wanted further to know not only which are men and which are horses, but which men or horses have powers of running, would the many still be able to inform us? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, and you have a sufficient proof that they do not know these things and are not the best teachers of them, inasmuch as they are never agreed about them. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and suppose that we wanted to know not only what men are like, but what healthy or diseased men are like, would the many be able to teach us? Alcibiades, they would not. Socrates, and you would have a proof that they were bad teachers of these matters, if you saw them at variance? Alcibiades, I should. Socrates, well, but are the many agreed with themselves, or with one another, about the justice or injustice of men and things? Alcibiades, assuredly not, Socrates. Socrates, there is no subject about which they are more at variance. Alcibiades, none. Socrates, I do not suppose that you ever saw or heard of men quarreling over the principles of health and disease to such an extent as to go to war and kill one another for the sake of them. Alcibiades, no indeed. Socrates, but of the quarrels about justice and injustice, even if you have never seen them, you have certainly heard from many people, including Homer, for you have heard of the Iliad and Odyssey. Alcibiades, to be sure, Socrates. Socrates, a difference of just and unjust is the argument of those poems. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, which difference caused all the wars and deaths of Trojans and Achaeans, and the deaths of the suitors of Penelope in their quarrel with Odysseus. Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, and when the Athenians and Lacedaemonians and Boeotians fell at Tanagra, and afterwards in the battle of Chaeronea, at which your father Cleinias met his end, the question was one of justice, this was the sole cause of the battles. And of their deaths. Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, but can they be said to understand that about which they are quarreling to the death? Alcibiades, clearly not. Socrates, and yet those whom you thus allow to be ignorant are the teachers to whom you are appealing. Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, but how are you ever likely to know the nature of justice and injustice, about which you are so perplexed, if you have neither learned them of others nor discovered them yourself? Alcibiades, from what you say, I suppose not. Socrates, see, again, how inaccurately you speak, Alcibiades. Alcibiades, in what respect? Socrates, in saying that I say so. Alcibiades, why, did you not say that I know nothing of the just and unjust? Socrates, no, I did not. Alcibiades, did I, then? Socrates, yes. Alcibiades, how was that? Socrates, let me explain. Suppose I were to ask you which is the greater number, 2 or 1, you would reply, 2. Alcibiades, I should. Socrates, and by how much greater? Alcibiades, by 1. Socrates, which of us now says that 2 is more than 1? Alcibiades, I do. Socrates, did not I ask, and you answer the question? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then who is speaking? I who put the question, or you who answer me? Alcibiades, I am. Socrates, or suppose that I ask and you tell me the letters which make up the name Socrates, which of us is the speaker? Alcibiades, I am. Socrates, now let us put the case generally, whenever there is a question and answer, who is the speaker, the questioner or the answerer? Alcibiades, I should say, Socrates, that the answerer was the speaker. Socrates, and have I not been the questioner all through? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and you the answerer? Alcibiades, just so. Socrates, which of us, then, was the speaker? Alcibiades, the inference is, Socrates, that I was the speaker. Socrates, did not someone say that Alcibiades, the fair son of Cleinias, not understanding about just and unjust, but thinking that he did understand, was going to the assembly to advise the Athenians about what he did not know? Was not that said? Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, then, Alcibiades, the result may be expressed in the language of Euripides. I think that you have heard all this from yourself, and not from me. Nor did I say this, which you erroneously attribute to me, but you yourself, and what you said was very true. For indeed, my dear fellow, the design which you meditate of teaching what you do not know, and have not taken any pains to learn, is downright insanity. Alcibiades, but, Socrates, I think that the Athenians and the rest of the Hellenes do not often advise as to the more just or unjust. For they see no difficulty in them, and therefore they leave them, and consider which course of action will be most expedient, for there is a difference between justice and expediency. Many persons have done great wrong and profited by their injustice, others have done rightly and come to no good. Socrates, well, but granting that the just and the expedient are ever so much opposed, you surely do not imagine that you know what is expedient for mankind, or why a thing is expedient. Alcibiades, why not, Socrates? But I am not going to be asked again from whom I learned, or when I made the discovery. Socrates, what a way you have! When you make a mistake which might be refuted by a previous argument, you insist on having a new and different refutation. The old argument is a worn-out garment which you will no longer put on, but someone must produce another which is clean and new. Now I shall disregard this move of yours, and shall ask over again, where did you learn and how do you know the nature of the expedient, and who is your teacher? All this I comprehend in a single question, and now you will manifestly be in the old difficulty, and will not be able to show that you know the expedient, either because you learned or because you discovered it yourself. But, as I perceive that you are dainty, and dislike the taste of a stale argument, I will inquire no further into your knowledge of what is expedient or what is not expedient for the Athenian people. And simply request you to say why you do not explain whether justice and expediency are the same or different. And if you like you may examine me as I have examined you, or, if you would rather, you may carry on the discussion by yourself. Alcibiades, but I am not certain, Socrates, whether I shall be able to discuss the matter with you. Socrates, then imagine, my dear fellow, that I am the Demas and the Ecclesia, for in the Ecclesia, too, you will have to persuade men individually. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and is not the same person able to persuade one individual singly and many individuals of the things which he knows? The grammarian, for example, can persuade one and he can persuade many about letters. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and about number, will not the same person persuade one and persuade many? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and this will be he who knows number, or the arithmetician. Alcibiades, quite true. Socrates, and cannot you persuade one man about that of which you can persuade many? Alcibiades, I suppose so. Socrates, and that of which you can persuade either is clearly what you know? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and the only difference between one who argues as we are doing, and the orator who is addressing an assembly, is that the one seeks to persuade a number, and the other an individual, of the same things. Alcibiades, I suppose so. Socrates, well, then, since the same person who can persuade a multitude can persuade individuals, try conclusions upon me, and prove to me that the just is not always expedient. Alcibiades, you take liberties, Socrates. Socrates, I shall take the liberty of proving to you the opposite of that which you will not prove to me. Alcibiades, proceed. Socrates, answer my questions, that is all. Alcibiades, nay, I should like you to be the speaker. Socrates, what, do you not wish to be persuaded? Alcibiades, certainly I do. Socrates, and can you be persuaded better than out of your own mouth? Alcibiades, I think not. Socrates, then you shall answer. And if you do not hear the words, that the just is the expedient, coming from your own lips, never believe another man again. Alcibiades, I won't, but answer I will, for I do not see how I can come to any harm. Socrates, a true prophecy. Let me begin then by inquiring of you whether you allow that the just is sometimes expedient and sometimes not. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and sometimes honorable and sometimes not. Alcibiades, what do you mean? Socrates, I am asking if you ever knew anyone who did what was dishonorable and yet just. Alcibiades, never. Socrates, all just things are honorable. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and are honorable things sometimes good and sometimes not good, or are they always good? Alcibiades, I rather think, Socrates, that some honorable things are evil. Socrates, and are some dishonorable things good? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, you mean in such a case as the following: in time of war, men have been wounded or have died in rescuing a companion or kinsman, when others who have neglected the duty of rescuing them have escaped in safety. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and to rescue another under such circumstances is honorable, in respect of the attempt to save those whom we ought to save, and this is courage. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but evil in respect of death and wounds? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and the courage which is shown in the rescue is one thing, and the death another? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, then the rescue of one's friends is honorable in one point of view, but evil in another? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and if honorable, then also good. Will you consider now whether I may not be right, for you were acknowledging that the courage which is shown in the rescue is honorable. Now is this courage good or evil? Look at the matter thus: which would you rather choose, good or evil? Alcibiades, good. Socrates, and the greatest goods you would be most ready to choose, and would least like to be deprived of them? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, what would you say of courage? At what price would you be willing to be deprived of courage? Alcibiades, would rather die than be a coward. Socrates, then you think that cowardice is the worst of evils? Alcibiades, I do. Socrates, as bad as death, I suppose? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and life and courage are the extreme opposites of death and cowardice? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and they are what you would most desire to have, and their opposites you would least desire? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, is this because you think life and courage the best, and death and cowardice the worst? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and you would term the rescue of a friend in battle honorable, inasmuch as courage does a good work? Alcibiades, I should. Socrates, but evil because of the death which ensues? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, might we not describe their different effects as follows: you may call either of them evil in respect of the evil which is the result, and good in respect of the good which is the result of either of them? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and they are honorable in so far as they are good, and dishonorable in so far as they are evil? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, then when you say that the rescue of a friend in battle is honorable and yet evil, that is equivalent to saying that the rescue is good and yet evil? Alcibiades, I believe that you are right, Socrates. Socrates, nothing honorable, regarded as honorable, is evil, nor anything base, regarded as base, good. Alcibiades, clearly not. Socrates, look at the matter yet once more in a further light: he who acts honorably acts well. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and he who acts well is happy? Alcibiades, of course. Socrates, and the happy are those who obtain good? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and they obtain good by acting well and honorably? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then acting well is a good? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and happiness is a good? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then the good and the honorable are again identified? Alcibiades, manifestly. Socrates, then, if the argument holds, what we find to be honorable we shall also find to be good? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and is the good expedient or not? Alcibiades, expedient. Socrates, do you remember our admissions about the just? Alcibiades, yes, if I am not mistaken, we said that those who acted justly must also act honorably. Socrates, and the honorable is the good? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and the good is expedient? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then, Alcibiades, the just is expedient? Alcibiades, I should infer so. Socrates, and all this I prove out of your own mouth, for I ask and you answer. Alcibiades, I must acknowledge it to be true. Socrates, and having acknowledged that the just is the same as the expedient, are you not, let me ask, prepared to ridicule anyone who, pretending to understand the principles of justice and injustice, gets up to advise the noble Athenians or the ignoble Peparethians, that the just may be the evil? Alcibiades, I solemnly declare, Socrates, that I do not know what I am saying. Verily, I am in a strange state, for when you put questions to me I am of different minds in successive instants. Socrates, and are you not aware of the nature of this perplexity, my friend? Alcibiades, indeed I am not. Socrates, do you suppose that if someone were to ask you whether you have 2 eyes or 3, or 2 hands or 4, or anything of that sort, you would then be of different minds in successive instants? Alcibiades, I begin to distrust myself, but still I do not suppose that I should. Socrates, you would feel no doubt, and for this reason, because you would know. Alcibiades, I suppose so. Socrates, and the reason why you involuntarily contradict yourself is clearly that you are ignorant? Alcibiades, very likely. Socrates, and if you are perplexed in answering about just and unjust, honorable and dishonorable, good and evil, expedient and inexpedient, the reason is that you are ignorant of them, and therefore in perplexity. Is not that clear? Alcibiades, I agree. Socrates, but is this always the case, and is a man necessarily perplexed about that of which he has no knowledge? Alcibiades, certainly he is. Socrates, and do you know how to ascend into heaven? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, and in this case, too, is your judgment perplexed? Alcibiades, no. Socrates, do you see the reason why, or shall I tell you? Alcibiades, tell me. Socrates, the reason is, that you not only do not know, my friend, but you do not think that you know. Alcibiades, there again, what do you mean? Socrates, ask yourself, are you in any perplexity about things of which you are ignorant? You know, for example, that you know nothing about the preparation of food. Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, and do you think and perplex yourself about the preparation of food, or do you leave that to someone who understands the art? Alcibiades, the latter. Socrates, or if you were on a voyage, would you bewilder yourself by considering whether the rudder is to be drawn inwards or outwards, or do you leave that to the pilot, and do nothing? Alcibiades, it would be the concern of the pilot. Socrates, then you are not perplexed about what you do not know, if you know that you do not know it? Alcibiades, I imagine not. Socrates, do you not see, then, that mistakes in life and practice are likewise to be attributed to the ignorance which has conceit of knowledge? Alcibiades, once more, what do you mean? Socrates, I suppose that we begin to act when we think that we know what we are doing. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, but when people think that they do not know, they entrust their business to others? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and so there is a class of ignorant persons who do not make mistakes in life, because they trust others about things of which they are ignorant? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, who, then, are the persons who make mistakes? They cannot, of course, be those who know. Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, but if neither those who know, nor those who know that they do not know, make mistakes, there remain those only who do not know and think that they know. Alcibiades, yes, only those. Socrates, then this is ignorance of the disgraceful sort which is mischievous. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and most mischievous and most disgraceful when having to do with the greatest matters. Alcibiades, by far. Socrates, and can there be any matters greater than the just, the honorable, the good, and the expedient? Alcibiades, there cannot be. Socrates, and these, as you were saying, are what perplex you. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, but if you are perplexed, then, as the previous argument has shown, you are not only ignorant of the greatest matters, but being ignorant you fancy that you know them? Alcibiades, I fear that you are right. Socrates, and now see what has happened to you, Alcibiades. I hardly like to speak of your evil case, but as we are alone I will, my good friend, you are wedded to ignorance of the most disgraceful kind, and of this you are convicted, not by me, but out of your own mouth and by your own argument. Wherefore also you rush into politics before you are educated. Neither is your case to be deemed singular. For I might say the same of almost all our statesmen, with the exception, perhaps of your guardian, Pericles. Alcibiades, yes, Socrates. And Pericles is said not to have got his wisdom by the light of nature, but to have associated with several of the philosophers, with Pythoclides, for example, and with Anaxagoras, and now in advanced life with Damon, in the hope of gaining wisdom. Socrates, very good, but did you ever know a man wise in anything who was unable to impart his particular wisdom? For example, he who taught you letters was not only wise, but he made you and any others whom he liked wise. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and you, whom he taught, can do the same. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and in like manner the harper and gymnastic master. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, when a person is enabled to impart knowledge to another, he thereby gives an excellent proof of his own understanding of any matter. Alcibiades, I agree. Socrates, well, and did Pericles make anyone wise? Did he begin by making his sons wise? Alcibiades, but, Socrates, if the two sons of Pericles were simpletons, what has that to do with the matter? Socrates, well, but did he make your brother, Cleinias, wise? Alcibiades, Cleinias is a madman. There is no use in talking of him. Socrates, but if Cleinias is a madman and the two sons of Pericles were simpletons, what reason can be given why he neglects you, and lets you be as you are? Alcibiades, I believe that I am to blame for not listening to him. Socrates, but did you ever hear of any other Athenian or foreigner, bond or free, who was deemed to have grown wiser in the society of Pericles, as I might cite Pythagoras, the son of Isolocus, and Callias, the son of Alcibiades? Who have grown wiser in the society of Zeno, for which privilege they have each of them paid him the sum of 100 minae 20 to the increase of their wisdom and fame. Alcibiades, I certainly never did hear of anyone. Socrates, well, and in reference to your own case, do you mean to remain as you are, or will you take some pains about yourself? Alcibiades, with your aid, Socrates, I will. And indeed, when I hear you speak, the truth of what you are saying strikes home to me, and I agree with you, for our statesmen, all but a few, do appear to be quite uneducated. Socrates, what is the inference? Alcibiades, why, that if they were educated they would be trained athletes, and he who means to rival them ought to have knowledge and experience when he attacks them. But now, as they have become politicians without any special training, why should I have the trouble of learning and practicing? For I know well that by the light of nature I shall get the better of them. Socrates, my dear friend, what a sentiment! And how unworthy of your noble form and your high estate! Alcibiades, what do you mean, Socrates, why do you say so? Socrates, I am grieved when I think of our mutual love. Alcibiades, at what? Socrates, at your fancying that the contest on which you are entering is with people here. Alcibiades, why, what others are there? Socrates, is that a question which a magnanimous soul should ask? Alcibiades, do you mean to say that the contest is not with these? Socrates, and suppose that you were going to steer a ship into action, would you only aim at being the best pilot on board? Would you not, while acknowledging that you must possess this degree of excellence, rather look to your antagonists, and not, as you are now doing, to your fellow combatants? You ought to be so far above these latter, that they will not even dare to be your rivals, and, being regarded by you as inferiors, will do battle for you against the enemy. This is the kind of superiority which you must establish over them, if you mean to accomplish any noble action really worthy of yourself and of the state. Alcibiades, that would certainly be my aim. Socrates, verily, then, you have good reason to be satisfied, if you are better than the soldiers, and you need not, when you are their superior and have your thoughts and actions fixed upon them, look away to the generals of the enemy. Alcibiades, of whom are you speaking, Socrates? Socrates, why, you surely know that our city goes to war now and then with the Lacedaemonians and with the great king. Alcibiades, true enough. Socrates, and if you meant to be the ruler of this city, would you not be right in considering that the Lacedaemonian and Persian king were your true rivals? Alcibiades, I believe that you are right. Socrates, oh no, my friend, I am quite wrong, and I think that you ought rather to turn your attention to Midias the quail breeder and others like him, who manage our politics. In whom, as the women would remark, you may still see the slaves' cut of hair, cropping out in their minds as well as on their pates, and they come with their barbarous lingo to flatter us and not to rule us. To these, I say, you should look, and then you need not trouble yourself about your own fitness to contend in such a noble arena. There is no reason why you should either learn what has to be learned, or practice what has to be practiced. And only when thoroughly prepared enter on a political career. Alcibiades, there, I think, Socrates, that you are right. I do not suppose, however, that the Spartan generals or the great king are really different from anybody else. Socrates, but, my dear friend, do consider what you are saying. Alcibiades, what am I to consider? Socrates, in the first place, will you be more likely to take care of yourself, if you are in a wholesome fear and dread of them, or if you are not? Alcibiades, clearly, if I have such a fear of them. Socrates, and do you think that you will sustain any injury if you take care of yourself? Alcibiades, no, I shall be greatly benefited. Socrates, and this is one very important respect in which that notion of yours is bad. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, in the next place, consider that what you say is probably false. Alcibiades, how so? Socrates, let me ask you whether better natures are likely to be found in noble races or not in noble races. Alcibiades, clearly in noble races. Socrates, are not those who are well born and well bred most likely to be perfect in virtue? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, then let us compare our antecedents with those of the Lacedaemonian and Persian kings. Are they inferior to us in descent? Have we not heard that the former are sprung from Eryxias, and the latter from Achaemenes, and that the race of Eryxias and the race of Achaemenes go back to Perseus, son of Zeus? Alcibiades, why, so does mine go back to Eryxias, and he to Zeus. Socrates, and mine, noble Alcibiades, to Daedalus, and he to Hephaestus, son of Zeus. But, for all that, we are far inferior to them. For they are descended from Zeus, through a line of kings, either kings of Argos and Lacedaemon, or kings of Persia, a country which the descendants of Achaemenes have always possessed, besides being at various times sovereigns of Asia. As they now are. Whereas, we and our fathers were but private persons. How ridiculous would you be thought if you were to make a display of your ancestors and of Salamis the island of Eryxias, or of Aegina, the habitation of the still more ancient Eryxias, before Artaxerxes, son of Xerxes. You should consider how inferior we are to them both in the derivation of our birth and in other particulars. Did you never observe how great is the property of the Spartan kings? And their wives are under the guardianship of the Ephori, who are public officers and watch over them, in order to preserve as far as possible the purity of the Heraclid blood. Still greater is the difference among the Persians. For no one entertains a suspicion that the father of a prince of Persia can be anyone but the king. Such is the awe which invests the person of the queen, that any other guard is needless. And when the heir of the kingdom is born, all the subjects of the king feast, and the day of his birth is forever afterwards kept as a holiday in time of sacrifice by all Asia. Whereas, when you and I were born, Alcibiades, as the comic poet says, the neighbors hardly knew of the important event. After the birth of the royal child, he is tended, not by a good-for-nothing woman-nurse, but by the best of the royal eunuchs, who are charged with the care of him, and especially with the fashioning and right formation of his limbs, in order that he may be as shapely as possible. Which being their calling, they are held in great honor. And when the young prince is 7 years old he is put upon a horse and taken to the riding masters, and begins to go out hunting. And at 14 years of age he is handed over to the royal schoolmasters, as they are termed. These are 4 chosen men, reputed to be the best among the Persians of a certain age. And one of them is the wisest, another the justest, a third the most temperate, and a fourth the most valiant. The first instructs him in the Magianism of Zoroaster, the son of Oromasis, which is the worship of the gods, and teaches him also the duties of his royal office. The second, who is the justest, teaches him always to speak the truth. The third, or most temperate, forbids him to allow any pleasure to be lord over him, that he may be accustomed to be a freeman and king indeed, lord of himself first, and not a slave. The most valiant trains him to be bold and fearless, telling him that if he fears he is to deem himself a slave, whereas Pericles gave you, Alcibiades, for a tutor Zopyrus the Thracian, a slave of his who was past all other work. I might enlarge on the nurture and education of your rivals, but that would be tedious, and what I have said is a sufficient sample of what remains to be said. I have only to remark, by way of contrast, that no one cares about your birth or nurture or education, or, I may say, about that of any other Athenian, unless he has a lover who looks after him. And if you cast an eye on the wealth, the luxury, the garments with their flowing trains, the anointings with myrrh, the multitudes of attendants, and all the other bravery of the Persians, you will be ashamed when you discern your own inferiority. Or if you look at the temperance and orderliness and ease and grace and magnanimity and courage and endurance and love of toil and desire of glory and ambition of the Lacedaemonians, in all these respects you will see that you are but a child in comparison of them. Even in the matter of wealth, if you value yourself upon that, I must reveal to you how you stand, for if you form an estimate of the wealth of the Lacedaemonians, you will see that our possessions fall far short of theirs. For no one here can compete with them either in the extent and fertility of their own and the Messenian territory, or in the number of their slaves, and especially of the helots, or of their horses, or of the animals which feed on the Messenian pastures. But I have said enough of this, and as to gold and silver, there is more of them in Lacedaemon than in all the rest of Hellas, for during many generations gold has been always flowing into them from the whole Hellenic world. And often from the barbarian also, and never going out, as in the fable of Aesop the fox said to the lion, the prints of the feet of those going in are distinct enough. But who ever saw the trace of money going out of Lacedaemon? And therefore you may safely infer that the inhabitants are the richest of the Hellenes in gold and silver, and that their kings are the richest of them, for they have a larger share of these things. And they have also a tribute paid to them which is very considerable. Yet the Spartan wealth, though great in comparison of the wealth of the other Hellenes, is as nothing in comparison of that of the Persians and their kings. Why, I have been informed by a credible person who went up to the king, at Susa, that he passed through a large tract of excellent land, extending for nearly a day's journey, which the people of the country called the Queen's Girdle, and another, which they called her Vale, and several other fair and fertile districts, which were reserved for the adornment of the Queen, and are named after her several habiliments. Now, I cannot help thinking to myself, what if someone were to go to Amestris, the wife of Xerxes and mother of Artaxerxes, and say to her, there is a certain Dinomache, whose whole wardrobe is not worth 50 minae, and that will be more than the value, and she has a son who is possessed of a 300-acre patch at Eryxias. And he has a mind to go to war with your son, would she not wonder to what this Alcibiades trusts for success in the conflict? He must rely, she would say to herself, upon his training and wisdom, these are the things which Hellenes value. And if she heard that this Alcibiades who is making the attempt is not as yet 20 years old, and is wholly uneducated, and when his lover tells him that he ought to get education and training first, and then go and fight the king, he refuses, and says that he is well enough as he is, would she not be amazed, and ask, on what, then, does the youth rely? And if we replied, he relies on his beauty, and stature, and birth, and mental endowments, she would think that we were mad, Alcibiades, when she compared the advantages which you possess with those of her own people. And I believe that even Lampedo, the daughter of Leotychides, the wife of Archidamus and mother of Agis, all of whom were kings, would have the same feeling. If, in your present uneducated state, you were to turn your thoughts against her son, she too would be equally astonished. But how disgraceful, that we should not have as high a notion of what is required in us as our enemies' wives and mothers have of the qualities which are required in their assailants. O my friend, be persuaded by me, and hear the Delphian inscription, know thyself, not the men whom you think, but these kings are our rivals, and we can only overcome them by pains and skill. And if you fail in the required qualities, you will fail also in becoming renowned among Hellenes and barbarians, which you seem to desire more than any other man ever desired anything. Alcibiades, I entirely believe you. But what are the sort of pains which are required, Socrates, can you tell me? Socrates, yes, I can, but we must take counsel together concerning the manner in which both of us may be most improved. For what I am telling you of the necessity of education applies to myself as well as to you, and there is only one point in which I have an advantage over you. Alcibiades, what is that? Socrates, I have a guardian who is better and wiser than your guardian, Pericles. Alcibiades, who is he, Socrates? Socrates, God, Alcibiades, who up to this day has not allowed me to converse with you. And he inspires in me the faith that I am especially designed to bring you to honor. Alcibiades, you are jesting, Socrates. Socrates, perhaps, at any rate, I am right in saying that all men greatly need pains and care, and you and I above all men. Alcibiades, you are not far wrong about me. Socrates, and certainly not about myself. Alcibiades, but what can we do? Socrates, there must be no hesitation or cowardice, my friend. Alcibiades, that would not become us, Socrates. Socrates, no, indeed, and we ought to take counsel together, for do we not wish to be as good as possible? Alcibiades, we do. Socrates, in what sort of virtue? Alcibiades, plainly, in the virtue of good men. Socrates, who are good in what? Alcibiades, those, clearly, who are good in the management of affairs. Socrates, what sort of affairs? Equestrian affairs? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, you mean that about them we should have recourse to horsemen? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, well, naval affairs? Alcibiades, no. Socrates, you mean that we should have recourse to sailors about them? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then what affairs? And who do them? Alcibiades, the affairs which occupy Athenian gentlemen. Socrates, and when you speak of gentlemen, do you mean the wise or the unwise? Alcibiades, the wise. Socrates, and a man is good in respect of that in which he is wise? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and evil in respect of that in which he is unwise? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, the shoemaker, for example, is wise in respect of the making of shoes? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then he is good in that? Alcibiades, he is. Socrates, but in respect of the making of garments he is unwise? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then in that he is bad? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then upon this view of the matter the same man is good and also bad? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but would you say that the good are the same as the bad? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, then whom do you call the good? Alcibiades, I mean by the good those who are able to rule in the city. Socrates, not, surely, over horses. Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, but over men. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, when they are sick. Alcibiades, no. Socrates, or on a voyage. Alcibiades, no. Socrates, or reaping the harvest. Alcibiades, no. Socrates, when they are doing something or nothing. Alcibiades, when they are doing something, I should say. Socrates, I wish that you would explain to me what this something is. Alcibiades, when they are having dealings with one another, and using one another's services, as we citizens do in our daily life. Socrates, those of whom you speak are ruling over men who are using the services of other men. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, are they ruling over the signalmen who give the time to the rowers? Alcibiades, no, they are not. Socrates, that would be the office of the pilot. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, but perhaps you mean that they rule over flute players, who lead the singers and use the services of the dancers. Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, that would be the business of the teacher of the chorus. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then what is the meaning of being able to rule over men who use other men? Alcibiades, I mean that they rule over men who have common rights of citizenship, and dealings with one another. Socrates, and what sort of an art is this? Suppose that I ask you again, as I did just now, what art makes men know how to rule over their fellow sailors, how would you answer? Alcibiades, the art of the pilot. Socrates, and, if I may recur to another old instance, what art enables them to rule over their fellow singers? Alcibiades, the art of the teacher of the chorus, which you were just now mentioning. Socrates, and what do you call the art of fellow citizens? Alcibiades, I should say, good counsel, Socrates. Socrates, and is the art of the pilot evil counsel? Alcibiades, no. Socrates, but good counsel. Alcibiades, yes, that is what I should say, good counsel, of which the aim is the preservation of the voyagers. Socrates, true. And what is the aim of that other good counsel of which you speak? Alcibiades, the aim is the better order and preservation of the city. Socrates, and what is that of which the absence or presence improves and preserves the order of the city? Suppose you were to ask me, what is that of which the presence or absence improves or preserves the order of the body? I should reply, the presence of health and the absence of disease. You would say the same. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and if you were to ask me the same question about the eyes, I should reply in the same way, the presence of sight and the absence of blindness. Or about the ears, I should reply, that they were improved and were in better case, when deafness was absent, and hearing was present in them. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and what would you say of a state? What is that by the presence or absence of which the state is improved and better managed and ordered? Alcibiades, I should say, Socrates, the presence of friendship and the absence of hatred and division. Socrates, and do you mean by friendship agreement or disagreement? Alcibiades, agreement. Socrates, what art makes cities agree about numbers? Alcibiades, arithmetic. Socrates, and private individuals? Alcibiades, the same. Socrates, and what art makes each individual agree with himself? Alcibiades, the same. Socrates, And what art makes each of us agree with himself about the comparative length of the span and of the cubit? Does not the art of measure? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, individuals are agreed with one another about this, and states, equally. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and the same holds of the balance. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but what is the other agreement of which you speak, and about what? What art can give that agreement? And does that which gives it to the state give it also to the individual, so as to make him consistent with himself and with another? Alcibiades, I should suppose so. Socrates, but what is the nature of the agreement? Answer, and faint not. Alcibiades, I mean to say that there should be such friendship and agreement as exists between an affectionate father and mother and their son, or between brothers, or between husband and wife. Socrates, but can a man, Alcibiades, agree with a woman about the spinning of wool, which she understands and he does not? Alcibiades, no, truly. Socrates, nor has he any need, for spinning is a female accomplishment. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and would a woman agree with a man about the science of arms, which she has never learned? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, I suppose that the use of arms would be regarded by you as a male accomplishment? Alcibiades, it would. Socrates, then, upon your view, women and men have two sorts of knowledge. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, then in their knowledge there is no agreement of women and men? Alcibiades, there is not. Socrates, nor can there be friendship, if friendship is agreement? Alcibiades, plainly not. Socrates, then women are not loved by men when they do their own work? Alcibiades, I suppose not. Socrates, nor men by women when they do their own work? Alcibiades, no. Socrates, nor are states well administered, when individuals do their own work? Alcibiades, I should rather think, Socrates, that the reverse is the truth. Socrates, what? Do you mean to say that states are well administered when friendship is absent, the presence of which, as we were saying, alone secures their good order? Alcibiades, but I should say that there is friendship among them, for this very reason, that the two parties respectively do their own work. Socrates, that was not what you were saying before. And what do you mean now by affirming that friendship exists when there is no agreement? How can there be agreement about matters which the one party knows, and of which the other is in ignorance? Alcibiades, impossible. Socrates, and when individuals are doing their own work, are they doing what is just or unjust? Alcibiades, what is just, certainly. Socrates, and when individuals do what is just in the state, is there no friendship among them? Alcibiades, I suppose that there must be, Socrates. Socrates, then what do you mean by this friendship or agreement about which we must be wise and discreet in order that we may be good men? I cannot make out where it exists or among whom. According to you, the same persons may sometimes have it and sometimes not. Alcibiades, but, indeed, Socrates, I do not know what I am saying, and I have long been, unconsciously to myself, in a most disgraceful state. Socrates, nevertheless, cheer up, at 50, if you had discovered your deficiency, you would have been too old, and the time for taking care of yourself would have passed away, but yours is just the age at which the discovery should be made. Alcibiades, and what should he do, Socrates, who would make the discovery? Socrates, answer questions, Alcibiades, and that is a process which, by the grace of God, if I may put any faith in my oracle, will be very improving to both of us. Alcibiades, if I can be improved by answering, I will answer. Socrates, and first of all, that we may not peradventure be deceived by appearances, fancying, perhaps, that we are taking care of ourselves when we are not, what is the meaning of a man taking care of himself? And when does he take care? Does he take care of himself when he takes care of what belongs to him? Alcibiades, I should think so. Socrates, When does a man take care of his feet? Does he not take care of them when he takes care of that which belongs to his feet? Alcibiades, I do not understand. Socrates, let me take the hand as an illustration. Does not a ring belong to the finger, and to the finger only? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and the shoe in like manner to the foot? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and when we take care of our shoes, do we not take care of our feet? Alcibiades, I do not comprehend, Socrates. Socrates, but you would admit, Alcibiades, that to take proper care of a thing is a correct expression? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and taking proper care means improving? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and what is the art which improves our shoes? Alcibiades, shoemaking. Socrates, then by shoemaking we take care of our shoes? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and do we by shoemaking take care of our feet, or by some other art which improves the feet? Alcibiades, by some other art. Socrates, and the same art improves the feet which improves the rest of the body? Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, which is gymnastic? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, then by gymnastic we take care of our feet, and by shoemaking of that which belongs to our feet? Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, and by gymnastic we take care of our hands, and by the art of graving rings of that which belongs to our hands? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and by gymnastic we take care of the body, and by the art of weaving and the other arts we take care of the things of the body? Alcibiades, clearly. Socrates, then the art which takes care of each thing is different from that which takes care of the belongings of each thing? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, then in taking care of what belongs to you, you do not take care of yourself? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, for the art which takes care of our belongings appears not to be the same as that which takes care of ourselves? Alcibiades, clearly not. Socrates, and now let me ask you, what is the art with which we take care of ourselves? Alcibiades, I cannot say. Socrates, at any rate, thus much has been admitted, that the art is not one which makes any of our possessions, but which makes ourselves better. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but should we ever have known what art makes a shoe better, if we did not know a shoe? Alcibiades, impossible. Socrates, nor should we know what art makes a ring better, if we did not know a ring? Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, and can we ever know what art makes a man better, if we do not know what we are ourselves? Alcibiades, impossible. Socrates, and is self-knowledge such an easy thing, and was he to be lightly esteemed who inscribed the text on the temple at Delphi? Or is self-knowledge a difficult thing, which few are able to attain? Alcibiades, at times I fancy, Socrates, that anybody can know himself, at other times the task appears to be very difficult. Socrates, but whether easy or difficult, Alcibiades, still there is no other way. Knowing what we are, we shall know how to take care of ourselves, and if we are ignorant we shall not know. Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, well, then, let us see in what way the self-existent can be discovered by us. That will give us a chance of discovering our own existence, which otherwise we can never know. Alcibiades, you say truly. Socrates, come, now, I beseech you, tell me with whom you are conversing. With whom but with me? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, as I am, with you? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, that is to say, I, Socrates, am talking. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and Alcibiades is my hearer. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and I in talking use words. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and talking and using words have, I suppose, the same meaning. Alcibiades, to be sure. Socrates, and the user is not the same as the thing which he uses. Alcibiades, what do you mean? Socrates, I will explain. The shoemaker, for example, uses a square tool, and a circular tool, and other tools for cutting. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, but the tool is not the same as the cutter and user of the tool. Alcibiades, of course not. Socrates, and in the same way the instrument of the harper is to be distinguished from the harper himself? Alcibiades, it is. Socrates, now the question which I asked was whether you conceive the user to be always different from that which he uses. Alcibiades, I do. Socrates, then what shall we say of the shoemaker? Does he cut with his tools only or with his hands? Alcibiades, with his hands as well. Socrates, he uses his hands too. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and does he use his eyes in cutting leather? Alcibiades, he does. Socrates, and we admit that the user is not the same with the things which he uses? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then the shoemaker and the harper are to be distinguished from the hands and feet which they use? Alcibiades, clearly. Socrates, and does not a man use the whole body? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and that which uses is different from that which is used? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, then a man is not the same as his own body? Alcibiades, that is the inference. Socrates, what is he, then? Alcibiades, I cannot say. Socrates, nay, you can say that he is the user of the body. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and the user of the body is the soul? Alcibiades, yes, the soul. Socrates, and the soul rules? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, let me make an assertion which will, I think, be universally admitted. Alcibiades, what is it? Socrates, that man is one of three things. Alcibiades, what are they? Socrates, soul, body, or both together forming a whole. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, but did we not say that the actual ruling principle of the body is man? Alcibiades, yes, we did. Socrates, and does the body rule over itself? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, it is subject, as we were saying. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, then that is not the principle which we are seeking. Alcibiades, it would seem not. Socrates, but may we say that the union of the two rules over the body, and consequently that this is man? Alcibiades, very likely. Socrates, the most unlikely of all things. For if one of the members is subject, the two united cannot possibly rule. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but since neither the body, nor the union of the two, is man, either man has no real existence, or the soul is man. Alcibiades, just so. Socrates, is anything more required to prove that the soul is man? Alcibiades, certainly not, the proof is, I think, quite sufficient. Socrates, and if the proof, although not perfect, be sufficient, we shall be satisfied. More precise proof will be supplied when we have discovered that which we were led to omit, from a fear that the inquiry would be too much protracted. Alcibiades, what was that? Socrates, what I meant, when I said that absolute existence must be first considered, but now, instead of absolute existence, we have been considering the nature of individual existence, and this may, perhaps, be sufficient. For surely there is nothing which may be called more properly ourselves than the soul. Alcibiades, there is nothing. Socrates, then we may truly conceive that you and I are conversing with one another, soul to soul. Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, and that is just what I was saying before, that I, Socrates, am not arguing or talking with the face of Alcibiades, but with the real Alcibiades, or in other words, with his soul. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, then he who bids a man know himself, would have him know his soul. Alcibiades, that appears to be true. Socrates, he whose knowledge only extends to the body, knows the things of a man, and not the man himself. Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, then neither the physician regarded as a physician, nor the trainer regarded as a trainer, knows himself. Alcibiades, he does not. Socrates, the husbandman and the other craftsmen are very far from knowing themselves, for they would seem not even to know their own belongings. When regarded in relation to the arts which they practice, they are even further removed from self-knowledge, for they only know the belongings of the body, which minister to the body. Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, then if temperance is the knowledge of self, in respect of his art none of them is temperate. Alcibiades, I agree. Socrates, and this is the reason why their arts are accounted vulgar, and are not such as a good man would practice. Alcibiades, quite true. Socrates, again, he who cherishes his body cherishes not himself, but what belongs to him. Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, but he who cherishes his money, cherishes neither himself nor his belongings, but is in a stage yet further removed from himself. Alcibiades, I agree. Socrates, then the moneymaker has really ceased to be occupied with his own concerns. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and if anyone has fallen in love with the person of Alcibiades, he loves not Alcibiades, but the belongings of Alcibiades. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but he who loves your soul is the true lover. Alcibiades, that is the necessary inference. Socrates, the lover of the body goes away when the flower of youth fades. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but he who loves the soul goes not away, as long as the soul follows after virtue. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and I am the lover who goes not away, but remains with you, when you are no longer young and the rest are gone. Alcibiades, yes, Socrates, and therein you do well, and I hope that you will remain. Socrates, then you must try to look your best. Alcibiades, I will. Socrates, the fact is, that there is only one lover of Alcibiades the son of Cleinias, there neither is nor ever has been seemingly any other. And he is his darling, Socrates, the son of Sophroniscus and Phaedo. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and did you not say, that if I had not spoken first, you were on the point of coming to me, and inquiring why I only remained? Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, the reason was that I loved you for your own sake, whereas other men love what belongs to you, and your beauty, which is not you, is fading away, just as your true self is beginning to bloom. And I will never desert you, if you are not spoiled and deformed by the Athenian people, for the danger which I most fear is that you will become a lover of the people and will be spoiled by them. Many a noble Athenian has been ruined in this way. For the Demas of the great-hearted Eryxias is of a fair countenance, but you should see him naked, wherefore observe the caution which I give you. Alcibiades, what caution? Socrates, practice yourself, sweet friend, in learning what you ought to know, before you enter on politics, and then you will have an antidote which will keep you out of harm's way. Alcibiades, good advice, Socrates, but I wish that you would explain to me in what way I am to take care of myself. Socrates, have we not made an advance? For we are at any rate tolerably well agreed as to what we are, and there is no longer any danger, as we once feared, that we might be taking care not of ourselves, but of something which is not ourselves. Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, and the next step will be to take care of the soul, and look to that? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, leaving the care of our bodies and of our properties to others? Alcibiades, very good. Socrates, but how can we have a perfect knowledge of the things of the soul? For if we know them, then I suppose we shall know ourselves. Can we really be ignorant of the excellent meaning of the Delphian inscription, of which we were just now speaking? Alcibiades, what have you in your thoughts, Socrates? Socrates, I will tell you what I suspect to be the meaning and lesson of that inscription. Let me take an illustration from sight, which I imagine to be the only one suitable to my purpose. Alcibiades, what do you mean? Socrates, consider. If someone were to say to the eye, see thyself, as you might say to a man, know thyself, what is the nature and meaning of this precept? Would not his meaning be, that the eye should look at that in which it would see itself? Alcibiades, clearly. Socrates, and what are the objects in looking at which we see ourselves? Alcibiades, clearly, Socrates, in looking at mirrors and the like. Socrates, very true. And is there not something of the nature of a mirror in our own eyes? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, did you ever observe that the face of the person looking into the eye of another is reflected as in a mirror? And in the visual organ which is over against him, and which is called the pupil, there is a sort of image of the person looking. Alcibiades, that is quite true. Socrates, then the eye, looking at another eye, and at that in the eye which is most perfect, and which is the instrument of vision, will there see itself? Alcibiades, that is evident. Socrates, but looking at anything else either in man or in the world, and not to what resembles this, it will not see itself. Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, then if the eye is to see itself, it must look at the eye, and at that part of the eye where sight which is the virtue of the eye resides? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and if the soul, my dear Alcibiades, is ever to know herself, must she not look at the soul, and especially at that part of the soul in which her virtue resides, and to any other which is like this? Alcibiades, I agree, Socrates. Socrates, and do we know of any part of our souls more divine than that which has to do with wisdom and knowledge? Alcibiades, there is none. Socrates, then this is that part of the soul which resembles the divine. And he who looks at this and at the whole class of things divine, will be most likely to know himself. Alcibiades, clearly. Socrates, and self-knowledge we agree to be wisdom. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but if we have no self-knowledge and no wisdom, can we ever know our own good and evil? Alcibiades, how can we, Socrates? Socrates, you mean, that if you did not know Alcibiades, there would be no possibility of your knowing that what belonged to Alcibiades was really his? Alcibiades, it would be quite impossible. Socrates, nor should we know that we were the persons to whom anything belonged, if we did not know ourselves. Alcibiades, how could we? Socrates, and if we did not know our own belongings, neither should we know the belongings of our belongings? Alcibiades, clearly not. Socrates, then we were not altogether right in acknowledging just now that a man may know what belongs to him and yet not know himself, nay, rather he cannot even know the belongings of his belongings. For the discernment of the things of self, and of the things which belong to the things of self, appear all to be the business of the same man, and of the same art. Alcibiades, so much may be supposed. Socrates, and he who knows not the things which belong to himself, will in like manner be ignorant of the things which belong to others. Alcibiades, very true. Socrates, and if he knows not the affairs of others, he will not know the affairs of states. Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, then such a man can never be a statesman. Alcibiades, he cannot. Socrates, nor an economist. Alcibiades, he cannot. Socrates, he will not know what he is doing. Alcibiades, he will not. Socrates, and will not he who is ignorant fall into error? Alcibiades, assuredly. Socrates, and if he falls into error will he not fail both in his public and private capacity? Alcibiades, yes, indeed. Socrates, and failing, will he not be miserable? Alcibiades, very. Socrates, and what will become of those for whom he is acting? Alcibiades, they will be miserable also. Socrates, then he who is not wise and good cannot be happy. Alcibiades, he cannot. Socrates, the bad, then, are miserable. Alcibiades, yes, very. Socrates, and if so, not he who has riches, but he who has wisdom, is delivered from his misery. Alcibiades, clearly. Socrates, cities, then, if they are to be happy, do not want walls, or triremes, or docks, or numbers, or size. Alcibiades, without virtue. Alcibiades, indeed they do not. Socrates, and you must give the citizens virtue, if you mean to administer their affairs rightly or nobly. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, but can a man give that which he has not? Alcibiades, impossible. Socrates, then you or anyone who means to govern and superintend, not only himself and the things of himself, but the state and the things of the state, must in the first place acquire virtue. Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, you have not therefore to obtain power or authority, in order to enable you to do what you wish for yourself and the state, but justice and wisdom. Alcibiades, clearly. Socrates, you and the state, if you act wisely and justly, will act according to the will of God. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, as I was saying before, you will look only at what is bright and divine, and act with a view to them. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, in that mirror you will see and know yourselves and your own good? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and so you will act rightly and well? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, in which case, I will be security for your happiness. Alcibiades, I accept the security. Socrates, but if you act unrighteously, your eye will turn to the dark and godless, and being in darkness and ignorance of yourselves, you will probably do deeds of darkness. Alcibiades, very possibly. Socrates, for if a man, my dear Alcibiades, has the power to do what he likes, but has no understanding, what is likely to be the result, either to him as an individual or to the state, for example, if he be sick and is able to do what he likes? Not having the mind of a physician, having moreover tyrannical power, and no one daring to reprove him, what will happen to him? Will he not be likely to have his constitution ruined? Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, or again, in a ship, if a man having the power to do what he likes, has no intelligence or skill in navigation, do you see what will happen to him and to his fellow sailors? Alcibiades, yes, I see that they will all perish. Socrates, and in like manner, in a state, and where there is any power and authority which is wanting in virtue, will not misfortune, in like manner, ensue? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, not tyrannical power, then, my good Alcibiades, should be the aim either of individuals or states, if they would be happy, but virtue. Alcibiades, that is true. Socrates, and before they have virtue, to be commanded by a superior is better for men as well as for children? Alcibiades, that is evident. Socrates, and that which is better is also nobler. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and what is nobler is more becoming. Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, then to the bad man slavery is more becoming, because better. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, then vice is only suited to a slave. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and virtue to a freeman. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and, O my friend, is not the condition of a slave to be avoided? Alcibiades, certainly, Socrates. Socrates, and are you now conscious of your own state? And do you know whether you are a freeman or not? Alcibiades, I think that I am very conscious indeed of my own state. Socrates, and do you know how to escape out of a state which I do not even like to name to my beauty? Alcibiades, yes, I do. Socrates, how? Alcibiades, by your help, Socrates. Socrates, that is not well said, Alcibiades. Alcibiades, what ought I to have said? Socrates, by the help of God. Alcibiades, I agree. And I further say, that our relations are likely to be reversed. From this day forward, I must and will follow you as you have followed me, I will be the disciple, and you shall be my master. Socrates, oh, that is rare. My love breeds another love, and so like the stork I shall be cherished by the bird whom I have hatched. Alcibiades, strange, but true, and henceforward I shall begin to think about justice. Socrates, and I hope that you will persist. Although I have fears, not because I doubt you, but I see the power of the state, which may be too much for both of us. Menexenus. Introduction. The Menexenus has more the character of a rhetorical exercise than any other of the Platonic works. The writer seems to have wished to emulate Thucydides, and the far slighter work of Lysias. In his rivalry with the latter, to whom in the Phaedrus Plato shows a strong antipathy, he is entirely successful, but he is not equal to Thucydides. The Menexenus, though not without real Hellenic interest, falls very far short of the rugged grandeur and political insight of the great historian. The fiction of the speech having been invented by Aspasia is well sustained, and is in the manner of Plato, notwithstanding the anachronism which puts into her mouth an allusion to the peace of Alcibiades. An event occurring 40 years after the date of the supposed oration. But Plato, like Shakespeare, is careless of such anachronisms, which are not supposed to strike the mind of the reader. The effect produced by these grandiloquent orations on Socrates, who does not recover after having heard one of them for 3 days and more, is truly Platonic. Such discourses, if we may form a judgment from the 3 which are extant, for the so-called funeral oration of Demosthenes is a bad and spurious imitation of Thucydides and Lysias, conformed to a regular type. They began with gods and ancestors, and the legendary history of Athens, to which succeeded an almost equally fictitious account of later times. The Persian War usually formed the center of the narrative. In the age of Isocrates and Demosthenes the Athenians were still living on the glories of Marathon and Salamis. The Menexenus veils in panegyric the weak places of Athenian history. The War of Athens and Boeotia is a war of liberation. The Athenians gave back the Spartans taken at Sphacteria out of kindness. Indeed, the only fault of the city was too great kindness to their enemies, who were more honored than the friends of others, compare Thucydides 2:41. Which seems to contain the germ of the idea. We Democrats are the aristocracy of virtue, and the like. These are the platitudes and falsehoods in which history is disguised. The taking of Athens is hardly mentioned. The author of the Menexenus, whether Plato or not, is evidently intending to ridicule the practice, and at the same time to show that he can beat the rhetoricians in their own line. As in the Phaedrus, he may be supposed to offer an example of what Lysias might have said, and of how much better he might have written in his own style. The orators had recourse to their favorite loci communes, one of which, as we find in Lysias, was the shortness of the time allowed them for preparation. But Socrates points out that they had them always ready for delivery, and that there was no difficulty in improvising any number of such orations. To praise the Athenians among the Athenians was easy, to praise them among the Lacedaemonians would have been a much more difficult task. Socrates himself has turned rhetorician, having learned of a woman, Aspasia, the mistress of Pericles. And anyone whose teachers had been far inferior to his own, say, one who had learned from Antiphon the Rhamnusian, would be quite equal to the task of praising men to themselves. When we remember that Antiphon is described by Thucydides as the best pleader of his day, the satire on him and on the whole tribe of rhetoricians is transparent. The ironical assumption of Socrates, that he must be a good orator because he had learned of Aspasia, is not coarse, as Schleiermacher supposes, but is rather to be regarded as fanciful. Nor can we say that the offer of Socrates to dance naked out of love for Menexenus, is any more unplatonic than the threat of physical force which Phaedrus uses towards Socrates, 236 c. Nor is there any real vulgarity in the fear which Socrates expresses that he will get a beating from his mistress, Aspasia. This is the natural exaggeration of what might be expected from an imperious woman. Socrates is not to be taken seriously in all that he says, and Plato, both in the Symposium and elsewhere, is not slow to admit a sort of Aristophanic humor. How a great original genius like Plato might or might not have written, what was his conception of humor, or what limits he would have prescribed to himself, if any, in drawing the picture of the Silenus Socrates, are problems which no critical instinct can determine. On the other hand, the dialogue has several Platonic traits, whether original or imitated may be uncertain. Socrates, when he departs from his character of a know-nothing and delivers a speech, generally pretends that what he is speaking is not his own composition. Thus in the Cratylus, he is run away with, 410e. In the Phaedrus, he has heard somebody say something, 235c, is inspired by the genius loci, 238d, in the Symposium, he derives his wisdom from Diotima of Mantinia, and the like. But he does not impose on Menexenus by his dissimulation. Without violating the character of Socrates, Plato, who knows so well how to give a hint, or someone writing in his name, intimates clearly enough that the speech in the Menexenus, like that in the Phaedrus, is to be attributed to Socrates. The address of the dead to the living at the end of the oration may also be compared to the numerous addresses of the same kind which occur in Plato, in whom the dramatic element is always tending to prevail over the rhetorical. The remark has been often made, that in the funeral oration of Thucydides there is no allusion to the existence of the dead. But in the Menexenus a future state is clearly, although not strongly, asserted. Whether the Menexenus is a genuine writing of Plato, or an imitation only, remains uncertain. In either case, the thoughts are partly borrowed from the funeral oration of Thucydides. And the fact that they are so, is not in favor of the genuineness of the work. Internal evidence seems to leave the question of authorship in doubt. There are merits and there are defects which might lead to either conclusion. The form of the greater part of the work makes the inquiry difficult. The introduction and the finale certainly were the look either of Plato or of an extremely skillful imitator. The excellence of the forgery may be fairly adduced as an argument that it is not a forgery at all. In this uncertainty the express testimony of Aristotle, who quotes, in the Rhetoric, 21 the well-known words, "It is easy to praise the Athenians among the Athenians," from the funeral oration, may perhaps turn the balance in its favor. It must be remembered also that the work was famous in antiquity, and is included in the Alexandrian catalogues of Platonic writings. Menexenus. Persons of the dialogue. Socrates. Menexenus. Socrates, whence come you, Menexenus? Are you from the Agora? Menexenus, yes, Socrates, I have been at the council. Socrates, and what might you be doing at the council? And yet I need hardly ask, for I see that you, believing yourself to have arrived at the end of education and of philosophy, and to have had enough of them, are mounting upwards to things higher still, and, though rather young for the post, are intending to govern us elder men, like the rest of your family, which has always provided someone who kindly took care of us. Menexenus, yes, Socrates, I shall be ready to hold office, if you allow and advise that I should, but not if you think otherwise. I went to the council chamber because I heard that the council was about to choose someone who was to speak over the dead. For you know that there is to be a public funeral. Socrates, yes, I know. And whom did they choose? Menexenus, no one. They delayed the election until tomorrow, but I believe that either Archinus or Dion will be chosen. Socrates, O Menexenus. Death in battle is certainly in many respects a noble thing. The dead man gets a fine and costly funeral, although he may have been poor, and an elaborate speech is made over him by a wise man who has long ago prepared what he has to say, although he who is praised may not have been good for much. The speakers praise him for what he has done and for what he has not done, that is the beauty of them, and they steal away our souls with their embellished words. In every conceivable form they praise the city. And they praise those who died in war, and all our ancestors who went before us. And they praise ourselves also who are still alive, until I feel quite elevated by their laudations, and I stand listening to their words, Menexenus, and become enchanted by them. And all in a moment I imagine myself to have become a greater and nobler and finer man than I was before. And if, as often happens, there are any foreigners who accompany me to the speech, I become suddenly conscious of having a sort of triumph over them, and they seem to experience a corresponding feeling of admiration at me. And at the greatness of the city, which appears to them, when they are under the influence of the speaker, more wonderful than ever. This consciousness of dignity lasts me more than 3 days, and not until the 4th or 5th day do I come to my senses and know where I am. In the meantime I have been living in the islands of the blessed. Such is the art of our rhetoricians, and in such manner does the sound of their words keep ringing in my ears. Menexenus, you are always making fun of the rhetoricians, Socrates. This time, however, I am inclined to think that the speaker who is chosen will not have much to say, for he has been called upon to speak at a moment's notice, and he will be compelled almost to improvise. Socrates, but why, my friend, should he not have plenty to say? Every rhetorician has speeches ready-made, nor is there any difficulty in improvising that sort of stuff. Had the orator to praise Athenians among Peloponnesians, or Peloponnesians among Athenians, he must be a good rhetorician who could succeed and gain credit. But there is no difficulty in a man's winning applause when he is contending for fame among the persons whom he is praising. Menexenus, do you think not, Socrates? Socrates, certainly not. Menexenus, do you think that you could speak yourself if there should be a necessity, and if the council were to choose you? Socrates, that I should be able to speak is no great wonder, Menexenus, considering that I have an excellent mistress in the art of rhetoric, she who has made so many good speakers, and one who was the best among all the Hellenes, Pericles, the son of Xanthippus. Menexenus, and who is she? I suppose that you mean Aspasia. Socrates, yes, I do, and besides her I had Conus, the son of Metrobius, as a master, and he was my master in music, as she was in rhetoric. No wonder that a man who has received such an education should be a finished speaker. Even the pupil of very inferior masters, say, for example, one who had learned music of Lampros, and rhetoric of Antiphon the Rhamnusian, might make a figure if he were to praise the Athenians among the Athenians. Menexenus, and what would you be able to say if you had to speak? Socrates, of my own wit, most likely nothing, but yesterday I heard Aspasia composing a funeral oration about these very dead. For she had been told, as you were saying, that the Athenians were going to choose a speaker, and she repeated to me the sort of speech which he should deliver, partly improvising and partly from previous thought. Putting together fragments of the funeral oration which Pericles spoke, but which, as I believe, she composed. Menexenus, and can you remember what Aspasia said? Socrates, I ought to be able, for she taught me, and she was ready to strike me because I was always forgetting. Menexenus, then why will you not rehearse what she said? Socrates, because I am afraid that my mistress may be angry with me if I publish her speech. Menexenus, nay, Socrates, let us have the speech, whether Aspasia's or anyone else's, no matter. I hope that you will oblige me. Socrates, but I am afraid that you will laugh at me if I continue the games of youth in old age. Menexenus, far otherwise, Socrates, let us by all means have the speech. Socrates, truly I have such a disposition to oblige you, that if you bid me dance naked I should not like to refuse, since we are alone. Listen then, if I remember rightly, she began as follows, with the mention of the dead. 22. There is a tribute of deeds and of words. The departed have already had the first, when going forth on their destined journey they were attended on their way by the state and by their friends, the tribute of words remains to be given to them, as is meet and by law ordained. For noble words are a memorial and a crown of noble actions, which are given to the doers of them by the hearers. A word is needed which will duly praise the dead and gently admonish the living, exhorting the brethren and descendants of the departed to imitate their virtue, and consoling their fathers and mothers and the survivors, if any, who may chance to be alive of the previous generation. What sort of a word will this be, and how shall we rightly begin the praises of these brave men? In their life they rejoiced their own friends with their valor, and their death they gave in exchange for the salvation of the living. And I think that we should praise them in the order in which nature made them good, for they were good because they were sprung from good fathers. Wherefore let us first of all praise the goodness of their birth. Secondly, their nurture and education, and then let us set forth how noble their actions were, and how worthy of the education which they had received. And first as to their birth. Their ancestors were not strangers, nor are these their descendants sojourners only, whose fathers have come from another country, but they are the children of the soil, dwelling and living in their own land. And the country which brought them up is not like other countries, a stepmother to her children, but their own true mother. She bore them and nourished them and received them, and in her bosom they now repose. It is meet and right, therefore, that we should begin by praising the land which is their mother, and that will be a way of praising their noble birth. The country is worthy to be praised, not only by us, but by all mankind. First, and above all, as being dear to the gods. This is proved by the strife and contention of the gods respecting her. And ought not the country which the gods praise to be praised by all mankind? The second praise which may be fairly claimed by her, is that at the time when the whole earth was sending forth and creating diverse animals, tame and wild, she our mother was free and pure from savage monsters. And out of all animals selected and brought forth man, who is superior to the rest in understanding, and alone has justice and religion. And a great proof that she brought forth the common ancestors of us and of the departed, is that she provided the means of support for her offspring. For as a woman proves her motherhood by giving milk to her young ones, and she who has no fountain of milk is not a mother, so did this our land prove that she was the mother of men. For in those days she alone and first of all brought forth wheat and barley for human food, which is the best and noblest sustenance for man, whom she regarded as her true offspring. And these are truer proofs of motherhood in a country than in a woman, for the woman in her conception and generation is but the imitation of the earth, and not the earth of the woman. And of the fruit of the earth she gave a plenteous supply, not only to her own, but to others also, and afterwards she made the olive to spring up to be a boon to her children, and to help them in their toils. And when she had herself nursed them and brought them up to manhood, she gave them gods to be their rulers and teachers, whose names are well known, and need not now be repeated. They are the gods who first ordered our lives, and instructed us in the arts for the supply of our daily needs, and taught us the acquisition and use of arms for the defense of the country. Thus born into the world and thus educated, the ancestors of the departed lived and made themselves a government, which I ought briefly to commemorate. For government is the nurture of man, and the government of good men is good, and of bad men bad. And I must show that our ancestors were trained under a good government, and for this reason they were good, and our contemporaries are also good, among whom our departed friends are to be reckoned. Then as now, and indeed always, from that time to this, speaking generally, our government was an aristocracy, a form of government which receives various names, according to the fancies of men, and is sometimes called democracy. But is really an aristocracy or government of the best which has the approval of the many. For kings we have always had, first hereditary and then elected, and authority is mostly in the hands of the people, who dispense offices and power to those who appear to be most deserving of them. Neither is a man rejected from weakness or poverty or obscurity of origin, nor honored by reason of the opposite, as in other states, but there is one principle: he who appears to be wise and good is a governor and ruler. The basis of this our government is equality of birth, for other states are made up of all sorts and unequal conditions of men, and therefore their governments are unequal. There are tyrannies and there are oligarchies, in which the one party are slaves and the others masters. But we and our citizens are brethren, the children all of one mother, and we do not think it right to be one another's masters or servants. But the natural equality of birth compels us to seek for legal equality, and to recognize no superiority except in the reputation of virtue and wisdom. And so there in our fathers, and these, too, our brethren, being nobly born and having been brought up in all freedom, did both in their public and private capacity many noble deeds famous over the whole world. They were the deeds of men who thought that they ought to fight both against Hellenes for the sake of Hellenes on behalf of freedom, and against barbarians in the common interest of Hellas. Time would fail me to tell of their defense of their country against the invasion of Eumolpus and the Amazons, or of their defense of the Argives against the Cadmeans, or of the Heraclides against the Argives. Besides, the poets have already declared in song to all mankind their glory, and therefore any commemoration of their deeds in prose which we might attempt would hold us second place. They already have their reward, and I say no more of them. But there are other worthy deeds of which no poet has worthily sung, and which are still wooing the poet's muse. Of these I am bound to make honorable mention, and shall invoke others to sing of them also in lyric and other strains, in a manner becoming the actors. And first I will tell how the Persians, lords of Asia, were enslaving Europe, and how the children of this land, who were our fathers, held them back. Of these I will speak first, and praise their valor, as is meet and fitting. He who would rightly estimate them should place himself in thought at that time, when the whole of Asia was subject to the third king of Persia. The first king, Cyrus, by his valor freed the Persians, who were his countrymen, and subjected the Medes, who were their lords, and he ruled over the rest of Asia, as far as Egypt. And after him came his son, who ruled all the accessible part of Egypt and Libya. The third king was Darius, who extended the land boundaries of the empire to Scythia, and with his fleet held the sea and the islands. None presumed to be his equal. The minds of all men were enthralled by him, so many and mighty and warlike nations had the power of Persia subdued. Now Darius had a quarrel against us and the Erythrians, because, as he said, we had conspired against Sardis, and he sent 500,000 men in transports and vessels of war, and 300 ships, and Datis as commander. Telling him to bring the Erythrians and Athenians to the king, if he wished to keep his head on his shoulders. He sailed against the Erythrians, who were reputed to be amongst the noblest and most warlike of the Hellenes of that day, and they were numerous, but he conquered them all in 3 days. And when he had conquered them, in order that no one might escape, he searched the whole country after this manner. His soldiers, coming to the borders of Erythria and spreading from sea to sea, joined hands and passed through the whole country, in order that they might be able to tell the king that no one had escaped them. And from Erythria they went to Marathon with a like intention, expecting to bind the Athenians in the same yoke of necessity in which they had bound the Erythrians. Having effected one half of their purpose, they were in the act of attempting the other, and none of the Hellenes dared to assist either the Erythrians or the Athenians, except the Lacedaemonians, and they arrived a day too late for the battle. But the rest were panic-stricken and kept quiet, too happy in having escaped for a time. He who has present to his mind that conflict will know what manner of men they were who received the onset of the barbarians at Marathon, and chastened the pride of the whole of Asia. And by the victory which they gained over the barbarians first taught other men that the power of the Persians was not invincible, but that hosts of men and the multitude of riches alike yield to valor. And I assert that those men are the fathers not only of ourselves, but of our liberties and of the liberties of all who are on the continent. For that was the action to which the Hellenes looked back when they ventured to fight for their own safety in the battles which ensued. They became disciples of the men of Marathon. To them, therefore, I assign in my speech the first place, and the second to those who fought and conquered in the sea fights at Salamis and Artemisium. For of them, too, one might have many things to say, of the assaults which they endured by sea and land, and how they repelled them. I will mention only that act of theirs which appears to me to be the noblest, and which followed that of Marathon and came nearest to it. For the men of Marathon only showed the Hellenes that it was possible to ward off the barbarians by land, the many by the few. But there was no proof that they could be defeated by ships, and at sea the Persians retained the reputation of being invincible in numbers and wealth and skill and strength. This is the glory of the men who fought at sea, that they dispelled the second terror which had hitherto possessed the Hellenes, and so made the fear of numbers, whether of ships or men, to cease among them. And so the soldiers of Marathon and the sailors of Salamis became the schoolmasters of Hellas, the one teaching and habituating the Hellenes not to fear the barbarians at sea, and the others not to fear them by land. Third in order, for the number and valor of the combatants, and third in the salvation of Hellas, I placed the battle of Plataea. And now the Lacedaemonians as well as the Athenians took part in the struggle. They were all united in this greatest and most terrible conflict of all, wherefore their virtues will be celebrated in times to come, as they are now celebrated by us. But at a later period many Hellenic tribes were still on the side of the barbarians, and there was a report that the great king was going to make a new attempt upon the Hellenes. And therefore justice requires that we should also make mention of those who crowned the previous work of our salvation, and drove and purged away all barbarians from the sea. These were the men who fought by sea at the river Eurymedon, and who went on the expedition to Cyprus, and who sailed to Egypt and divers other places. And they should be gratefully remembered by us, because they compelled the king in fear for himself to look to his own safety instead of plotting the destruction of Hellas. And so the war against the barbarians was fought out to the end by the whole city on their own behalf, and on behalf of their countrymen. There was peace, and our city was held in honor. And then, as prosperity makes men jealous, there succeeded a jealousy of her, and jealousy begot envy, and so she became engaged against her will in a war with the Hellenes. On the breaking out of war, our citizens met the Lacedaemonians at Tanagra, and fought for the freedom of the Boeotians. The issue was doubtful, and was decided by the engagement which followed. For when the Lacedaemonians had gone on their way, leaving the Boeotians, whom they were aiding, on the third day after the battle of Tanagra, our countrymen conquered at Enophada, and righteously restored those who had been unrighteously exiled. And they were the first after the Persian War who fought on behalf of liberty in aid of Hellenes against Hellenes. They were brave men, and freed those whom they aided, and were the first two who were honorably interred in this sepulchre by the state. Afterwards there was a mighty war, in which all the Hellenes joined, and devastated our country, which was very ungrateful of them. And our countrymen, after defeating them in a naval engagement and taking their leaders, the Spartans, at Sphagia, when they might have destroyed them, spared their lives, and gave them back, and made peace. Considering that they should war with the fellow countrymen only until they gained a victory over them, and not because of the private anger of the state destroy the common interest of Hellas. But that with barbarians they should war to the death. Worthy of praise are they also who waged this war, and are here interred. For they proved, if anyone doubted the superior prowess of the Athenians in the former war with the barbarians, that their doubts had no foundation, showing by their victory in the civil war with Hellas, in which they subdued the other chief state of the Hellenes, that they could conquer single-handed those with whom they had been allied in the war against the barbarians. After the peace there followed a third war, which was of a terrible and desperate nature, and in this many brave men who are here interred lost their lives. Many of them had won victories in Sicily, whither they had gone over the seas to fight for the liberties of the Leontines, to whom they were bound by oaths. But, owing to the distance, the city was unable to help them, and they lost heart and came to misfortune, their very enemies and opponents winning more renown for valor and temperance than the friends of others. Many also fell in naval engagements at the Hellespont, after having in one day taken all the ships of the enemy, and defeated them in other naval engagements. And what I call the terrible and desperate nature of the war, is that the other Hellenes, in their extreme animosity towards the city, should have entered into negotiations with their bitterest enemy, the king of Persia, whom they, together with us, had expelled. Him, without us, they again brought back, barbarian against Hellenes, and all the hosts, both of Hellenes and barbarians, were united against Athens. And then shone forth the power and valor of our city. Her enemies had supposed that she was exhausted by the war, and our ships were blockaded at Mytilene. But the citizens themselves embarked, and came to the rescue with 60 other ships, and their valor was confessed of all men, for they conquered their enemies and delivered their friends. And yet by some evil fortune they were left to perish at sea, and therefore are 23 not interred here. Ever to be remembered and honored are they, for by their valor not only that sea fight was won for us, but the entire war was decided by them, and through them the city gained the reputation of being invincible, even though attacked by all mankind. And that reputation was a true one, for the defeat which came upon us was our own doing. We were never conquered by others, and to this day we are still unconquered by them, but we were our own conquerors, and received defeat at our own hands. Afterwards there was quiet and peace abroad, but there sprang up war at home, and, if men are destined to have civil war, no one could have desired that his city should take the disorder in a milder form. How joyful and natural was the reconciliation of those who came from the Piraeus and those who came from the city. With what moderation did they order the war against the tyrants in Eleusis, and in a manner how unlike what the other Hellenes expected. And the reason of this gentleness was the veritable tie of blood, which created among them a friendship as of kinsmen, faithful not in word only, but in deed. And we ought also to remember those who then fell by one another's hands, and on such occasions as these to reconcile them with sacrifices and prayers, praying to those who have power over them, that they may be reconciled even as we are reconciled. For they did not attack one another out of malice or enmity, but they were unfortunate. And that such was the fact we ourselves are witnesses, who are of the same race with them, and have mutually received and granted forgiveness of what we have done and suffered. After this there was perfect peace, and the city had rest. And her feeling was that she forgave the barbarians, who had severely suffered at her hands and severely retaliated, but that she was indignant at the ingratitude of the Hellenes. When she remembered how they had received good from her and returned evil, having made common cause with the barbarians, depriving her of the ships which had once been their salvation, and dismantling our walls, which had preserved their own from falling. She thought that she would no longer defend the Hellenes, when enslaved either by one another or by the barbarians, and did accordingly. This was our feeling, while the Lacedaemonians were thinking that we who were the champions of liberty had fallen, and that their business was to subject the remaining Hellenes. And why should I say more? For the events of which I am speaking happened not long ago, and we can all of us remember how the chief peoples of Hellas, Argives and Boeotians and Corinthians, came to feel the need of us, and, what is the greatest miracle of all? The Persian king himself was driven to such extremity as to come round to the opinion, that from this city, of which he was the destroyer, and from no other, his salvation would proceed. And if a person desired to bring a deserved accusation against our city, he would find only one charge which he could justly urge, that she was too compassionate and too favorable to the weaker side. And in this instance she was not able to hold out or keep her resolution of refusing aid to her injurers when they were being enslaved, but she was softened, and did in fact send out aid, and delivered the Hellenes from slavery. And they were free until they afterwards enslaved themselves. Whereas, to the great king she refused to give the assistance of the state, for she could not forget the trophies of Marathon and Salamis and Plataea, but she allowed exiles and volunteers to assist him, and they were his salvation. And she herself, when she was compelled, entered into the war, and built walls and ships, and fought with the Lacedaemonians on behalf of the Parians. Now the king, fearing this city and wanting to stand aloof, when he saw the Lacedaemonians growing weary of the war at sea, asked of us, as the price of his alliance with us and the other allies, to give up the Hellenes in Asia, whom the Lacedaemonians had previously handed over to him, he thinking that we should refuse, and that then he might have a pretence for withdrawing from us. About the other allies he was mistaken, for the Corinthians and Argives and Boeotians, and the other states, were quite willing to let them go, and swore and covenanted, that, if he would pay them money, they would make over to him the Hellenes of the continent, and we alone refused to give them up and swear. Such was the natural nobility of this city, so sound and healthy was the spirit of freedom among us, and the instinctive dislike of the barbarian, because we are pure Hellenes, having no admixture of barbarism in us. For we are not like many others, descendants of Pelops or Cadmus or Aegyptus or Danaus, who are by nature barbarians, and yet pass for Hellenes, and dwell in the midst of us. But we are pure Hellenes, uncontaminated by any foreign element, and therefore the hatred of the foreigner has passed unadulterated into the lifeblood of the city. And so, notwithstanding our noble sentiments, we were again isolated, because we were unwilling to be guilty of the base and unholy act of giving up Hellenes to barbarians. And we were in the same case as when we were subdued before. But, by the favor of heaven, we managed better, for we ended the war without the loss of our ships or walls or colonies. The enemy was only too glad to be quit of us. Yet in this war we lost many brave men, such as were those who fell owing to the ruggedness of the ground at the battle of Corinth, or by treason at Lycium. Brave men, too, were those who delivered the Persian king, and drove the Lacedaemonians from the sea. I remind you of them, and you must celebrate them together with me, and do honor to their memories. Such were the actions of the men who are here interred, and of others who have died on behalf of their country. Many and glorious things I have spoken of them, and there are yet many more and more glorious things remaining to be told. Many days and nights would not suffice to tell of them. Let them not be forgotten, and let every man remind their descendants that they also are soldiers who must not desert the ranks of their ancestors, or from cowardice fall behind. Even as I exhort you this day, and in all future time, whenever I meet with any of you, shall continue to remind and exhort you, O ye sons of heroes, that you strive to be the bravest of men. And I think that I ought now to repeat what your fathers desired to have said to you who are their survivors, when they went out to battle, in case anything happened to them. I will tell you what I heard them say, and what, if they had only speech, they would fain be saying, judging from what they then said. And you must imagine that you hear them saying what I now repeat to you. Sons, the event proves that your fathers were brave men. For we might have lived dishonorably, but have preferred to die honorably rather than bring you and your children into disgrace, and rather than dishonor our own fathers and forefathers. Considering that life is not life to one who is a dishonor to his race, and that to such a one neither men nor gods are friendly, either while he is on the earth or after death in the world below. Remember our words, then, and whatever is your aim let virtue be the condition of the attainment of your aim, and know that without this all possessions and pursuits are dishonorable and evil. For neither does wealth bring honor to the owner, if he be a coward, of such a one the wealth belongs to another, and not to himself. Nor does beauty and strength of body, when dwelling in a base and cowardly man, appear comely, but the reverse of comely, making the possessor more conspicuous, and manifesting forth his cowardice. And all knowledge, when separated from justice and virtue, is seen to be cunning and not wisdom, wherefore make this your first and last and constant and all-absorbing aim, to exceed, if possible, not only us but all your ancestors in virtue. And know that to excel you in virtue only brings us shame, but that to be excelled by you is a source of happiness to us. And we shall most likely be defeated, and you will most likely be victors in the contest, if you learn so to order your lives as not to abuse or waste the reputation of your ancestors, knowing that to a man who has any self-respect, nothing is more dishonorable than to be honored, not for his own sake, but on account of the reputation of his ancestors. The honor of parents is a fair and noble treasure to their posterity, but to have the use of a treasure of wealth and honor, and to leave none to your successors, because you have neither money nor reputation of your own, is alike base and dishonorable. And if you follow our precepts you will be received by us as friends, when the hour of destiny brings you hither, but if you neglect our words and are disgraced in your lives, no one will welcome or receive you. This is the message which is to be delivered to our children. Some of us have fathers and mothers still living, and we would urge them, if, as is likely, we shall die, to bear the calamity as lightly as possible, and not to condole with one another. For they have sorrows enough, and will not need anyone to stir them up. While we gently heal their wounds, let us remind them that the gods have heard the chief part of their prayers. For they prayed, not that their children might live forever, but that they might be brave and renowned. And this, which is the greatest good, they have attained. A mortal man cannot expect to have everything in his own life turning out according to his will, and they, if they bear their misfortunes bravely, will be truly deemed brave fathers of the brave. But if they give way to their sorrows, either they will be suspected of not being our parents, or we of not being such as our panegyrists declare. Let not either of the two alternatives happen, but rather let them be our chief and true panegyrists, who show in their lives that they are true men, and had men for their sons. Of old the saying, nothing too much, appeared to be, and really was, well said. For he whose happiness rests with himself, if possible, wholly, and if not, as far as is possible, who is not hanging in suspense on other men, or changing with the vicissitude of their fortune, has his life ordered for the best. He is the temperate and valiant and wise, and when his riches come and go, when his children are given and taken away, he will remember the proverb, neither rejoicing overmuch nor grieving overmuch, for he relies upon himself. And such we would have our parents to be, that is our word and wish, and as such we now offer ourselves, neither lamenting overmuch, nor fearing overmuch, if we are to die at this time. And we entreat our fathers and mothers to retain these feelings throughout their future life, and to be assured that they will not please us by sorrowing and lamenting over us. But, if the dead have any knowledge of the living, they will displease us most by making themselves miserable and by taking their misfortunes too much to heart, and they will please us best if they bear their loss lightly and temperately. For our life will have the noblest end which is vouchsafed to man, and should be glorified rather than lamented. And if they will direct their minds to the care and nurture of our wives and children, they will soonest forget their misfortunes, and live in a better and nobler way, and be dearer to us. This is all that we have to say to our families, and to the state we would say, take care of our parents and of our sons, let her worthily cherish the old age of our parents, and bring up our sons in the right way. But we know that she will of her own accord take care of them, and does not need any exhortation of ours. This, O ye children and parents of the dead, is the message which they bid us deliver to you, and which I do deliver with the utmost seriousness. And in their name I beseech you, the children, to imitate your fathers, and you, parents, to be of good cheer about yourselves. For we will nourish your age, and take care of you both publicly and privately in any place in which one of us may meet one of you who are the parents of the dead. And the care of you which the city shows, you know yourselves. For she has made provision by law concerning the parents and children of those who die in war. The highest authority is specially entrusted with the duty of watching over them above all other citizens, and they will see that your fathers and mothers have no wrong done to them. The city herself shares in the education of the children, desiring as far as it is possible that their orphanhood may not be felt by them. While they are children she is a parent to them, and when they have arrived at man's estate she sends them to their several duties, in full armor clad. And bringing freshly to their minds the ways of their fathers, she places in their hands the instruments of their fathers' virtues. For the sake of the omen, she would have them from the first begin to rule over their own houses arrayed in the strength and arms of their fathers. And as for the dead, she never ceases honoring them, celebrating in common for all rites which become the property of each, and in addition to this, holding gymnastic and equestrian contests, and musical festivals of every sort. She is to the dead in the place of a son and heir, and to their sons in the place of a father, and to their parents and elder kindred in the place of a guardian, ever and always caring for them. Considering this, you ought to bear your calamity the more gently, for thus you will be most endeared to the dead and to the living, and your sorrows will heal and be healed. And now do you and all, having lamented the dead in common according to the law, go your ways. You have heard, Menexenus, the oration of Aspasia the Milesian. Menexenus, truly, Socrates, I marvel that Aspasia, who is only a woman, should be able to compose such a speech, she must be a rare one. Socrates, well, if you are incredulous, you may come with me and hear her. Menexenus, I have often met Aspasia, Socrates, and know what she is like. Socrates, well, and do you not admire her, and are you not grateful for her speech? Menexenus, yes, Socrates, I am very grateful to her or to him who told you, and still more to you who have told me. Socrates, very good. But you must take care not to tell of me, and then at some future time I will repeat to you many other excellent political speeches of hers. Menexenus, fear not, only let me hear them, and I will keep the secret. Socrates, then I will keep my promise. Appendix II. The two dialogues which are translated in the second appendix are not mentioned by Aristotle, or by any early authority, and have no claim to be ascribed to Plato. They are examples of Platonic dialogues to be assigned probably to the second or third generation after Plato, when his writings were well known at Athens and Alexandria. They exhibit considerable originality, and are remarkable for containing several thoughts of the sort which we suppose to be modern rather than ancient, and which therefore have a peculiar interest for us. The second Alcibiades shows that the difficulties about prayer which have perplexed Christian theologians were not unknown among the followers of Plato. The Eryxias was doubted by the ancients themselves, yet it may claim the distinction of being, among all Greek or Roman writings, the one which anticipates in the most striking manner the modern science of political economy and gives an abstract form to some of its principal doctrines. For the translation of these two dialogues I am indebted to my friend and secretary, Mr. Knight. That the dialogue which goes by the name of the second Alcibiades is a genuine writing of Plato will not be maintained by any modern critic, and was hardly believed by the ancients themselves. The dialectic is poor and weak. There is no power over language or beauty of style, and there is a certain abruptness and gamma rho omicron iota kappa alpha in the conversation, which is very unplatonic. The best passage is probably that about the poets, 147, the remark that the poet, who is of a reserved disposition, is uncommonly difficult to understand, and the ridiculous interpretation of Homer, are entirely in the spirit of Plato. Compare Protagoras, 339 following. Ion, 534, Apology, 22d. The characters are ill-drawn. Socrates assumes that a superior person and preaches too much, while Alcibiades is stupid and heavy in hand. There are traces of Stoic influence in the general tone and phraseology of the dialogue. Compare 138b, pi omega mu lambda sigma epsilon iota tau iota, kappa alpha kappa, 139c, tau iota pi alpha rho omega mu alpha nu epsilon tau alpha iota, and the writer seems to have been acquainted with the laws of Plato. Compare Laws 3. 687, 688. 7, 801, 11, 931b. An incident from the Symposium, 213e, is rather clumsily introduced, 151a, and two somewhat hackneyed quotations, Symposium 174d, Gorgias 484e, recur at 140a and 146a. The reference to the death of Archelaus as having occurred quite lately, 141d, is only a fiction, probably suggested by the Gorgias, 470d, where the story of Archelaus is told, and a similar phrase occurs. Tau gamma rho chi theta kappa alpha pi rho eta nu gamma epsilon gamma omicron nu tau alpha nu tau alpha, kappa dot tau dot lambda. There are several passages which are either corrupt or extremely ill expressed, see 144, 145, 146, 147, 150. But there is a modern interest in the subject of the dialogue. And it is a good example of a short spurious work, which may be attributed to the 2nd or 3rd century before Christ. Second Alcibiades. Persons of the dialogue. Socrates. Alcibiades. Socrates, are you going, Alcibiades, to offer prayer to Zeus? Alcibiades, yes, Socrates, I am. Socrates, you seem to be troubled and to cast your eyes on the ground, as though you were thinking about something. Alcibiades, of what do you suppose that I am thinking? Socrates, of the greatest of all things, as I believe. Tell me, do you not suppose that the gods sometimes partly grant and partly reject the requests which we make in public and private, and favor some persons and not others? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, do you not imagine, then, that a man ought to be very careful, lest perchance without knowing it he implore great evils for himself, deeming that he is asking for good? Especially if the gods are in the mood to grant whatever he may request. There is the story of Oedipus, for instance, who prayed that his children might divide their inheritance between them by the sword. He did not, as he might have done, beg that his present evils might be averted, but called down new ones. And was not his prayer accomplished, and did not many and terrible evils thence arise, upon which I need not dilate? Alcibiades, yes, Socrates, but you are speaking of a madman. Surely you do not think that anyone in his senses would venture to make such a prayer? Socrates, madness, then, you consider to be the opposite of discretion? Alcibiades, of course. Socrates, and some men seem to you to be discreet and others the contrary? Alcibiades, they do. Socrates, well, then, let us discuss who these are. We acknowledge that some are discreet, some foolish, and that some are mad. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and again, there are some who are in health. Alcibiades, there are. Socrates, while others are ailing. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and they are not the same. Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, nor are there any who are in neither state. Alcibiades, no. Socrates, a man must either be sick or be well. Alcibiades, that is my opinion. Socrates, very good, and do you think the same about discretion and want of discretion? Alcibiades, how do you mean? Socrates, do you believe that a man must be either in or out of his senses, or is there some third or intermediate condition, in which he is neither one nor the other? Alcibiades, decidedly not. Socrates, he must be either sane or insane. Alcibiades, so I suppose. Socrates, did you not acknowledge that madness was the opposite of discretion? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and that there is no third or middle term between discretion and indiscretion? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and there cannot be two opposites to one thing? Alcibiades, there cannot. Socrates, then madness and want of sense are the same. Alcibiades, that appears to be the case. Socrates, we shall be in the right, therefore, Alcibiades, if we say that all who are senseless are mad. For example, if among persons of your own age or older than yourself there are some who are senseless, as there certainly are, they are mad. For tell me, by heaven, do you not think that in the city the wise are few, while the foolish, whom you call mad, are many? Alcibiades, I do. Socrates, but how could we live in safety with so many crazy people? Should we not long since have paid the penalty at their hands, and have been struck and beaten and endured every other form of ill usage which madmen are wont to inflict? Consider, my dear friend, may it not be quite otherwise? Alcibiades, why, Socrates, how is that possible? I must have been mistaken. Socrates, so it seems to me. But perhaps we may consider the matter thus. Alcibiades, how? Socrates, I will tell you. We think that some are sick, do we not? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and must every sick person either have the gout, or be in a fever, or suffer from ophthalmia? Or do you believe that a man may labor under some other disease, even although he has none of these complaints? Surely, they are not the only maladies which exist. Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, and is every kind of ophthalmia a disease? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and every disease ophthalmia? Alcibiades, surely not. But I scarcely understand what I mean myself. Socrates, perhaps, if you give me your best attention, two of us, looking together, we may find what we seek. Alcibiades, I am attending, Socrates, to the best of my power. Socrates, we are agreed, then, that every form of ophthalmia is a disease, but not every disease ophthalmia. Alcibiades, we are. Socrates, and so far we seem to be right. For everyone who suffers from a fever is sick. But the sick, I conceive, do not all have fever or gout or ophthalmia, although each of these is a disease, which, according to those whom we call physicians, may require a different treatment. They are not all alike, nor do they produce the same result, but each has its own effect, and yet they are all diseases. May we not take an illustration from the artisans? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, there are cobblers and carpenters and sculptors and others of all sorts and kinds, whom we need not stop to enumerate. All have their distinct employments and all are workmen, although they are not all of them cobblers or carpenters or sculptors. Alcibiades, no, indeed. Socrates, and in like manner men differ in regard to want of sense. Those who are most out of their wits we call madmen, while we term those who are less far gone stupid, or idiotic, or, if we prefer gentler language, describe them as romantic, or simple-minded, or, again, as innocent, or inexperienced, or foolish. You may even find other names, if you seek for them, but by all of them lack of sense is intended. They only differ as one art appear to us to differ from another or one disease from another. Or what is your opinion? Alcibiades, I agree with you. Socrates, then let us return to the point at which we digressed. We said at first that we should have to consider who were the wise and who the foolish. For we acknowledged that there are these two classes. Did we not? Alcibiades, to be sure. Socrates, and you regard those as sensible who know what ought to be done or said. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, the senseless are those who do not know this. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, the latter will say or do what they ought not without their own knowledge. Alcibiades, exactly. Socrates, Oedipus, as I was saying, Alcibiades, was a person of this sort. And even nowadays you will find many who have offered inauspicious prayers, although, unlike him, they were not in anger nor thought that they were asking evil. He neither sought, nor supposed that he sought for good, but others have had quite the contrary notion. I believe that if the God whom you are about to consult should appear to you, and, in anticipation of your request, inquired whether you would be contented to become tyrant of Athens, and if this seemed in your eyes a small and mean thing, should add to it the dominion of all Hellas. And seeing that even then you would not be satisfied unless you were ruler of the whole of Europe, should promise, not only that, but, if you so desired, should proclaim to all mankind in one and the same day that Alcibiades, son of Cleinias, was tyrant, in such a case, I imagine, you would depart full of joy, as one who had obtained the greatest of goods. Alcibiades, and not only I, Socrates, but anyone else who should meet with such luck. Socrates, yet you would not accept the dominion and lordship of all the Hellenes and all the barbarians in exchange for your life. Alcibiades, certainly not, for then what use could I make of them? Socrates, and would you accept them if you were likely to use them to a bad and mischievous end? Alcibiades, would not. Socrates, you see that it is not safe for a man either rashly to accept whatever is offered him, or himself to request a thing, if he is likely to suffer thereby or immediately to lose his life. And yet we could tell of many who, having long desired and diligently labored to obtain a tyranny, thinking that thus they would procure an advantage, have nevertheless fallen victims to designing enemies. You must have heard of what happened only the other day, how Archelaus of Macedonia was slain by his beloved, whose love for the tyranny was not less than that of Archelaus for him. The tyrannicide expected by his crime to become tyrant and afterwards to have a happy life, but when he had held the tyranny 3 or 4 days, he was in his turn conspired against and slain. Or look at certain of our own citizens, and of their actions we have been not hearers, but eyewitnesses, who have desired to obtain military command, of those who have gained their object, some are even to this day exiles from the city, while others have lost their lives. And even they who seem to have fared best, have not only gone through many perils and terrors during their office, but after their return home they have been beset by informers worse than they once were by their foes. Insomuch that several of them have wished that they had remained in a private station rather than have had the glories of command. If, indeed, such perils and terrors were of profit to the commonwealth, there would be reason in undergoing them, but the very contrary is the case. Again, you will find persons who have prayed for offspring, and when their prayers were heard, have fallen into the greatest pains and sufferings. For some have begotten children who were utterly bad, and have therefore passed all their days in misery, while the parents of good children have undergone the misfortune of losing them, and have been so little happier than the others that they would have preferred never to have had children rather than to have had them and lost them. And yet, although these and the like examples are manifest and known of all, it is rare to find anyone who has refused what has been offered him, or, if he were likely to gain aught by prayer, has refrained from making his petition. The mass of mankind would not decline to accept a tyranny, or the command of an army, or any of the numerous things which cause more harm than good, but rather, if they had them not, would have prayed to obtain them. And often in a short space of time they change their tone, and wish their old prayers unsaid. Wherefore also I suspect that men are entirely wrong when they blame the gods as the authors of the ills which befall them, their own presumption, or folly, whichever is the right word, has brought these unmeasured woes upon them. 24. He must have been a wise poet, Alcibiades, who, seeing as I believe, his friends foolishly praying for and doing things which would not really profit them, offered up a common prayer in behalf of them all. King Zeus, grant us good whether prayed for or unsought by us. But that which we ask amiss, do thou avert. 25. In my opinion, I say, the poet spoke both well and prudently, but if you have anything to say in answer to him, speak out. Alcibiades, it is difficult, Socrates, to oppose what has been well said. And I perceive how many are the ills of which ignorance is the cause, since, as would appear, through ignorance we not only do, but what is worse, pray for the greatest evils. No man would imagine that he would do so. He would rather suppose that he was quite capable of praying for what was best. To call down evils seems more like a curse than a prayer. Socrates, but perhaps, my good friend, someone who is wiser than either you or I will say that we have no right to blame ignorance thus rashly, unless we can add what ignorance we mean and of what. And also to whom and how it is respectively a good or an evil. Alcibiades, how do you mean? Can ignorance possibly be better than knowledge for any person in any conceivable case? Socrates, so I believe, you do not think so. Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, and yet surely I may not suppose that you would ever wish to act towards your mother as they say that Orestes and Alcmaeon and others have done towards their parent. Alcibiades, good words, Socrates, prithee. Socrates, you ought not to bid him use auspicious words, who says that you would not be willing to commit so horrible a deed, but rather him who affirms the contrary, if the act appear to you unfit even to be mentioned. Or do you think that Orestes, had he been in his senses and knew what was best for him to do, would ever have dared to venture on such a crime? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, nor would anyone else, I fancy. Alcibiades, no. Socrates, that ignorance is bad then, it would appear, which is of the best and does not know what is best. Alcibiades, so I think, at least. Socrates, and both to the person who is ignorant and everybody else. Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, let us take another case. Suppose that you were suddenly to get into your head that it would be a good thing to kill Eryxias, your kinsman and guardian, and were to seize a sword and, going to the doors of his house, were to inquire if he were at home. Meaning to slay only him and no one else, the servants reply, yes, mind, I do not mean that you would really do such a thing. But there is nothing, you think, to prevent a man who is ignorant of the best, having occasionally the whim that what is worst is best. Alcibiades, no. Socrates, if, then, you went indoors, and seeing him, did not know him, but thought that he was someone else, would you venture to slay him? Alcibiades, most decidedly not, it seems to me. 26. Socrates, for you designed to kill, not the first who offered, but Pericles himself? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and if you made many attempts, and each time failed to recognize Pericles, you would never attack him? Alcibiades, never. Socrates, well, but if Orestes in like manner had not known his mother, do you think that he would ever have laid hands upon her? Alcibiades, no. Socrates, he did not intend to slay the first woman he came across, nor anyone else's mother, but only his own. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, ignorance, then, is better for those who are in such a frame of mind, and have such ideas? Alcibiades, obviously. Socrates, you acknowledge that for some persons in certain cases the ignorance of some things is a good and not an evil, as you formerly supposed? Alcibiades, I do. Socrates, and there is still another case which will also perhaps appear strange to you, if you will consider it. 27. Alcibiades, what is that, Socrates? Socrates, it may be, in short, that the possession of all the sciences, if unaccompanied by the knowledge of the best, will more often than not injure the possessor. Consider the matter thus: must we not, when we intend either to do or say anything, suppose that we know or ought to know that which we propose so confidently to do or say? Alcibiades, yes, in my opinion. Socrates, we may take the orators for an example, who from time to time advise us about war and peace, or the building of walls and the construction of harbors, whether they understand the business in hand, or only think that they do. Whatever the city, in a word, does to another city, or in the management of her own affairs, all happens by the counsel of the orators. Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but now see what follows, if I can, make it clear to you. 28. You would distinguish the wise from the foolish? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, the many are foolish, the few wise? Alcibiades, certainly. Socrates, and you use both the terms, wise, and foolish, in reference to something? Alcibiades, I do. Socrates, would you call a person wise who can give advice, but does not know whether or when it is better to carry out the advice? Alcibiades, decidedly not. Socrates, nor again, I suppose, a person who knows the art of war, but does not know whether it is better to go to war or for how long? Alcibiades, no. Socrates, nor, once more, a person who knows how to kill another or to take away his property or to drive him from his native land, but not when it is better to do so or for whom it is better? Alcibiades, certainly not. Socrates, but he who understands anything of the kind and has at the same time the knowledge of the best course of action, and the best and the useful are surely the same? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, such an one, I say, we should call wise and a useful adviser both of himself and of the city. What do you think? Alcibiades, I agree. Socrates, and if anyone knows how to ride or to shoot with the bow or to box or to wrestle, or to engage in any other sort of contest or to do anything whatever which is in the nature of an art, what do you call him who knows what is best according to that art? Do you not speak of one who knows what is best in riding as a good rider? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and in a similar way you speak of a good boxer or a good flute player or a good performer in any other art? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, but is it necessary that the man who is clever in any of these arts should be wise also in general? Or is there a difference between the clever artist and the wise man? Alcibiades, all the difference in the world. Socrates, and what sort of a state do you think that would be which was composed of good archers and flute players and athletes and masters in other arts, and besides them of those others about whom we spoke? Who knew how to go to war and how to kill, as well as of orators puffed up with political pride, but in which not one of them all had this knowledge of the best? And there was no one who could tell when it was better to apply any of these arts or in regard to whom. Alcibiades, I should call such a state bad, Socrates. Socrates, you certainly would when you saw each of them rivaling the other and esteeming that of the greatest importance in the state, wherein he himself most excelled. 29. I mean that which was best in any art, while he was entirely ignorant of what was best for himself and for the state, because, as I think, he trusts to opinion which is devoid of intelligence. In such a case should we not be right if we said that the state would be full of anarchy and lawlessness? Alcibiades, decidedly. Socrates, but ought we not then, think you, either to fancy that we know or really to know, what we confidently propose to do or say? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, and if a person does that which he knows or supposes that he knows, and the result is beneficial, he will act advantageously both for himself and for the state? Alcibiades, true. Socrates, and if he do the contrary, both he and the state will suffer? Alcibiades, yes. Socrates, well, and are you of the same mind, as before? Alcibiades, I am. Socrates, but were you not saying that you would call the many unwise and the few wise? Alcibiades, I was. Socrates, and have we not come back to our old assertion that the many fail to obtain the best because they trust to opinion which is devoid of intelligence? Alcibiades, that is the case. Socrates, it is good, then, for the many, if they particularly desire to do that which they know or suppose that they know, neither to know nor to suppose that they know. In cases where if they carry out their ideas in action they will be losers rather than gainers? Alcibiades, what you say is very true. Socrates, do you not see that I was really speaking the truth when I affirmed that the possession of any other kind of knowledge was more likely to injure than to benefit the possessor, unless he had also the knowledge of the best? Alcibiades, I do now, if I did not before, Socrates. Socrates, the state or the soul, therefore, which wishes to have a right existence must hold firmly to this knowledge, just as the sick man clings to the physician, or the passenger depends for safety on the pilot. And if the soul does not set sail until she have obtained this, she will be all the safer in the voyage through life. But when she rushes in pursuit of wealth or bodily strength or anything else, not having the knowledge of the best, so much the more is she likely to meet with misfortune. And he who has the love of learning 30 and is skillful in many arts, and does not possess the knowledge of the best, but is under some other guidance, will make, as he deserves, a sorry voyage. He will, I believe, hurry through the brief space of human life, pilotless in mid-ocean, and the words will apply to him in which the poet blamed his enemy. Full many a thing he knew, but knew them all badly. 31. Alcibiades, how in the world, Socrates, do the words of the poet apply to him? They seem to me to have no bearing on the point whatever. Socrates, quite the contrary, my sweet friend, only the poet is talking in riddles after the fashion of his tribe. For all poetry has by nature an enigmatical character, and it is by no means everybody who can interpret it. And if, moreover, the spirit of poetry happen to seize on a man who is of a begrudging temper and does not care to manifest his wisdom but keeps it to himself as far as he can, it does indeed require an almost superhuman wisdom to discover what the poet would be at. You surely do not suppose that Homer, the wisest and most divine of poets, was unaware of the impossibility of knowing a thing badly, for it was no less a person than he who said of Margits that he knew many things, but knew them all badly. The solution of the riddle is this, I imagine: by badly Homer meant bad, and knew stands for to know. Put the words together, the meter will suffer, but the poet's meaning is clear. Margits knew all these things, but it was bad for him to know them. And, obviously, if it was bad for him to know so many things, he must have been a good-for-nothing, unless the argument has played us false. Alcibiades, but I do not think that it has. Socrates, at least, if the argument is fallacious, it would be difficult for me to find another which I could trust. Socrates, and you are right in thinking so. Alcibiades, well, that is my opinion. Socrates, but tell me, by heaven, you must see now the nature and greatness of the difficulty in which you, like others, have your part. For you change about in all directions, and never come to rest anywhere. What you once most strongly inclined to suppose, you put aside again and quite alter your mind. If the God to whose shrine you are going should appear at this moment, and ask before you made your prayer, whether you would desire to have one of the things which we mentioned at first, or whether he should leave you to make your own request, what in either case, think you, would be the best way to take advantage of the opportunity? Alcibiades, indeed, Socrates, I could not answer you without consideration. It seems to me to be a wild thing 32 to make such a request. A man must be very careful lest he pray for evil under the idea that he is asking for good, when shortly after he may have to recall his prayer, and, as you were saying, demand the opposite of what he at first requested. Socrates, and was not the poet whose words I originally quoted wiser than we are, when he bade us, pray God, to defend us from evil even though we asked for it? Alcibiades, I believe that you are right. Socrates, the Lacedaemonians, too, whether from admiration of the poet or because they have discovered the idea for themselves, are wont to offer the prayer alike in public and private. That the gods will give unto them the beautiful as well as the good, no one is likely to hear them make any further petition. And yet up to the present time they have not been less fortunate than other men, or if they have sometimes met with misfortune, the fault has not been due to their prayer. For surely, as I conceive, the gods have power either to grant our requests, or to send us the contrary of what we ask. And now I will relate to you a story which I have heard from certain of our elders. It chanced that when the Athenians and Lacedaemonians were at war, our city lost every battle by land and sea and never gained a victory. The Athenians, being annoyed and perplexed how to find a remedy for their troubles, decided to send and inquire at the shrine of Ammon. Their envoys were also to ask, why the gods always granted the victory to the Lacedaemonians. We, they were to say, offer them more and finer sacrifices than any other Hellenic state, and adorn their temples with gifts, as nobody else does. Moreover, we make the most solemn and costly processions to them every year, and spend more money in their service than all the rest of the Hellenes put together. But the Lacedaemonians take no thought of such matters, and pay so little respect to the gods that they have a habit of sacrificing blemished animals to them, and in various ways are less zealous than we are. Although their wealth is quite equal to ours. When they had thus spoken, and had made their request to know what remedy they could find against the evils which troubled them, the prophet made no direct answer, clearly because he was not allowed by the god to do so. But he summoned them to him and said, Thus saith Ammon to the Athenians, The silent worship of the Lacedaemonians pleaseth me better than all the offerings of the other Hellenes. Such were the words of the god, and nothing more. He seems to have meant by silent worship the prayer of the Lacedaemonians, which is indeed widely different from the usual requests of the Hellenes. For they either bring to the altar bulls with gilded horns or make offerings to the gods, and beg at random for what they need, good or bad. When, therefore, the gods hear them using words of ill omen, they reject these costly processions and sacrifices of theirs. And we ought, I think, to be very careful and consider well what we should say and what leave unsaid. Homer, too, will furnish us with similar stories. For he tells us how the Trojans in making their encampment offered up whole hecatombs to the immortals. And how the sweet savor was borne to the heavens by the winds. But the blessed gods were averse and received it not. For exceedingly did they hate the holy Ilium, both Priam and the people of the spear-skilled king. So that it was in vain for them to sacrifice and offer gifts, seeing that they were hateful to the gods, who are not, like vile usurers, to be gained over by bribes. And it is foolish for us to boast that we are superior to the Lacedaemonians by reason of our much worship. The idea is inconceivable that the gods have regard, not to the justice and purity of our souls, but to costly processions and sacrifices, which men may celebrate year after year. Although they have committed innumerable crimes against the gods or against their fellow men or the state. For the gods, as Ammon and his prophet declare, are no receivers of gifts, and they scorn such unworthy service. Wherefore also it would seem that wisdom and justice are especially honored both by the gods and by men of sense. And they are the wisest and most just who know how to speak and act towards gods and men. But I should like to hear what your opinion is about these matters. Alcibiades, I agree, Socrates, with you and with the god, whom, indeed, it would be unbecoming for me to oppose. Socrates, do you not remember saying that you were in great perplexity, lest perchance you should ask for evil, supposing that you were asking for good? Alcibiades, I do. Socrates, you see, then, that there is a risk in your approaching the god in prayer, lest haply he should refuse your sacrifice when he hears the blasphemy which you utter, and make you partake of other evils as well. The wisest plan, therefore, seems to me that you should keep silence, for your high-mindedness, to use the mildest term which men apply to folly, will most likely prevent you from using the prayer of the Lacedaemonians. You had better wait until we find out how we should behave towards the gods and towards men. Alcibiades, and how long must I wait, Socrates, and who will be my teacher? I should be very glad to see the man. Socrates, it is he who takes an especial interest in you. But first of all, I think, the darkness must be taken away in which your soul is now enveloped, just as Athene in Homer removes the mist from the eyes of Diomed that he may distinguish between God and mortal man. Afterwards the means may be given to you whereby you may distinguish between good and evil. At present, I fear, this is beyond your power. Alcibiades, only let my instructor take away the impediment, whether it pleases him to call it mist or anything else. I care not who he is, but I am resolved to disobey none of his commands, if I am likely to be the better for them. Socrates, and surely he has a wondrous care for you. Alcibiades, it seems to be altogether advisable to put off the sacrifice until he is found. Socrates, you are right, that will be safer than running such a tremendous risk. Alcibiades, but how shall we manage, Socrates? At any rate I will set this crown of mine upon your head, as you have given me such excellent advice, and to the gods we will offer crowns and perform the other customary rites when I see that day approaching, nor will it be long hence. If they so will. Socrates, I accept your gift, and shall be ready and willing to receive whatever else you may proffer. Euripides makes Creon say in the play, when he beholds Tiresias with his crown and hears that he has gained it by his skill as the firstfruits of the spoil. An auspicious omen I deem thy victor's wreath. For well thou knowest that wave and storm oppress us. And so I count your gift to be a token of good fortune, for I am in no less stress than Creon, and would fain carry off the victory over your lovers. Eryxias. Introduction. Much cannot be said in praise of the style or conception of the Eryxias. It is frequently obscure. Like the exercise of a student, it is full of small imitations of Plato, Phaedo returning from an expedition to Sicily, compare Socrates in the Charmides, from the army at Potidaea, the figure of the game at draughts, 395b. Borrowed from the Republic, 6487, etc. It has also in many passages the ring of sophistry. On the other hand, the rather unhandsome treatment which is exhibited towards Prodicus is quite unlike the urbanity of Plato. Yet there are some points in the argument which are deserving of attention. 1. That wealth depends upon the need of it or demand for it, is the first anticipation in an abstract form of one of the great principles of modern political economy, and the nearest approach to it to be found in an ancient writer. 2. The resolution of wealth into its simplest implements going on to infinity is a subtle and refined thought. 3. That wealth is relative to circumstances is a sound conception. 4. That the arts and sciences which receive payment are likewise to be comprehended under the notion of wealth, also touches a question of modern political economy. 5. The distinction of post hoc and propter hoc, often lost sight of in modern as well as in ancient times. These metaphysical conceptions and distinctions show considerable power of thought in the writer, whatever we may think of his merits as an imitator of Plato. Eryxias. Persons of the dialogue. Socrates. Eryxias. Erysistratus. Critias. Scene, the portico of a temple of Zeus. It happened by chance that Eryxias the Styrian was walking with me in the portico of Zeus the Deliverer, when there came up to us Critias and Erysistratus, the latter the son of Phaedo, who was the nephew of Erysistratus. Now Erysistratus had just arrived from Sicily and that part of the world. As they approached, he said, "Hail, Socrates." "Socrates, the same to you," I said, "have you any good news from Sicily to tell us?" Erysistratus, "Most excellent. But, if you please, let us first sit down, for I am tired with my yesterday's journey from Megara." Socrates, "Gladly, if that is your desire." Erysistratus, "What would you wish to hear first?" He said, "What the Sicilians are doing, or how they are disposed towards our city. To my mind, they are very like wasps, so long as you only cause them a little annoyance they are quite unmanageable. You must destroy their nests if you wish to get the better of them. And in a similar way, the Syracusans, unless we set to work in earnest, and go against them with a great expedition, will never submit to our rule. The petty injuries which we at present inflict merely irritate them enough to make them utterly intractable. And now they have sent ambassadors to Athens, and intend, I suspect, to play us some trick. While we were talking, the Syracusan envoys chanced to go by, and Eryxias, pointing to one of them, said to me, that, Socrates, is the richest man in all Italy and Sicily. For who has larger estates or more land at his disposal to cultivate if he please? And they are of a quality, too, finer than any other land in Hellas. Moreover, he has all the things which go to make up wealth, slaves and horses innumerable, gold and silver without end. I saw that he was inclined to expatiate on the riches of the man. So I asked him, well, Eryxias, and what sort of character does he bear in Sicily? Eryxias, he is esteemed to be, and really is, the wickedest of all the Sicilians and Italians, and even more wicked than he is rich. Indeed, if you were to ask any Sicilian whom he thought to be the worst and the richest of mankind, you would never hear anyone else named. I reflected that we were speaking, not of trivial matters, but about wealth and virtue, which are deemed to be of the greatest moment. And I asked Eryxias whom he considered the wealthier, he who was the possessor of a talent of silver or he who had a field worth 2 talents. Eryxias, the owner of the field. Socrates, and on the same principle he who had robes and bedding and such things which are of greater value to him than to a stranger would be richer than the stranger. Eryxias, true. Socrates, and if anyone gave you a choice, which of these would you prefer? Eryxias, that which was most valuable. Socrates, in which way do you think you would be the richer? Eryxias, by choosing as I said. Socrates, and he appears to you to be the richest who has goods of the greatest value? Eryxias, he does. Socrates, and are not the healthy richer than the sick, since health is a possession more valuable than riches to the sick? Surely there is no one who would not prefer to be poor and well, rather than to have all the king of Persia's wealth and to be ill. And this proves that men set health above wealth, else they would never choose the one in preference to the other. Eryxias, true. Socrates, and if anything appeared to be more valuable than health, he would be the richest who possessed it? Eryxias, he would. Socrates, suppose that someone came to us at this moment and were to ask, well, Socrates and Eryxias and Eryxias, can you tell me what is of the greatest value to men? Is it not that of which the possession will best enable a man to advise how his own and his friends' affairs should be administered? What will be our reply? Eryxias should say, Socrates, that happiness was the most precious of human possessions. Socrates, not a bad answer. But do we not deem those men who are most prosperous to be the happiest? Eryxias, that is my opinion. Socrates, and are they not most prosperous who commit the fewest errors in respect either of themselves or of other men? Eryxias, certainly. Socrates, and they who know what is evil and what is good. What should be done and what should be left undone, these behave the most wisely and make the fewest mistakes. Eryxias agreed to this. Socrates, then the wisest and those who do best and the most fortunate and the richest would appear to be all one and the same, if wisdom is really the most valuable of our possessions. Yes, said Eryxias, interposing, but what use would it be if a man had the wisdom of Nestor and wanted the necessaries of life, food and drink and clothes and the like? Where would be the advantage of wisdom then? Or how could he be the richest of men who might even have to go begging, because he had not wherewithal to live? I thought that what Eryxias was saying had some weight, and I replied, would the wise man really suffer in this way, if he were so ill-provided? Whereas if he had the house of Politian, and the house were full of gold and silver, he would lack nothing. Eryxias, yes. For then he might dispose of his property and obtain in exchange what he needed, or he might sell it for money with which he could supply his wants and in a moment procure abundance of everything. Socrates, true, if he could find someone who preferred such a house to the wisdom of Nestor. But if there are persons who set great store by wisdom like Nestor's and the advantages accruing from it, to sell these, if he were so disposed, would be easier still. Or is a house a most useful and necessary possession, and does it make a great difference in the comfort of life to have a mansion like Politians instead of living in a shabby little cottage? Whereas wisdom is of small use and it is of no importance whether a man is wise or ignorant about the highest matters. Or is wisdom despised of men and can find no buyers, although cypress wood and marble of Pentelicus are eagerly bought by numerous purchasers? Surely the prudent pilot or the skillful physician, or the artist of any kind who is proficient in his art, is more worth than the things which are especially reckoned among riches. And he who can advise well and prudently for himself and others is able also to sell the product of his art, if he so desire. Eryxias looked askance, as if he had received some unfair treatment, and said, I believe, Socrates, that if you were forced to speak the truth, you would declare that you were richer than Callias the son of Hipponicus. And yet, although you claim to be wiser about things of real importance, you would not any the more be richer than he. I dare say, Eryxias, I said, that you may regard these arguments of ours as a kind of game. You think that they have no relation to facts, but are like the pieces in the game of draughts which the player can move in such a way that his opponents are unable to make any countermove. And perhaps, too, as regards riches you are of opinion that while facts remain the same, there are arguments, no matter whether true or false, which enable the user of them to prove that the wisest and the richest are one and the same, although he is in the wrong and his opponents are in the right. There would be nothing strange in this. It would be as if two persons were to dispute about letters, one declaring that the word Socrates began with an S, the other that it began with an A, and the latter could gain the victory over the former. Eryxias glanced at the audience, laughing and blushing at once, as if he had had nothing to do with what had just been said, and replied, No, indeed, Socrates. I never supposed that our arguments should be of a kind which would never convince any one of those here present or be of advantage to them. For what man of sense could ever be persuaded that the wisest and the richest are the same? The truth is that we are discussing the subject of riches, and my notion is that we should argue respecting the honest and dishonest means of acquiring them, and, generally, whether they are a good thing or a bad. Very good, I said, and I am obliged to you for the hint. In future we will be more careful. But why do not you yourself, as you introduced the argument, and do not think that the former discussion touched the point at issue, tell us whether you consider riches to be a good or an evil? I am of opinion, he said, that they are a good. He was about to add something more, when Critias interrupted him. Do you really suppose so, Eryxias? Certainly, replied Eryxias, I should be mad if I did not, and I do not fancy that you would find anyone else of a contrary opinion. And I, retorted Critias, should say that there is no one whom I could not compel to admit that riches are bad for some men. But surely, if they were a good, they could not appear bad for anyone. Here I interposed and said to them, if you two were having an argument about equitation and what was the best way of riding, supposing that I knew the art myself, I should try to bring you to an agreement. For I should be ashamed if I were present and did not do what I could to prevent your difference. And I should do the same if you were quarreling about any other art and were likely, unless you agreed on the point in dispute, to part as enemies instead of as friends. But now, when we are contending about a thing of which the usefulness continues during the whole of life, and it makes an enormous difference whether we are to regard it as beneficial or not, a thing, too, which is esteemed of the highest importance by the Hellenes, for parents, as soon as their children are, as they think, come to years of discretion, urge them to consider how wealth may be acquired. Since by riches the value of a man is judged, when, I say, we are thus in earnest, and you, who agree in other respects, fall to disputing about a matter of such moment, that is, about wealth, and not merely whether it is black or white, light or heavy, but whether it is a good or an evil, whereby, although you are now the dearest of friends and kinsmen, the most bitter hatred may arise betwixt you, I must hinder your dissension to the best of my power. If I could, I would tell you the truth, and so put an end to the dispute. But as I cannot do this, and each of you supposes that you can bring the other to an agreement, I am prepared, as far as my capacity admits, to help you in solving the question. Please, therefore, Critias, try to make us accept the doctrines which you yourself entertain. Critias, I should like to follow up the argument, and will ask Eryxias whether he thinks that there are just and unjust men. Eryxias, most decidedly. Critias, and does injustice seem to you an evil or a good? Eryxias, an evil. Critias, do you consider that he who bribes his neighbor's wife and commits adultery with her, acts justly or unjustly, and this although both the state and the laws forbid? Eryxias, unjustly. Critias, and if the wicked man has wealth and is willing to spend it, he will carry out his evil purposes. Whereas he who is short of means cannot do what he fain would, and therefore does not sin. In such a case, surely, it is better that a person should not be wealthy, if his poverty prevents the accomplishment of his desires, and his desires are evil? Or, again, should you call sickness a good or an evil? Eryxias, an evil. Critias, well, and do you think that some men are intemperate? Eryxias, yes. Critias, then, if it is better for his health that the intemperate man should refrain from meat and drink and other pleasant things, but he cannot owing to his intemperance. Will it not also be better that he should be too poor to gratify his lust rather than that he should have a superabundance of means? For thus he will not be able to sin, although he desire never so much. Critias appeared to be arguing so admirably that Eryxias, if he had not been ashamed of the bystanders, would probably have got up and struck him. For he thought that he had been robbed of a great possession when it became obvious to him that he had been wrong in his former opinion about wealth. I observed his vexation, and feared that they would proceed to abuse and quarreling, so I said, I heard that very argument used in the Lyceum yesterday by a wise man, Prodicus of Ceos. But the audience thought that he was talking mere nonsense, and no one could be persuaded that he was speaking the truth. And when at last a certain talkative young gentleman came in, and, taking his seat, began to laugh and jeer at Prodicus, tormenting him and demanding an explanation of his argument, he gained the ear of the audience far more than Prodicus. Can you repeat the discourse to us? Said Eryxias. Socrates, if I can only remember it, I will. The youth began by asking Prodicus, in what way did he think that riches were a good and in what an evil? Prodicus answered, as you did just now, that they were a good to good men and to those who knew in what way they should be employed, while to the bad and the ignorant they were an evil. The same is true, he went on to say, of all other things. Men make them to be what they are themselves. The saying of Archilochus is true. Men's thoughts correspond to the things which they meet with. Well, then, replied the youth, if anyone makes me wise in that wisdom whereby good men become wise, he must also make everything else good to me. Not that he concerns himself at all with these other things, but he has converted my ignorance into wisdom. If, for example, a person teach me grammar or music, he will at the same time teach me all that relates to grammar or music, and so when he makes me good, he makes things good to me. Prodicus did not altogether agree, still he consented to what was said. And do you think, said the youth, that doing good things is like building a house, the work of human agency? Or do things remain what they were at first, good or bad, for all time? Prodicus began to suspect, I fancy, the direction which the argument was likely to take, and did not wish to be put down by a mere stripling before all those present. If they too had been alone, he would not have minded, so he answered. Cleverly enough, I think that doing good things is a work of human agency. And is virtue in your opinion, Prodicus, innate or acquired by instruction? The latter, said Prodicus. Then you would consider him a simpleton who supposed that he could obtain by praying to the gods the knowledge of grammar or music or any other art, which he must either learn from another or find out for himself. Prodicus agreed to this also. And when you pray to the gods that you may do well and receive good, you mean by your prayer nothing else than that you desire to become good and wise, if, at least, things are good to the good and wise and evil to the evil. But in that case, if virtue is acquired by instruction, it would appear that you only pray to be taught what you do not know. Hereupon I said to Prodicus that it was no misfortune to him if he had been proved to be in error in supposing that the gods immediately granted to us whatever we asked, if, I added, whenever you go up to the Acropolis you earnestly entreat the gods to grant you good things, although you know not whether they can yield your request, it is as though you went to the doors of the grammarian and begged him, although you had never made a study of the art, to give you a knowledge of grammar which would enable you forthwith to do the business of a grammarian. While I was speaking, Prodicus was preparing to retaliate upon his youthful assailant, intending to employ the argument of which you have just made use, for he was annoyed to have it supposed that he offered a vain prayer to the gods. But the master of the gymnasium came to him and begged him to leave because he was teaching the youths doctrines which were unsuited to them, and therefore bad for them. I have told you this because I want you to understand how men are circumstanced in regard to philosophy. Had Prodicus been present and said what you have said, the audience would have thought him raving, and he would have been ejected from the gymnasium. But you have argued so excellently well that you have not only persuaded your hearers, but have brought your opponent to an agreement. For just as in the law courts, if two witnesses testify to the same fact, one of whom seems to be an honest fellow and the other a rogue, the testimony of the rogue often has the contrary effect on the judges' minds to what he intended, while the same evidence if given by the honest man at once strikes them as perfectly true. And probably the audience have something of the same feeling about yourself and Prodicus, they think him a sophist and a braggart, and regard you as a gentleman of courtesy and worth. For they do not pay attention to the argument so much as to the character of the speaker. But truly, Socrates, said Eryxias, though you may be joking, Critias does seem to me to be saying something which is of weight. Socrates, I am in profound earnest, I assure you. But why, as you have begun your argument so prettily, do you not go on with the rest? There is still something lacking, now you have agreed that, wealth, is a good to some and an evil to others. It remains to inquire what constitutes wealth, for unless you know this, you cannot possibly come to an understanding as to whether it is a good or an evil. I am ready to assist you in the inquiry to the utmost of my power, but first let him who affirms that riches are a good, tell us what, in his opinion, is wealth. Eryxias, indeed, Socrates, I have no notion about wealth beyond that which men commonly have. I suppose that wealth is a quantity of money, and this, I imagine, would also be Critias' definition. Socrates, then now we have to consider, what is money? Or else later on we shall be found to differ about the question. For instance, the Carthaginians use money of this sort. Something which is about the size of a stater is tied up in a small piece of leather, what it is, no one knows but the makers. A seal is next set upon the leather, which then passes into circulation, and he who has the largest number of such pieces is esteemed the richest and best off. And yet if anyone among us had a mass of such coins he would be no wealthier than if he had so many pebbles from the mountain. At Lacedaemon, again, they use iron by weight which has been rendered useless, and he who has the greatest mass of such iron is thought to be the richest, although elsewhere it has no value. In Ethiopia engraved stones are employed, of which a Lacedaemonian could make no use. Once more, among the nomad Scythians a man who owned the house of Politian would not be thought richer than one who possessed Mount Lycabettus among ourselves. And clearly those things cannot all be regarded as possessions. For in some cases the possessors would appear none the richer thereby, but, as I was saying, some one of them is thought in one place to be money, and the possessors of it are the wealthy, whereas in some other place it is not money. And the ownership of it does not confer wealth. Just as the standard of morals varies, and what is honorable to some men is dishonorable to others. And if we wish to inquire why a house is valuable to us but not to the Scythians, or why the Carthaginians value leather which is worthless to us, or the Lacedaemonians find wealth in iron and we do not, can we not get an answer in some such way as this? Would an Athenian, who had 1,000 talents weight of the stones which lie about in the agora and which we do not employ for any purpose, be thought to be any the richer? Eryxias, he certainly would not appear so to me. Socrates, but if he possessed 1,000 talents weight of some precious stone, we should say that he was very rich? Eryxias, of course. Socrates, the reason is that the one is useless and the other useful. Eryxias, yes. Socrates, and in the same way among the Scythians a house has no value because they have no use for a house, nor would a Scythian set so much store on the finest house in the world as on a leather coat. Because he could use the one and not the other. Or again, the Carthaginian coinage is not wealth in our eyes, for we could not employ it, as we can silver, to procure what we need, and therefore it is of no use to us. Eryxias, true. Socrates, what is useful to us, then, is wealth, and what is useless to us is not wealth. But how do you mean, Socrates? Said Eryxias, interrupting. Do we not employ in our intercourse with one another speech and violence? And various other things? These are useful and yet they are not wealth. Socrates, clearly we have not yet answered the question, what is wealth? That wealth must be useful, to be wealth at all, thus much is acknowledged by everyone. But what particular thing is wealth, if not all things? Let us pursue the argument in another way, and then we may perhaps find what we are seeking. What is the use of wealth, and for what purpose has the possession of riches been invented, in the sense, I mean, in which drugs have been discovered for the cure of disease? Perhaps in this way we may throw some light on the question. It appears to be clear that whatever constitutes wealth must be useful, and that wealth is one class of useful things, and now we have to inquire, what is the use of those useful things which constitute wealth? For all things probably may be said to be useful which we use in production, just as all things which have life are animals, but there is a special kind of animal which we call man. Now if anyone were to ask us, what is that of which, if we were rid, we should not want medicine and the instruments of medicine? We might reply that this would be the case if disease were absent from our bodies and either never came to them at all or went away again as soon as it appeared. And we may therefore conclude that medicine is the science which is useful for getting rid of disease. But if we are further asked, what is that from which, if we were free, we should have no need of wealth? Can we give an answer? If we have none, suppose that we restate the question thus, if a man could live without food or drink, and yet suffer neither hunger nor thirst, would he want either money or anything else in order to supply his needs? Eryxias, he would not. Socrates, and does not this apply in other cases? If we did not want for the service of the body the things of which we now stand in need, and heat and cold and the other bodily sensations were unperceived by us, there would be no use in this so-called wealth, if no one, that is, had any necessity for those things which now make us wish for wealth in order that we may satisfy the desires and needs of the body in respect of our various wants. And therefore if the possession of wealth is useful in ministering to our bodily wants, and bodily wants were unknown to us, we should not need wealth, and possibly there would be no such thing as wealth. Eryxias, clearly not. Socrates, then our conclusion is, as would appear, that wealth is what is useful to this end. Eryxias once more gave his assent, but the small argument considerably troubled him. Socrates, and what is your opinion about another question? Would you say that the same thing can be at one time useful and at another useless for the production of the same result? Eryxias, I cannot say more than that if we require the same thing to produce the same result, then it seems to me to be useful, if not, not. Socrates, then if without the aid of fire we could make a brazen statue, we should not want fire for that purpose, and if we did not want it, it would be useless to us. And the argument applies equally in other cases. Eryxias, clearly. Socrates, and therefore conditions which are not required for the existence of a thing are not useful for the production of it. Eryxias, of course not. Socrates, and if without gold or silver or anything else which we do not use directly for the body in the way that we do food and drink and bedding and houses, if without these we could satisfy the wants of the body, they would be of no use to us for that purpose. Eryxias, they would not. Socrates, they would no longer be regarded as wealth, because they are useless, whereas that would be wealth which enabled us to obtain what was useful to us. Eryxias, O Socrates, you will never be able to persuade me that gold and silver and similar things are not wealth. But I am very strongly of opinion that things which are useless to us are not wealth, and that the money which is useful for this purpose is of the greatest use, not that these things are not useful towards life, if by them we can procure wealth. Socrates, and how would you answer another question? There are persons, are there not, who teach music and grammar and other arts for pay, and thus procure those things of which they stand in need? Eryxias, there are. Socrates, and these men by the arts which they profess, and in exchange for them, obtain the necessities of life just as we do by means of gold and silver? Eryxias, true. Socrates, then if they procure by this means what they want for the purposes of life, that art will be useful towards life? For do we not say that silver is useful because it enables us to supply our bodily needs? Eryxias, we do. Socrates, then if these arts are reckoned among things useful, the arts are wealth for the same reason as gold and silver are, for, clearly, the possession of them gives wealth. Yet a little while ago we found it difficult to accept the argument which proved that the wisest are the wealthiest. But now there seems no escape from this conclusion. Suppose that we are asked, is a horse useful to everybody? Will not our reply be, no, but only to those who know how to use a horse? Eryxias, certainly. Socrates, and so, too, physic is not useful to everyone, but only to him who knows how to use it? Eryxias, true. Socrates, and the same is the case with everything else? Eryxias, yes. Socrates, then gold and silver and all the other elements which are supposed to make up wealth are only useful to the person who knows how to use them? Eryxias, exactly. Socrates, and were we not saying before that it was the business of a good man and a gentleman to know where and how anything should be used? Eryxias, yes. Socrates, the good and gentle, therefore will alone have profit from these things, supposing at least that they know how to use them. But if so, to them only will they seem to be wealth. It appears, however, that where a person is ignorant of riding, and has horses which are useless to him, if someone teaches him that art, he makes him also richer, for what was before useless has now become useful to him. And in giving him knowledge he has also conferred riches upon him. Eryxias, that is the case. Socrates, yet I dare be sworn that Critias will not be moved a whit by the argument. Critias, no, by heaven, I should be a madman if I were. But why do you not finish the argument which proves that gold and silver and other things which seem to be wealth are not real wealth? For I have been exceedingly delighted to hear the discourses which you have just been holding. Socrates, my argument, Critias, I said, appears to have given you the same kind of pleasure which you might have derived from some rhapsode's recitation of Homer, for you do not believe a word of what has been said. But come now, give me an answer to this question. Are not certain things useful to the builder when he is building a house? Critias, they are. Socrates, and would you say that those things are useful which are employed in house building, stones and bricks and beams and the like, and also the instruments with which the builder built the house, the beams and stones which they provided? And again the instruments by which these were obtained? Critias, it seems to me that they are all useful for building. Socrates, and is it not true of every art, that not only the materials but the instruments by which we procure them and without which the work could not go on, are useful for that art? Critias, certainly. Socrates, and further, the instruments by which the instruments are procured, and so on, going back from stage to stage ad infinitum, are not all these, in your opinion, necessary in order to carry out the work? Critias, we may fairly suppose such to be the case. Socrates, and if a man has food and drink and clothes and the other things which are useful to the body, would he need gold or silver or any other means by which he could procure that which he now has? Critias, I do not think so. Socrates, then you consider that a man never wants any of these things for the use of the body? Critias, certainly not. Socrates, and if they appear useless to this end, ought they not always to appear useless? For we have already laid down the principle that things cannot be at one time useful and at another time not, in the same process. Critias, but in that respect your argument and mine are the same. For you maintain if they are useful to a certain end, they can never become useless, whereas I say that in order to accomplish some results bad things are needed, and good for others. Socrates, but can a bad thing be used to carry out a good purpose? Critias, I should say not. Socrates, and we call those actions good which a man does for the sake of virtue? Critias, yes. Socrates, but can a man learn any kind of knowledge which is imparted by word of mouth if he is wholly deprived of the sense of hearing? Critias, certainly not, I think. Socrates, and will not hearing be useful for virtue, if virtue is taught by hearing and we use the sense of hearing in giving instruction? Critias, yes. Socrates, and since medicine frees the sick man from his disease, that art too may sometimes appear useful in the acquisition of virtue, e.g. when hearing is procured by the aid of medicine. Critias, very likely. Socrates, but if, again, we obtain by wealth the aid of medicine, shall we not regard wealth as useful for virtue? Critias, true. Socrates, and also the instruments by which wealth is procured? Critias, certainly. Socrates, then you think that a man may gain wealth by bad and disgraceful means, and, having obtained the aid of medicine which enables him to acquire the power of hearing, may use that very faculty for the acquisition of virtue? Critias, yes, I do. Socrates, but can that which is evil be useful for virtue? Critias, no. Socrates, it is not therefore necessary that the means by which we obtain what is useful for a certain object should always be useful for the same object, for it seems that bad actions may sometimes serve good purposes. The matter will be still plainer if we look at it in this way: if things are useful towards the several ends for which they exist, which ends would not come into existence without them, how would you regard them? Can ignorance, for instance, be useful for knowledge, or disease for health, or vice for virtue? Critias, never. Socrates, and yet we have already agreed, have we not? That there can be no knowledge where there has not previously been ignorance, nor health where there has not been disease, nor virtue where there has not been vice. Critias, I think that we have. Socrates, but then it would seem that the antecedents without which a thing cannot exist are not necessarily useful to it. Otherwise ignorance would appear useful for knowledge, disease for health, and vice for virtue. Critias still showed great reluctance to accept any argument which went to prove that all these things were useless. I saw that it was as difficult to persuade him as, according to the proverb, it is to boil a stone, so I said, let us bid good-bye to the discussion, since we cannot agree whether these things are useful and a part of wealth or not. But what shall we say to another question? Which is the happier and better man, he who requires the greatest quantity of necessaries for body and diet, or he who requires only the fewest and least? The answer will perhaps become more obvious if we suppose someone, comparing the man himself at different times, to consider whether his condition is better when he is sick or when he is well. Critias, that is not a question which needs much consideration. Socrates, probably, I said, everyone can understand that health is a better condition than disease. But when have we the greatest and the most various needs, when we are sick or when we are well? Critias, when we are sick. Socrates, and when we are in the worst state we have the greatest and most especial need and desire of bodily pleasures? Critias, true. Socrates, and seeing that a man is best off when he is least in need of such things, does not the same reasoning apply to the case of any two persons, of whom one has many and great wants and desires, and the other few and moderate? For instance, some men are gamblers, some drunkards, and some gluttons, and gambling and the love of drink and greediness are all desires. Critias, certainly. Socrates, but desires are only the lack of something, and those who have the greatest desires are in a worse condition than those who have none or very slight ones. Critias, certainly I consider that those who have such wants are bad, and that the greater their wants the worse they are. Socrates, And do we think it possible that a thing should be useful for a purpose unless we have need of it for that purpose? Critias, no. Socrates, then if these things are useful for supplying the needs of the body, we must want them for that purpose. Critias, that is my opinion. Socrates, and he to whom the greatest number of things are useful for his purpose, will also want the greatest number of means of accomplishing it, supposing that we necessarily feel the want of all useful things. Critias, it seems so. Socrates, the argument proves then that he who has great riches has likewise need of many things for the supply of the wants of the body, for wealth appears useful towards that end. And the richest must be in the worst condition, since they seem to be most in want of such things. The end.